always. Mona Lisa in the back. Mm-hmm. Hmm. 10 of your friends. I'm not gonna go lie. I don't know what that thing talking about. Sure. What's the deal, y'all, man? If y'all can hit them likes and share, man, we can get this party started. If y'all ain't looking for no positive energy, that ain't this ain't it. This ain't the wrong for you. I know everybody addicted to that toxic stuff, so this ain't it. I'm gonna say y'all trip. Say y'all trip. Everybody that addicted to that somewhere they can bond. Somewhere they can drama bond. Drama bond. See something real quick. Ice cream so good. Yes, yes, yes. This one, I think I got a scoop. See, we can get people to understand how this optimistic mentality works. You know? So we gotta figure out on your own, man. Something. Oops. Okay. 10:41. 41. I said I like camera action. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I like the way you move. Ooh. I got it. What the? Oh my, that was sweet. Oh my, why you being so aggressive? Living life, living right kind of song that I made talking about. This thing keeps saying I got one message, but I don't see it. It's like weird. It ain't that. Let's see. Maybe it's at the bottom. Maybe it's Maybelline. Forgot that thing they be doing. I don't do it. Come on, baby. Me on my mind. Out of my mind. Cause you like me. Let's see. The bird is in the building. Watch out. The birds is in the building. I swear to say I got one message. It must be a glitch in this glitch or something. Got one message, but it don't show it on there. Check this, nothing. Check that, nothing. Check the system. Maybe it's a system message. Transaction. Monetization. TikTok. That's it right there. That's it right there. Yeah, tonight we ain't doing the girls and the men and the women and the Kevin Samuels. Go ahead and get back some positiveness. That junk is a headache. I don't see how people can do that all the time. That junk be a headache. Trying to get people to understand that junk be. I can't sit here and yell at people all day trying to get somebody to understand that junk be a headache. Especially when they got their mind made up. That junk be crazy. And that's the one thing I don't like is people be. That's what I be mean about why I call this room no excuses. It's like that deflection. I feel like that's an excuse when you don't answer a straight question. That's just annoying. Well, what if this and what if that? And have you talked about this? Stop talking about what you talk about. I don't want you to talk about what I'm talking about so I can feel better because I don't know the answer. Your question. That just be crazy. What time you end up leaving VO live? What time you end up leaving? I had to leave early. I lost my spot because I had to get on the phone real quick. Lost my spot. I was trying to get his page going. He made it up to about 300 people though. That be said, the only time that you see like numbers jump up is if it's like dealing with men versus women. Sad world we live in. But the reason why I be trying to, and I kept that, I'm put that in my mind. Every now and then, I am going to bring up like Kevin Samuels, do a Kevin Samuels live because, like I said, it's gonna bring in the group of people that I'm looking for. So I found that people that understand him, it's gonna be kind of easy to talk to them type of people. You know what I'm saying? We can better build from there because it's people that actually learn how to listen to understand, or at least listen through their emotions. And that's what That's the reason why I probably appreciate a dude that's like Kevin Samuels. Because it show how weak people is, it show how tough people is. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the upbringings and experiences people had. A lot of people are so used to getting babied in their life, and now it's showing effect today. I mean, you've been babied all your life. That kind of is hectic. It's a hectic life to live because the world is way tougher than how your parents be with you. Your parents ain't tough on you. The world gonna be tough on you. So you gotta be thankful for strict parents and tough parents, man. That's just how it is. It pays off. It pays off. They get you ready, man, and then show you how. It's like the tougher you get, it'd be like you start seeing the weak people. It's sad to say. That's what happened when you baby your child, man. People be thinking it's all cute and fun and games. Like, oh, I just don't want them to. I don't want my child to not like me and all this stuff. Then you're gonna end up having a grown little spoiled adult that's 40 years old because you want to baby your child. People be got a horrible way of thinking nowadays. I don't think this life was ever meant to be just so easy or to, you know, I don't know. It's crazy. I would rather toughen my child off of this harsh world because the world can be harsh depending on the mentality of my child have. Can't afford to baby him. They will not listen. But I guess I get to start it on this topic then. So a couple people in here, but so the topic is the more you heal, the more optimistic you become. Um, I will argue that majority of us starts pessimistic. The goal is to be optimistic. I think at the end of the day, we should have more of an optimistic mentality. I think after you've been through a lot and you realize a lot of stuff is not under your control, um, you realize that to just appreciate. It's like a grateful mentality, an appreciation mentality, but you will first have to get rid of that entitlement mentality, which is a lot of the issues. Because we realize we supposed to deserve this, and this supposed to happen because I said it's supposed to happen, and I feel like that's why I be trying to eliminate that word deserve because I mean I feel it. I feel it's a good like confidence boost or something like that. I understand the word though, but the thing is like as you build your mind up, it's like and you realize that you don't always get what you deserve or what you feel you deserve. Then you start learning how to appreciate the little things. So even that tied it to that's what like, and that's how mine work. And then with number two, I added that on there because I was hearing someone telling me that you can be pessimistic and optimistic at the same time. And I'm like, I wouldn't even recommend that because it's either one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? I understand a lot of people do that, but I feel like it's whatever take up over more. I don't believe in no 50-50. It's like you're going to look at you're going to have a bad and the good or the good and the bad. It's one of the two. Looking at the glass half empty and half full at the same time. I can't look at it that way. I'd rather look at it half full. You know what I'm saying? So, but I feel like end of the goal. I feel like majority of us do start off, and I feel like it's a fact too. Like I said, I could be wrong, but I feel like that and I'm saying a bunch of feels because it's based off how I feel. Because I know everybody's stuff could be different. Um, I feel like that most majority of us, reason why we grow that way, why it's more easier to be pessimistic because of, it's a time in our life where we get hurt, a time of life that, so many difficult things we go in. It's like, so we have no choice to have that fear or something in us. That fear, it's like an automatic guard and we don't like that feeling we went through and we don't like, how things play out. So it's kind of easier to, Spidey, what's the deal, man? It's kind of easy to, you know, think the worst in a lot of situations because the worst done probably happened to you or what you feel was the worst. So it's easy to always look at dang, this too good to be true. Like, it's like an insecurity thing too. And that's the part of insecurity, you know what I'm saying? Pessimistic mentality and stuff. Feel like the stuff ain't gonna work the way you want it to work. Instead of looking at, hey, it could possibly work, you know what I'm saying? That instead of looking at the opposite way. And that's why I say I feel like the goal in life is to start building a mentality, as in, like, when you start looking at uh you start looking at things from a clear lens, and basically realizing that you don't, just like I was mentioning earlier, that you really don't have full control of how life gonna. I mean, you got control to a certain extent, but you don't have full control of the outcome of how life's gonna be. And it's like you gotta have. I would suggest a optimistic mentality, because that way to keep you, keep you on your grind. It keep you from stopping stopping because a wall got in front of you. That don't mean you have to stop because it's in front of you. You got to find a way around that wall. But everybody ain't got that strength to, keep going. A lot of people like to give up a lot. And I think as I grew up, I just really never had that give up mentality and stuff. I know a lot of people do. But I think the tougher you get brought up and stuff, and when you start realizing that if you don't do it, nobody else gonna do it for you. You start building that mentality. You gonna realize that, shoot, I'm gonna find a way to live my life. You know what I'm saying? Whatever I'm trying to do in my life, you're gonna find that type of way. So when you look at, I look at when you look at because like I said, it's two ways to only really look at life. You can either look at the negative, or you can look at things in a positive way. It's only them two. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's no middle ground. Um, and because the life is full of negative and positive. So why not? If you want to, like I said, it's easy to look at negative all the time. I mean, that's what everybody do. You know what I'm saying? That's why everybody like, oh man, this body going like this. And then the news, that enhances to the news be always something sad, and, things in life happen that we be disappointed in. So, I mean, it's so easy to be pessimistic because, like I said, most of the time it's a guard, and it's keeping you from trying to be disappointed, and sad and mad and angry about a situation. So it keep you on that guard, like, I knew it was gonna happen. That's why I thought about it this way. You know what I'm saying? But either way, like, if you look at things in an optimistic mentality, I think it's like it help you. It help you move a whole different way. You kind of stick your chest out a little bit more when you moving forward, instead of being so scared and cautious to take a step forward on situations. Then you come to realize that if something don't work that you planned on doing, that um you look at it that it wasn't meant. You know what I'm saying? It might be something else that I have to do in my life. That's just what it is. Um. Because, like, I do believe everything happens for a reason. I believe that what's meant is meant, and complaining don't get you anywhere. So it's like no use to really complain about a situation. So if it don't work, I mean, you get mad for a couple seconds, but you staying mad for a long time and complaining about it, that really ain't gonna do nothing. So you realize that you have to still keep moving forward in life, no matter what the situation is. You got to keep moving, because it's nothing gonna happen. Nothing jumps in our lap. Everything that we do in our life, we got to work for. Some people get stuff handed to, but that only that get limited. You don't get everything easy in life. And if it was, sure, you wouldn't appreciate anything. And I do appreciate, going through the tough times to go through the tough times to get to my goal, or whatever goals I'm making in my life, because it let me appreciate the road I went through, and the strength that I put in, and the time I put in and stuff. So, but if things come so easy to you, it be just a snap of the finger. You really ain't gonna enjoy it. It was just too dang on easy. You know what I'm saying? So I rather, you know, even though nobody don't be liking the process, but you appreciate it. I mean, in the long run, you appreciate it. But some people like the people that be with the pessimistic mentality or the entitlement, right? They look at it like, they still, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it's like it's either you're gonna be entitled or you're gonna be more appreciative or you're grateful. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's them the only two ways to look at things. He would be looking at it like, shoot, I shouldn't have had to wait that long to get this. Why they, you know what I'm saying? But it's a harsh type life because, like, if people ever notice that we don't, all the stuff we swear we're promised and we feel things should go our way, that's why we always start getting disappointed in that way. We always, that's gonna be harsh. So that's why I be trying to get people to, and that's why so many people are mad on this app. So many people are mad on this app. They feel like they supposed to get this or that, and I can do nothing at all and get this. I deserve that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, that's that spoiled mentality. You will never have to work hard for anything. If you got everything handed to you and everything came in easy, I can understand why you got this entitlement mentality. But then again, them are the main people that still traumatized. The people that's the soft people, right? That just that can't take constructive criticism. The ones that can't take, it's just the ones that gotta have the world revolve around them and gotta have it their way, like Burger King. It's like, and that's a stressful life they live, and they don't really little do they know it's a stressful life when you living in the entitlement mentality. You don't get what you want. I mean, you don't ever get what you want because people ask for so much. I supposed to get this, and that. If it don't work the way it worked, I want it to work, so it's not for me and all this stuff. It's like, whatever. You're gonna be talking like that, and then people as they get older and still talking like that and finding out that you're not getting what you so-called feel you deserve, and they're gonna be a little too late by then. Gonna be 80 years old, like, dang, this how life really is. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta appreciate the little things, man. I know people was talking about why you smiling so much and all that. It's like, I mean, what's not to smile about? Shoot. People woke up today. I woke up today, man. A lot of people don't get the chance to wake up. A lot of people, I mean, I'm decently healthy. I mean, from what I know, I'm healthy, And even like if you're not healthy, you still got a chance to wake up and try to live your best life the best you can. We only got this one life. What's to complain about, man? Otherwise, a lot of that stuff, if you can't live it, I mean, we can only do the best we can. That's all we can do. It's not nothing we can do to control our life. And it's not like we're going to be able to have a chance to relive again and try it over again. So why not make the best of the little time we get? Instead of being mad at everybody. That's why even on this app, when people always want to get in their feelings because they, like, a lot of us so ego driven, right? And we got to have the last word. We always got to, somebody told me off, I got to make sure I tell them off too, or something like that. It started turning to high school. We all supposed to be grown on here. We be just all want to play this role where, like, we just got to have it go the way we wanted to go and stuff. Like, I don't care. You ain't about to punk me. Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm still living my life. Whatever you want to feel. Oh, shoot. Anybody that, and the thing is, even with that, them be the miserable people that always gotta, okay, this the only way I can succeed in life is win the war. I gotta win the fight. Hold up. Man, I don't know what the heck. But it's like, I be like, dog, I be telling people that you can have it, man. I mean, I could care less. You want to win the argument, it is what it is. I'm on to the next situation. I'm not about to talk about this all day because you miserable. Like, if you really find out it's a lot of miserable people that don't know they miserable on this app. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can even pay for a piece of peace if they won't even know what peace is if it was in front of their face because they just so miserable. That's just how it is. It's a horrible life, but they still need to take the time to grow within themselves. They got to figure it out themselves, man. That's one thing I had to learn. It's like I could talk so much positive stuff in somebody's mind or a better way of looking at things in their mind, but they still got to make that choice with themselves, man. They got to figure it out. That's what it is. When people understand their purpose, things will be processed differently. I feel you on that though, but I think that one thing, the reason why I don't use purpose a lot, I don't use the word purpose. I think we mix our passions with purpose. I think our purpose is like something we probably will never find out until we pass away, and we still won't find that out because we passed away. But I think our purpose is whatever we left at the end of the earth with. Because the reason why I call it passions, because everybody got different passions, and passions change, which we call purpose. You know what I'm saying? Because I use for example, I felt like shoot, I said for example, like I thought I was gonna be a content creator, making funny videos. The next minute I start, and that's what I was like. I call myself the Joker at that time. Next minute now I'm doing motivational stuff and awareness videos and all that stuff. So I'm like, all right. So that's when I changed my name like to Laugh or Learn, because I either do funny videos or I do try to bring awareness or try to motivate people. It's just something I had noticed and try to help people on. So I made a passion out that situation. You know what I'm saying? I could say this is my purpose, but I feel like it's more things that could be, as long as I'm living, something new can happen in my future. Because for all I know, I could become a preacher or something. You know what I'm saying? Or I could become, a podcast mainstream head. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I would never know my real purpose, and I just know what I be having passions about. That's one thing I do know. You know what I'm saying? And that changes. And it always changes as long as you live, and your passions can change. So I think only like people, if they believe in God or not, I think only God know our true purpose. Another reason why I use that is because like I use the same example. It's like who's to say that a dude that ate poison didn't have a purpose, or a baby that passed away at a young age didn't have a purpose. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's all of us. I think one of our main purposes, if we want to call it purpose, to impact one another in some type of way. And even if we ain't get to live our life, we still existed. You know what I'm saying? We still impacted somebody around us. Either if it was a mother or somebody that seen us, just like grass and all that stuff. That got some type of purpose in life, even though it might live for a couple of minutes, but it turned brown one day. You know what I'm saying? So. Uh, Um, Said I thought it was the same. Nah, it's not. It's not the same. Passions is like something you feel you should do or something like that. It's like something that you just very interested in and stuff. So I actually got this from somebody. One of these people that said that. One of the podcasts was telling me that somebody's like, yeah. Even with that, I had thought about it. He's like, well, that's just like when Michael Jordan thought his purpose was to be a golf player or something like that. But there was a passion of his that he wanted to be a golf player. And we see that he made a big impact in the basketball, realm. He said that was his purpose right there. He had a passion of, golfing or something like that. But even with that, they made me think even more on the outside that by the fact that our purpose can change, that mean that there is really just passions. That's what all they is. And that's something we just really would never know. But let's see, something take me a little break. But yeah, man, it's just like I was even mentioning this other live, man, when I was in the other live earlier, right? It's like and people really don't know what self-worth really is, man. I've been hearing, even talking to a couple guys on this, even last night I was talking to this one guy, and I'm like, you could just tell when a person is so miserable. And then it'd be that one person that's just so easy to snap. When you easy to snap, that means you lack emotional control, right? Which is something I talk about all the time. When you feel like and when you ego driven, that's another whole thing. And it's like, I realize it's like a repetitive type thing, and it's stuff that's been going on for many years. And then I also can recognize or relate to it because I was once that person. You know what I'm saying? But as I swallowed that pill and realized the things that was going on in my life, and I'm like, dang, why do I feel a certain way? But once I had to check myself on that situation and own up and start really noticing what accountability was, and I'm like, who was making me do this? You know what I'm saying? I always had to look at that. Who making me feel this way? Who making me, you know, who making me mad? Who making me, you know what I'm saying? All this stuff. I'm like, hold up. But I'm only when I got control of my life. So how somebody can make me do anything? You know what I'm saying? I have a choice if I want to talk to this person. I have a choice if I want to go on this app and want to get mad. I got a choice if I don't want to get on this app. I got a choice to get up out my bed. Like as long as I'm the one only one controlling my life. I got the choice if I want to grow across seas, especially when you grown, right? Especially as you grown, that's the biggest accountability. You know what I'm saying? Or if you want to say when you're 18 or something, I got the choice if I want to live in Africa, if I want to live in whatever. You know what I'm saying? I have these choices. And that's why I be saying with this little suppression term or oppression stuff, like nobody's is keeping us in America for us to keep crying about America. Like we literally, and I'm telling people, like we only live in our life. Nobody is forcing you to do anything, but we had this mentality where we sit somewhere so long enough that we can make somebody bend to how we want them to be. And I'm like, I'm not about to sit here and wait for somebody. That's the same mentality that we put into relationships. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, if I sit here long enough and complain about this, my significant other or something like that, they're going to bend to my will and become the way I want them to be and all that stuff. Like that junk don't work. It don't work. Then be disappointed because another human, because your human self trying to tell another human how to be in their life, in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you gonna make another human bend in your will like they're a robot? It don't work like that. Oh, but you supposed to love me, so you supposed to be this way. Well, you supposed to love me, and you know what I'm saying? It works both ways. So if somebody can't change you, what make you think you could change somebody else? That's just crazy to me. People be funny. People be so funny, man. So at the end of the day, you only can put up with what you can put up with, live your best life till you hit that grave, man. That's all we can do, man. These attachments, all this stuff we be trying to stress about and all that stuff. It's crazy. I miss them. I missed you. I know how to a lot of things, which consist of helping people. Real funny. But it's just wild, man. And I think and like I said, I realized I got to add that on there. And I always talked about, and I'm going to add that to my thing that I'm going to start talking about on a lot of my topics or just in my room in general. Because all I used to talk about, all I really was focusing on, and which I feel like was our biggest problem, is the lack of emotional control. Don't know how to put our ego to the side to understand the situation. And that's what's keeping us so stubborn and to thinking that we just the smartest of them all and nobody can tell us anything. You know what I'm saying? So we never learn how to put our ego to the side, and that's also why we keep grudges and all that stuff. So that ego is a powerful thing. And then the next thing is accountability, the lack of accountability and stuff. So them three things are. So what I'm gonna add to the fourth one now that I've been doing this for almost a year now is this entitlement mentality we got to grow out of, which is probably still part of like the ego though. But this entitlement mentality, I want to really highlight that because that's really what I'm seeing as I talk to so many people. That's what's really damaging us and the community in general. You know what I'm saying? Because we feel like that we deserve to do these situations. We deserve this, that. I mean, I'm saying it all wrong. We deserve this, and this supposed to happen like that because I feel that way. And if I get mad, this supposed to happen. And if I'm happy, or if you don't make me happy, like we had this stuff where we want stuff to bend at our will. I mean, I understand we live in our own world, right? But the world is not, it's not us, you know what I'm saying? So it's like other people you gotta worry about. I mean, and you gotta, not worry about, but it's just like you can only do so much what you can do in your life and stuff. Like the world it really don't bend to your will. So you can only adapt to the world. That's your best bet you can do. Adapt to any environment. I think that's what all of us humans are kind of. That's how we made. That's how humans are made, is to adapt. Even like our skin, our our attitudes, all that stuff adapted to certain environments, the people we hang with. If you ever notice, like if you go down to another state or something like that, they got an accent. You sit there for a couple years, you start building that accent. You know, you hang around a person so long. I know another thing, for example, like they be saying like how you can be hanging with around your significant other for so many years, and somehow you sounded just like your significant other in a way. You know, so that junk is true. Like as humans, we adapt. It be unintentional sometimes, but it's a natural thing that us humans do. So it's like Made me understand that. That's why I'm so big on an accountability thing, and realize that we can choose how we want to identify ourselves, and not the new identify how they trying to put it out now on 2023 identify, but as in like we always put ourselves in a box. Well, because I'm black, I got to do things like this, and because I'm or the horoscopes, my horoscope says this, so I got to be that, or I can only hang around these type of people, and I got to, all this stuff. We put ourselves in a box, and instead of telling us that I can do anything I put my mind to, like, what about that? And that's true stuff. Whenever we want to do it, it might take time, but we can do it. Or if we can't do it, it wasn't meant in our life. So I would always strive for people to tell themselves or figure out what they really want to do in their life and start working towards it. But everybody don't have a strong mentality, as I learned from that. Everybody's not meant to be that. Like, everybody's not meant to be a leader. Everybody's not meant to be a boss. You know what I'm saying? Because as much as everybody want to do it, but if it was really that easy, everybody probably would be that. So that's another thing. It wasn't never meant to be easy. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of, I think it's obvious for some people to have I don't want to call it that, a weaker mentality, but I would say some people's mentalities are meant to be more stronger than others. And I feel like even people that with a stronger mentality, instead of being selfish with it and trying to belittle the people that's a little bit weaker than them, you got to try to help them the best way you can. You know what I'm saying? And if they can't get on the same boat, at least you tried. I do believe in planting seeds. That's one thing I think a lot of us can do. And on their timing, that's when they're going to wake up, when they have to wake up. I just think all we got to do is really be thankful that, and I'll say, that God gave us a mentality to learn a little earlier than the other people had to. That's why I be trying to even say that, age don't be meaning nothing, because like you can grow up many years with the same teenage mentality, 50, 60, 70 years old, and they ain't really learned nothing. You could have experience, but experience don't mean the same as wisdom. That's what people be mixing that thing up. You can have all the experience in the world, but what did you learn out of it? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I never live with that solid thing. Well, I am older and I experience more, so I know more. If that's the case, then if it's really like that, I'm a true believer. If you know better, you gonna do better. So if you know so much, then why you still sounding like the teenagers that was in my high school back then? You sounding like them, and you 70 years old. So it's like it's obvious there's something, or there's a gap in your life that you done got I guess, stayed in your ways, right? So you done got trapped in it. You done got trapped in them ways, and you don't realize what you doing is wrong, and it's tearing you up, but you just living that way all this time, so you feel like what you doing is right. But I believe everybody is teachable, and that's how we supposed to be. All of us is here to try to supposedly help one another, but a lot of us rather be individualists and be individualists talking about they want unity. That's the whole two opposite. You can't be living your own type of life and then be crying about why we don't have unity in us. That's junk crazy. You can't ask for two things at once. That's just two opposites. We got to figure the lifestyle that we want, man. If you gonna either be part of the situation or not, so we can't we can't cry about something we not even contributed to, and then we can't cry about the stuff that we are contributing to. Just like I be talking about the dudes that be want to sit here sleeping with these type of girls, right? And I be mentioning that jump so funny. They sleep with these type of girls. They cry about them. Like, why are you this way? Like, but then again, what is you doing? That just be funny to me. You sit here crying about the people you sleeping with make no sense. That's why I say try to hold everybody accountable with these situations.
Yeah, I
Everybody
agree.
got to be held accountable.
You hit on some really good points. I was trying to write a few things down that you were talking about. But
Hmm.
I was just talking about that with my friend earlier. I'm like, why do men date women that are loose, but then you put all the other women in the same category and then be mad and be frustrated? But those are the women that you went after. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I feel you on that.
So that's you can't blame nobody but yourself. And
Exactly.
it gets under my skin, like when you meet a guy and he said, "Oh, I used to do this for my ex and blah 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 blah." So you say, "Oh, so he's this type of guy," but then he won't do it for you because she messed up something. But I feel like this: you test the spirit by the spirit. You
Hmm.
can't hold me accountable for something that she did when I haven't even showed you that yet. You haven't
Right.
even gave me an opportunity, but you are entitled to I don't know, respect and whatever else you think you can get out of me because you a man and you feel like you're owed that just because you are who you are. But at the same time, you didn't give me an opportunity, so why should I give you an opportunity? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's
I
not
feel
fair.
you. Yeah.
But yeah, that's how some people think. I had to
Yeah.
let go of a friend because she was entitled. I get, you know how you don't want to share your business with everybody, even though they are family and friends, but some people feel like you should
Right.
because
That
of the
loyalty
title.
thing.
Yeah, like as I get older, no, I don't want to share all my business because what bothers me is when people would try to bring it up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe like in an argument, and they don't have anything to do with the conversation, or they think they know you, or judging, like other things off of that one thing that you told them. So I'd rather just keep things to myself. I think I'm safer that way
Hmm.
because like you said earlier, everybody don't have wisdom. Everybody is not mature enough. You're not safe everywhere, even though you feel like you are. No, you're not.
Right.
And that's just how I feel. I don't care how long I've been knowing you. You ain't safe everywhere. It's just certain things I ain't want to tell my mama. It was certain things I ain't want to tell my sister because I know your character. My information is not safe in your hands.
Hmm. I feel you
And
on
some
that.
people would get offended because they say, "Oh, well, we sisters. What you mean you ain't gonna let me hold? What you mean I can't stay with you? What you mean? I said what I said."
Yeah.
The end.
That's what I
But
be
some people
saying.
will
That
fight you on
honesty.
that. Yeah. So I had to let a friend go because she's like I'll say probably like maybe what 7 years older than me or something like that. And she will call me all the time. I said, "Listen here, I
For
gotta study, I
when?
gotta work, I gotta do this, huh?"
No, and I have to give my shout out to my full win. Sorry, I'm talking.
Oh,
But go ahead.
so yeah, I had to cut the relationship off because I felt like she was like being too controlling. It was weird. We're just friends. We're not in a relationship. We're just friends. Why do you feel like I owe you everything? My time, my business? She said
The
boundaries don't
entitlement
apply to
mentality.
me.
Remember, I was talking about that earlier. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
some
destroying a
people
lot of
feel
us.
like boundaries don't apply to them. And who the hell do you think you are where you feel like my boundaries don't apply to you or you don't have to do that? Me as a friend, even if I'm in a relationship, if you tell me to do something, I'll try my best to try to remember it just to respect you, right? But
Facts.
then when I ask for something, oh, it's so hard to do. And then you want to protest when I throw up my boundaries. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It's just crazy how people like move out here and then they be mad when stuff don't go their way. What the it
That's
it
why you can
bothers
only
me
control
that
you at the end of the day. I mean, people gonna be
right.
them. That's
It
about to
bothers
say
me
that's
that other
a
grown
little bit. That's
people,
part of that entitlement mentality too. Like I said, a lot of that's what I be saying. I mention that a lot because a lot of us don't realize that we doing it. But
yeah,
when you do expect somebody to be the same way as you, that's what we hurt ourselves at too. So we got to realize
true.
that even with what we doing, that people is gonna be them no matter what. As much as we be wanting to expect the most out of them and all that. But a human is a human. You know what I'm saying? They don't
Yeah.
think the same way we think. That's the only reason why I be having, and that's why I used to talk about forgiveness and grace and all that stuff. Because it's like when I came to realize that all of us, we think different, we express our emotions different, we grieve different, all that situation. So I'm like, I gotta give people grace. Like, okay, they not me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As long as as long as I can control myself and the way I move and do it best as I can and whatever's safe for me and my way of living, that's all that really
Hmm.
matter. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
people gonna be them. That's what it is. That's just reality, the harsh truth.
Yeah, I just said that. I said, you know what? I'm not about to shake people. I'm not about to get my bullhorn out. I'm saying it one time. That's it. Either
Mhm.
you rolling or you not. I'm not about to keep repeating myself because you should be grown enough to know the difference between right and wrong, right? And have good
Mhm.
discernment.
Mhm.
I'm not about to drag you into righteousness and you know what I'm saying? Like things that would benefit you. Either you get it or you don't.
Right.
And I think I wasted a lot of time trying to bring people along with me or trying to get people to see things the way that I thought that they should see it because I thought I seen potential. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to save people. So when you were talking about purposes, I feel like all my purposes aligned, or should I say purpose with one. All my passions fall under helping people. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, when I try to help people, I notice that some people don't like that. They be like, why you helping them? Why you got to do that? Okay, if this is in my heart and I feel like this is my purpose, leave me alone. Let me do what I want to do. You want somebody to help you? You didn't get here by yourself. So stop trying to pretend like you did.
Mm-hmm.
And it bothers me. So as a person that likes to help people, I feel like people be trying to put restrictions on me. And I feel like that be the spirit that be coming out, if you know what I mean. And it bothers me because I'm still going to help people. My mom used to help people, and she was always being blessed, you know what I'm saying, with things. And I saw that it worked. I'm like, okay, well, I don't mind helping people because I always kind of picture myself in their situation because, you know, you just never know what may happen. And a lot of people take things for granted. Oh, yeah, I'm going to always have this job. I'm going to always live at this house. I'm going to always be gripping this car or be with this man or that woman. No, you never know what's in store for you. So don't talk like that. Don't walk like that because you never know. And yesterday when I was on your live, I know some people were celebrating Kevin's, you know, passing and stuff like that. And I was saying, you know, you should never celebrate anybody's passing because you never know that it could be your turn. So be very careful what you say, even if you don't like the person. Because my mom had a friend that celebrated somebody's passing, and next thing you know, she was on the passing list. So people should be very, very, very careful what they say. That's
Yeah.
why
I forgive
watch what
people
you
like
say.
that too, though. That's another thing. I forgive people like that because, like I said,
Yeah,
like everybody literally had a way they grieve, man. Everybody express their trauma different ways. Even the people that be so mad. That's crazy. I didn't know you was in here yesterday, but
that
people
was
that be
yesterday. It was
so
a lot of
mad,
people.
people probably wouldn't even notice about me because, like I said, I really have a positive type live for real. But it's just I got to talk about Kevin Samuels every now and then. They just people just don't like my intake. I'm on my perspective on it. That's all it is.
So
That's why they don't like me. So, but
I was
otherwise, I got
really
to talk
trying.
about it, huh?
I was okay. So I was trying not to say anything negative, right? So I was
Yeah.
trying to see, okay, what's everybody's insight. So one of
Hmm.
the guys was like, well, I watched all his episodes, and I was like, oh, okay. I said, well, I only seen a few, and I said, from what I saw, it kind of made me cringe a little bit to the point where I couldn't get past that one part. So it's like, as soon as he started going in on women, I'm like, oh man, I can't. It's just like I can't digest it, you know?
I
And
feel
I'm
you.
like, well, why can't I get past this point? Is it because it's hit me personally? Is it because I care about other people's feelings? Which I do. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? So that's why I was like, okay, let me not say anything negative because it's like I wanna get something from it. Because I know a lot of people have a hard time listening to people where they don't agree. And I always tell people, get what you need and leave the rest, right?
Facts.
Because you could be really missing something important because this person looks like a monster or they're a demon, because demons tell truth too. So with that being said, you need to understand. It's like pay attention. You know what I'm saying? But you will learn that as time go on. You will, yeah, you definitely learn that. And I know you mentioned something about, you know, controlling your emotions or whatever.
Hmm.
I think I'm very, very, very sensitive, and I don't like that about myself. Like, I don't want to feel everything because I feel like that kind of disturb things, and it makes me not be able to focus on things.
Hmm.
Because when people say things, but I think that's part of who I am, just me being sensitive and being able to feel things and understand things. And I don't like that about myself. So I told my boyfriend one time, I said, you know what? I don't want to feel this. I said, I don't want to care. He said, don't say that. And I said, you're right, because I don't want to miss something where I should be caring for it, right? But then I didn't build up this stone of a heart and decided I don't care about nothing to the point where it could affect me, right? It's like I'm trying to avoid it, but at the same time it could affect me. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So yeah, so I be trying to be so careful with my words
Oh,
because
your
I know
words mean a
words.
lot. I try to tell people that too. The way you use
Yeah,
your words, that means a lot for real. There be
it
people that be
is. It
lying
is.
themselves too. I'm not mad, but this bitch, you know what I'm saying? They get encouraged. What the heck you sound mad in the morning? Ain't no way you not mad. And you, it's like, words be meaning a
Right,
lot though.
right. So people need to work on walking away. Sometimes walking away and then
Got
coming
to.
back to it. You know, when you gather your thoughts and stuff. I think that's good. So
Most definitely, it's protect. Them little couple seconds can help everything. If you don't move off
it
impulse,
could.
and give you a
Yeah.
chance to think it out, yeah, you smooth after that. Control your
You know
emotions.
what? I be ready to swing. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm not an abusive person. I'm not a violent person, but I be thinking about swinging in my mind. But I said, no, you
I
work
think
too
a lot
hard
of
to be
us
where
do.
you at right now. Right? You even if you don't have anything, you work too hard to be where you at right now. Meaning
Mhm.
you can be in peace. You got blessings coming. So I always think about that because I think about the outcome because I know you mentioned earlier, you never know what your purpose is. You know what I'm saying? And I think about, okay, well, I don't want to do that because I'll mess up this. And then I would
Mhm.
hate if you mess up your life and then God said, oh man, you would have been getting this, and this. Oh man, can I go back down there? No, you got to wait your turn again. I ain't trying to get to that point. I
Mhm.
want to get what I need while I'm here. So I move very carefully and I watch who I hang around, because
Yep.
I know that makes a difference in your life too. They can be your counselors. And I
Yep.
know some people be like, I'll be listening to them. You sure about that? Because it may not come out like obvious, but it can be like little spurts of somebody else's characteristics within your, you know what I'm saying, within your actions and things like that.
Mhm.
Some people think they got stuff under control. Okay, yeah, spirits travel. Okay. We're not as strong as we think we are. And what I mean by that, we can be easily pierced by things. You know what I'm saying? Words, spirits, you just name it. You know what I'm saying? So I know some people be like, oh, that ain't gonna touch me. That ain't gonna touch me. I mean, it ain't bother me. You sure about that?
It's all about strengthening yourself, though.
Yeah, yeah.
I be saying that like our triggers, right? Which y'all figure that
Hmm.
out, right?
Hmm.
I say our triggers is our problems. You know what I'm saying? And I figured that out a while ago because I actually twice when I was making a change in my life, some years ago, whatever. I keep mentioning it, but I gotta
Hmm.
mention it. When I was making this change in my life, that I realized I had fell kind of short on this app twice. This app kind of built me up to it helped me out a lot too. I ain't gonna even lie because while I was changing, I would end up hopping on this app at the same time and trying
Hmm.
to and listen. You know, I mean, after I was listening to so much motivational videos, all this stuff, and chose to be a positive person or try to have a positive views and things. Um,
Yeah.
I think, and I realized what the emotional control thing is. So I snapped twice on this app at two different little times or whatever on
Oh,
messing with
really?
whoever. And I'm like, dog. So I had to, at the end of the day, and like I said, I'm so big on accountability. That's why I talk about that all the time. I had to realize, like, even though this person, I'm like, dang, he made me do that. They knew they was irking me and all this stuff. But at the end of
Yeah,
the day,
yeah.
I'm the one still came out with it. I let somebody get to me, snap and call them whatever I had called them or whatever. And I'm like, I can't let that happen again. So I had to focus on that. I started changing my
Right.
energy. I changed my energy. I'm like, you know what? I'm not about to do that because it's my trick. I can't keep blaming everybody for the way I react on somebody because I don't want to
Yeah.
call them out their name and stuff because they pushed me. So I'm like, no, I can't be that weak. And this is how I use my ego. I start talking to myself like that. Oh, you was weak for letting somebody sit here and make you, you know what I'm saying? That's how I use my ego in that way.
Yeah.
So after the couple times that happened or whatever, I mean, it probably can still happen in the future, but I'm not looking forward to it because, like I said, I'm big on the way you
Right.
talk to yourself. I'm a
Right.
human. I might do it again. I'm not about to say that. I talk to myself like I'm not doing that. I'm not trying
Right.
to do that no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm really when I what they say repent. I think that's even though I'm not trying to use like
Right.
scripture stuff, but I just really I'm
No,
understanding
you're
what that
good.
means though. So I don't want to do it no more. So
Yeah.
after that,
I
I
agree.
test myself. I test myself in another room, and they was tearing me up too. This one dude, was like, oh, you gaslighting and all this because somebody once again, it's always people that disagree me on certain stuff or whatever. They hit
You
me with
know
the
what? The
gaslighting, and he's this and
conversation,
that. Huh?
the conversation you had yesterday. Oh my God. I don't know if I would have been able to. Okay, so the guy, what was his name? The one that was getting all the points. When I say he was
Uh,
getting hit, he was getting hit. I was like, I don't know if I could take that. Like, I couldn't even take a whole bunch of women in a salon attacking me one day. I used to do
dig,
nails.
dig.
And I was like, okay, I'm like, okay, y'all a little bit too strong for me. I had to excuse myself, go in the bathroom, let it out, and then come back out and do the service. That's the type of person I am because I was like, okay, well, I know my mouth will cause a war. Do you want a war? You just
Mm-hmm.
started this job. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
you may not see these stupid women. I mean, these women again. Like, don't
yeah,
let it bother you. But they were
yeah.
ghetto. They were ghetto. And you know what? My mom had came that day. Now listen to this. I had forgot that I told my mom to come get her nails done. So
Mm.
it all started with one girl. You know, sometimes when you get one woman started, you get them all started. It's like a wildfire.
Mm.
So the girl got mad because I had cut her toenail, I guess a little lower than what she wanted. It wasn't that serious. So she has this attitude, but guess what? The entitlement comes with it too. She thought that I was going to give her hot rocks, but she didn't even pay for it. Now, if your attitude was a little sweeter, I would have slid it in. I would have did it for you. But your attitude is nasty. Then you hyping everybody else up here trying to broadside me. Next thing I know, my mom comes in just in time. And she was like, so everybody just stopped. And they was like, "Oh, that's your mom." And I was like, I started saying, "Yeah, that's my hitter. That's her
Mm.
right there. Like, Ma, come on in here." I said, "You came just in time." I said, because it was about to get heated. And I was like, when I say God just be kind of like coming to my rescue, like at the right time, it's crazy. Just that
Exactly.
little incident. And you know what? My mom, I don't know. I just always felt like she was just like my superhero. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know how like when your dad or your mom come around, you feel more like a little bit more courage, a little bit more
Mm-hmm.
confident.
I feel
That's
you
how
on
I
that.
felt. Because you know how some people have that look like don't try me or it's up. That's the look my mom has. So nobody ever tried her. And I would always ask her, I'm like, well, Mom, why do people always try to try me? She say, well, it's your look or something. You look like you tryable. And I was like, wait, what? I think it's my spirit. I think it's my spirit though. People, other spirits sense other spirits and they know what you about. So they like, yeah, let's tamper with her because we already know she on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I try not to tell people certain things or whatever because I know what I'm supposed to be doing. And I was trying to explain that to someone earlier, and she was like, well, why are you trying to control people? I said, I'm not trying to control people. I'm just giving people advice or just telling them, like, hey, if you go down the street, this is the possibility that you
Mm-hmm.
might meet. I'm just
Right.
letting you know, so my thing is if this is your intention to be in love with this guy, but this guy is a liar, a thief, and a snake, what you think you about to get out of that? It's not about to be the intentions that you have in mind. So I'm just
Mm-hmm.
trying to save you some time. If you want that experience, go ahead. It's open with open doors. He can't wait to see you because he waiting for his new victim. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I speak from experience. I'm not reading from no book. I'm reading from my own experience. And it bothers me, like I said, when people try to control your opinion. Why are you worried? Let me do what I want to do. Now, if I was out here harming people, okay, speak up. But I'm not harming anyone.
Mm-hmm.
But then somebody said something earlier because I'm actually fasting. So I started my fruit and vegetable raw thing the other day on the first. So I forget that I guess I might be a little more sensitive, a little bit more open to things that I probably didn't see before. You know what I'm saying? And this might be just the beginning because I'm doing it the whole month actually. And somebody said something earlier that kind of like bothered me, but I said something because it didn't make any sense. I said, "How dare you try to criticize me as a teacher?" I said, "Did you criticize your grandparents? Did you criticize your parents? I'm confused.
Mm.
It's prophets in the Bible that share their experiences. So why can't I?" Why do you feel like my experiences is harmful to people? Like I'm confused, but you took your grandparents and your parents' word with no problem. You couldn't wait till they spoon fed you whatever, right? But when somebody else do it, it's a problem. And so when I asked her that, she was kind of tongue tied. She didn't know what to say. My point exactly. The hell out of here. Then she gonna say, "Oh, well, I don't know." Well, we know you didn't know. I think sometimes spirits be coming out of people and people don't notice it. It's like the spirit would get out whatever it's trying to do to you, and then they will resume back to who they really is and then forget what the conversation was about. I'm like, what the? So it looked like something was using you to try to get to me because that's what it looks like. And I saw it for myself. So it's crazy. But yeah, that conversation yesterday, man, you were very patient and everybody that was coming in, I'm like, wow. But some people had some really good points. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I could have stood there the whole time and let people attack. Like one girl, okay, I'm gonna say this. One of the girls that was in the chat, not the girl that was your moderator, was another one. I said, so the guy that came in, he mentioned something about black women hair. And I said, well, to be honest with you, I feel like black women do feel like they do be being attacked, even by some black men, some black women. So I said that in the comments. And then she said, lies, lies. I always get complimented by black men. That's your experience, sweetheart. How you gonna try to change my experience or
Mm.
somebody else? It's the truth. Now you know damn well if a black woman wore her real hair, it ain't gonna really be accepted everywhere. Come on now, they're gonna be calling her nappy head the whole time, or just throw a little. You know how people throw little jokes out there, but they be like really serious, and it
What?
can really do something to her spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
she may
that's.
not want to
Mm. Mm.
wear it again.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
why I
feel
say we
like,
gotta build this mentality. 'Cause like I said, it's a confidence thing. We can't live life basing
yeah,
off of how other people validate us. You know what I'm saying? Even though it do,
true.
like I said, you said it do something to your spirit, right? I understand everybody got their own
Not
levels
my
and
spirit,
stuff.
because you know what? I didn't cut my hair off probably every year, and I'm in my 30s. So if I need to start over, I was just going to start over. But yes, I have noticed that when people try to get to you, and if you're natural, oh, with your bald head stuff or with your nappy headed self,
It's
they
projection.
won't criticize you on what the matter is. They're going to try to attack your physical aspect, you know. And I had a guy do that to me the other day. Now, as you can see, my name is Tax Pro. You can see my little wig right there. I am in character, right? So it's like I'm being funny and I'm giving information. I like to joke a lot. I like to laugh. So I was like, okay, why not do it all at one time? So he say,
I got fucking sorry.
what'd you say?
Nothing. I did to laugh. I was boiling. You said it.
Oh, so he said, well, get out the live with your nappy headed wig. I said, well, I'm pretty sure if I would been wearing my real hair, he would have said, get out here with your nappy head. Like,
Oh
why are
no.
you attacking my hair? Because I said that your joke was not funny about women. He said, if you take the SY off, what do you have? Ooh, wee. And I was like, that's not funny. And he got mad. And next thing I know, I get blocked. And I said, I had no business being up here anyway, so I'm not mad. Whatever. She said, "Are we
Mm.
talking about?" Okay, I'm gonna say this: work setting, relationship, black community, whatever. Like I said before on YouTube, I said, you know what? I feel like black women cover their hair to protect it because sometimes some women have softer hair, right? So a lot of times the style is not going to hold up. It get frizzy, then you got to do it all over again. Who has time for that when you are a wife, perhaps a doctor, lawyer, you a mother? You know what I'm saying? You got stuff to do. You don't have time to keep doing your hair. And then on top of that, it keeps your hands out of it. You notice that when you keep your hands in your hair may not grow, but when you leave it in a protective hairstyle, it's growing. I have seen women with pretty hair when they take their wigs off because they leave it in a protective hairstyle. And so I feel like it could be for numerous things. Like I said, protective hairstyle. I don't know. Maybe you scared that you might get roasted. You got to go to work. You could have cancer. You wearing it for like a beauty, for beauty or for style. It's for numerous reasons. So somebody was like, "Oh, you trying to protect your hair? Make that make sense?" I said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Excuse my language. I said what I said. Yes, women do wear for protection.
I think
And
majority of the
wait,
time
and
they
then
wear it to
wait, and then
protect they.
I said, women are making money off of that. He said, well, no, you need to find another income. Wait a minute. It ain't just one way because you got the women over in the other countries making money off of it too when they shave their hair bald and they need that money.
Mm.
No, I'm looking at your face. That shit.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
I drifted
I'm
off.
just
I'm gonna
saying,
look.
like it could go both ways where they got the money, and then the person that's selling, that's receiving the hair is, buying it or whatever. They got their own little wig company, whatever you want to call it. I mean,
Do you feel like majority is wearing it for protection, or because they feel like that their weaving wigs is them?
you said they're wearing it for protection. What's the other reason?
Or do you think that they're wearing it because they feel like their wigs and weave is them?
I would say both.
What you think is the higher number though? So I ain't start hearing this protection thing until now. But
I would say okay. I would say them. I would say them because you notice that when women do put it on, they be like, "I'm a bad bee." Because you know what, my friend, I remember I was braiding my friend's hair because I used to go to school for, I was in school for cosmetology. She came over to my place and I was like, let's go up the street to go to the store. She would not leave with those cornrows in her hair because she was, I don't know if she was afraid, but I guess her hair makes her. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? She would not leave my place without having some type of hair on or something like that. And I was like, ain't nobody even looking for you. It's all in your head. Nobody's checking for you.
I only heard it used for
I don't know if
protection.
she felt like she was gonna get stoned or something like that if she went out with cornrows. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't know.
You know, reason why I don't be hearing a lot of the time, even though they say this protection thing. So now I heard it from two people now. So the reason why I never heard it because a lot of times, um, even when even how they even trade on the movies too, like or in general, they be like, "Oh, how do my hair look?" and something like that. They do it like this because
Yeah,
they really feel like their hair is them. I just got my hair did and all this stuff.
yeah,
And then
yeah,
another
yeah.
thing is like when they don't have their hair done or they don't got the weave in their hair. Oh, I'm bald. I'm I look like a hot mess or something like that. That don't sound like a
Yeah,
protection thing.
yeah,
That just sounds
yeah.
like a lack of a kind of what I say about a kind of a lack of confidence. That's what that sounds like because they really feel like their hair is them. I think that's just
You
something
know,
that that just got brought up and people is not being honest with.
no,
But
it's the
like
truth.
I said, I'm big on words.
That's
I'm
why
big
I
on
gave an
words of what's
abundance
saying.
of reasons because yeah, women do feel like it is them. But you know what? Growing up, my mom, she didn't wear weave like that. Like she would roll her real hair, and her hair was
So
really
did
thick and
Ripple.
pretty.
Hmm.
So, you know, she wore her hair in different hairstyles or whatever. So I saw that for myself. But then when you go around other mothers and your friend, you know, your friend mothers or whatever, you notice that they wear their weave all the time. And when I would come around with my natural hair, oh girl, when you go get something done to your hair? Why you wearing your hair like that? Why you worried?
Rebel. Yeah, like I said, it's a projection thing. Because like I said, we live. It has always been like this.
Yeah.
Even with the perms and stuff, like all this stuff, I be feeling like people ain't mess with their hair. Their hair be way longer than it is. You don't have to get these perms. I can understand
That's why
maybe
I
a
said
press or something like that, but I think people here will be way longer than that. But they just following everything, and they feel like whatever the societies is telling them this is supposed to be you or this is supposed to be protection or something like that's what they following, and they don't realize that your natural hair is the best thing that you can ever have. You know what I'm saying? But it's a
yeah.
brainwash thing that we really don't notice though. But it's like
So I got a question for you. So do you think women wear wigs to attract men?
um also, that I could say that plays a major part, no matter how we want to look at it. They could say it's for themselves, but then again, they still. I think because so many women, and I think women currency is attention. They just love attention and stuff. So and then
Yeah,
the
somebody
competition
just said.
against other women too, that make it even way worse. So it's like either between the competition
True.
of other women or how they going to try. I actually was going to have a live about that, but I'm trying to chill on the women and men stuff at least until next week or something like that. Because every night,
Okay.
I mean, it's no choice but to talk about it because the world is full of men and women. So how do that topic not get
Man,
talked
tell me
about?
about it. It's like I don't care how many times you pass, you know, the videos where people talk about men and women, it's like you can't really get away from it
Can't.
because that is the main like topic because it's
That
like we're
too in
not getting
relationships.
along, we don't see eye to eye. You know, people, it's like people want to be in relationships, people want to be married, but they're trying to figure out what's wrong, what's going on, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it
Exactly.
does need to be talked about, but at the same time, we're going around in circles.
We go in circles. And that's why it's
Yeah,
just all about trying to, and that's why, like I said, that's why every now and then, out of the blue, I will be talking about Kevin Samuels, right? Because it's
yeah,
like I'm big on trying to show people different perspectives and stuff. A lot of people just can't take it, and I'm not about to be with the people that can't take it because everybody want to listen to things just one way, and they want stuff to match their feel. As to why you ever notice that
yeah,
the panda rooms is the biggest rooms that you can have, the toxic rooms, because everybody got this stuff inside of us. All of us been hurt. You know what I'm saying? All of us
Hmm.
been hurt, but we want stuff that can relate with our feelings rather than change
Hmm.
ourselves. You know what I'm
I
saying?
had a man
It's
tell me,
so easy to not change yourself. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So let's go get to somebody that's gonna validate my feelings and tell me that I'm right. You know what I'm saying? But when I realized that I can make the biggest change and it's a whole less stress-free way when I actually be honest with myself and tell the truth instead of hiding myself, when I realized that, I'm like, hey, this is so smooth. And not the people that's struggling every day to work on their image rather than their character. That's the biggest problem they having right now. Because they all want to
hmm,
look good. I want to not get talked about by
hmm,
everybody else. When you stop caring about what everybody else thinking about you and live your life, that's where
like
your biggest confidence come from.
exactly like Eve said in her rap. She said some of y'all too. She said some of y'all too concerned with fashion and y'all ain't good with y'all writing. I know I probably
Man.
didn't say it right, but
That sounded like bars right now I'm talking to her, but wow. Eve gonna be tripping. She be tripping.
like you got you got another guest. Hello.
Raja,
Um,
what's the deal? Welcome to the live.
Hello. I actually seen this earlier. And I had a conversation about that. And it's basically like you said, it's a lot of people projecting on other people, and I don't think it's that they're looking for somebody to agree with them. I think they're looking for somebody to disagree with them, so then they have confirmation bias on why they think the way they think, and it is a lot easier for them to project their reality and say it's everybody else rather than going through the deep introspection and changing themselves, as you
What
said.
you talking in something? Your stuff sound weird in the mud. Sound like you. I'm about to say homo in it too. I was like, something sound weird about her. I was trying to make out what
Can
she was saying.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I don't know if it was like you was too close to the mic or too far from it, or you got a headset that you trying talking to. I don't know.
No, I might have had my finger over the mic or something like that. But I was just agreeing with what you said. I think that a lot of people go into these rooms looking for confirmation bias, and
Yeah.
so they don't want to do the introspection in order to heal themselves, and so they point the finger at everybody else. And then there's the gender wars that are going on when really it's everybody needs to hold themselves accountable in order to heal from these traumas that they're projecting onto others. And I
Hmm.
think that that's a big issue because every time you get into these conversations with people, it's a whole lot of, well, I went through this and I had this experience and I. And
Hmm.
that's not everybody's experience at the end of the day. People, I just had a conversation like, oh, black men don't like black women and they're going to others, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, that just isn't a part of my reality. And there were so many people in the comments saying, like, oh well, you're acting like your reality is the only reality. In my world it is. So with that being said, I can't experience from anybody else's perspective but my own. So how am I going to talk to anybody else's experience other than my own? That makes no sense. I can't sit here and tell you that your experience is wrong, but I also can't tell you that it's right from my perspective because I never went through that.
Hmm.
right.
Video on that. I be wondering, like even with that, right? How long did you stay in that room?
I scrolled. As soon as people start projecting and start pointing the finger and start making excuses for everything under the sun, I don't really have too much tolerance for it because it's not that you're not looking for a solution at that point. You just want
Right.
to invent. So it wasn't long. It wasn't long at all.
Hmm. Okay, because right, that's why I'm big on that. Like, if that ain't part of your lifestyle, or I never understood it either. Because I be seeing some people like, well, I'm not living this type of life, or something like that. Then they try to tell their point of view. But it's like I'm big on the Sometimes I don't know. In generalities, I guess that's even like can be from different point of views too. But I don't know. It's just how everybody feel like it. So I'm like, if I'm living life the best way I can, or living my best life. No, I can't say best life. I'm living decent life. I'm not stressing or something like that. It's like it'd be no point in me going in some rooms to convince them to think the way I think when I already know that they ain't live my type of truth or whatever. Because everybody, I guess they got all of us got our own truths or something like that. But I do feel like it's something we got a common ground on. So it's like it's no point of if a person not listening to me to even further it because there's no solution at the end because I can't really argue my point because it's up to a person to believe me or not. That just and that's
Right.
just a reality I had to learn. Like people can hear me all day, but they don't have to believe me. You know what I'm saying? All I'm do, all of what all of us can do really is just try our best to try to help one another. That's all I can see it as. But
And then if that person is not open for change, it's like you're wasting your time. That's why I be
yeah,
like, you know what, forget it. You're not
yeah,
even mature enough. There's no point.
yeah, that's what
Definitely.
it is.
Honestly, when I have certain conversations, sometimes it's just to bring a different perspective because there's a lot of people in the room that are in an echo chamber that are, reciting the same things over and over again, and then it becomes a collective mindset. It becomes
Hmm.
think is true. And I just go in there to kind of reassure some people like that doesn't have to be the case for everybody. And if you do the work and if you choose something different, then you can have something different. But again, I'm not gonna sow my seeds on infertile ground. So if it's really not getting it through to you, then I'm not gonna waste my time any further. But I think some things are need to be said just so that people can have that seed that's sown just in case.
And
Mm,
then on top of that, people should be very careful, like who they saying things in front of, because people would take that and run with that. And a lot of times, things that people say can be looked at as a spell. And all you got to do is say it one time, and they carrying that on and repeating it and applying it to their lives when they haven't even got the full story. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
So
some incidents I look at though. I don't even know what happened with your situation though, because I don't know the full story. But I did have people that I must speak back on like the generality thing because I'm big on that though, like statistics, all that, whatever. You know, anything that's
Mhm.
possibly can help us with our lives. So I know there's some people that come in lives and they tell like their way of living and stuff like it's gonna help with the rest of the people, which that can be dangerous, right? So I'm gonna use for example, right? That's why I'm so big on like the numbers, the big whatever the bigger numbers on majority rather than because a
Yeah,
lot of people like to throw they anecdotal stories in there and make it seem like this the way of living. And that's kind of dangerous because it don't work that way all the time. So it's like you got to go with what's most likely to happen or work. Or what's mostly
right.
likely the problem if you do this or whatever. So this another thing. So basically what I'm getting to is like it's like me doing this, right? Say if I had made two videos and get a million followers or something like that, and I tell everybody like, man, most of the time all you got to do is two videos or something like that. That's less likely to happen. So I can't give that type of advice and tell everybody that
Right.
make two videos and do it. They be sitting there looking stupid and just sitting there looking at like, well, I'm not got a million followers yet or something like that. So you got to tell the majority type. Like I said, that's
Yeah.
the only way we can really make things work in this world. Like if majority of stuff, like say for instance on this, then majority of relationships work better in say submission. Okay, we could since that's been going around like crazy in a traditional type marriages, so that worked majority. Minority works in modern type lifestyles or something like that. I would not mention minority situations, especially when everybody has been trying it, right? If they've been
Hmm.
trying modern ways and it's not working, it's like sometimes you got to make a change in your life and let me try something different. Because the majority of the time, if this worked, that means I have to try to fix my life to live in a majority type way. So
Hmm.
it's like even with some of them stories, it's like I mean not stories, but if you tell your anecdotal experience and stuff it's like you got to look at it and be fair. Like, okay, is this less likely to happen or more likely to happen? You know what I'm saying? It's like we got to
Right.
really waver the numbers on that.
And then on top of that, I mean, it's like you could that could have happened to you where you got success at putting two videos out, but you can be a really good talker, right? And then on
Yep.
top of that, you know how to make good titles, so you're good at that.
Mm-hmm.
And you I don't know, maybe you've been practicing with words and stuff like that. So, that could be the point, but a lot of times people don't give all those details. They just say, "Oh, just put out two videos," and people do that.
Right.
And then they're sitting here waiting, but it could have been a time frame that you needed to put those two videos out. It could have been on a Friday where everybody get paid or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Just like how Kevin Samuel had did it. You mentioned yesterday where you said first he started off with the guys, then
Mm-hmm.
he came over with the women. So it's like to me, what I thought it's like he was testing it out, right? Where he can make other content off of just those two titles. You know what I'm saying? Because you got different people coming in with different stories, and
Mm-hmm.
you can be like, okay, well, next time I'm gonna talk about baby mamas or something like that, or you can make a lot off of those two little videos. Just, you get what I'm saying. But
Mm-hmm.
you
You
have
want
to
to
be
know? You want to know why
specific.
I
You
mentioned
have to
that?
be specific.
Yeah. You know why I mentioned that? and I don't know if women actually notice this then, um, because it's like I don't think, and that's why he probably popped up so heavy is because I don't think they notice that women has the option to be held accountable or not in the world, and men don't. Because like automatically, I don't know if y'all lived in this one area where they had the believe all women area, right? Something like that. And I even grew up, thinking that I always thought women was innocent. I thought, especially when it come to moms, right?
Me
We
too, to
never
a
thought our
certain
mama could
point.
do any wrong, huh?
Right. I said, yeah, me too. So I got to a certain point.
Yep. So even when I got old, I'm like, dang, what the heck? Women can be a because everybody and everybody's scared to talk about it because nobody don't want to say that
Hmm.
because we always want to think the
Hmm.
best. And every time we think about a woman being held accountable, I understand why a lot of people still think this way. Nobody don't want to think their mama was not innocent. You know what I'm saying? Mama raised most
Hmm.
of us. And we'll do anything for her mama, but sure, mama can do wrong. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
So it's like it
yeah.
made me realize that and I look at things from two sides instead of one side. Cause like, as soon as we can say, like, say if this, oh man, I was in a domestic violence relationship, something like that, right? All they do
Hmm.
is, if you will ever notice it, a person they say they one side and never say what they did to contribute to it. They made it seem like that, and somehow always be the man all the time. I'm like, something just don't be adding up. Something never add up.
Exactly.
They never say how they be
So
running their mouth, and they don't ever say none of that. They live out all this stuff like they was innocent, and then that's why I realized, and that's why I started siding more with Kevin Samuels. Like, no, this is another side I've never seen before. So like, what the heck? Women can be held accountable. So
you know, but
that's
I
the reason
noticed
why.
that women can be very, very like sensitive. Like I said, I can be sensitive too, but
Yeah.
sometimes it ain't that serious. And then sometimes they be thinking too deep into it. Like
Hmm.
I mentioned, I said, okay, so I saw a video, right? And it was about black women. And the
Hmm.
black woman was putting a perm into a black girl hair, and I read the comments and I came in with my little input. And the girl hair was falling out, right? With the
Hmm.
perm. And she said, well, she did tell her that the perm expired. I said, sometimes black women can be hard headed. Oh my God. Why did I say that? That
Uh-oh.
created a hell. They was like, oh, you little coward and this and that, and you need to watch your mouth and blah, blah, blah. I said, listen here, I could be hard headed. My mama was hard headed. My grandma was hard headed. Like, I'm
Hmm.
not saying that I'm not hard headed, but
Hmm.
you're standing here asking people for help. And then you have to evaluate yourself and say, okay, was I being hard headed? Yeah. Like, just be real with yourself. Why you lying? And why you trying to attack me? Shit.
I wanted to tie that back into the points that are on the screen because you had said something like your anecdotal experiences have to outweigh basically the majority of what's in the group. And I'm very realistic when it comes to life aspects and situations and things like that. But that's because I started off like no, bullet point number one started out says I started off very pessimistic in life because I had the experiences that I had, and then I grew into optimism. And so
Hmm.
when I tell people about my experiences, it's coming from a place of like, hey, I've been through the trenches. I've been through, the point where I feel pessimistic and I feel like this is what's happening. I had that confirmation bias. I had that, deep rooted ideology about certain things. And then once that light clicked or once that switch turned, and I was like, I can think about this in a different way. I can get different perspectives and I can, change and educate myself on certain things. Then I became optimistic on what
Hmm.
what my life could be and how I could see things. So I think that a lot of people are still in that pessimistic phase where I've had this experience, this is what I know to be true, this is how I'm feeling, this is why I think this, rather than flipping that switch and being like, well, maybe I should listen to the opposite. Maybe I should try and go and do something different and then I'll get different results. I think a lot of people keep going through the same cycle of what they've already been through, and then that's why they have these experiences, because you keep telling yourself that these are the experiences that you're going to have.
I would say that I would say that I started off as being optimistic because once I see that I was really good at a lot of things. No, I would say this. When I started working at 16 and then I didn't have a lot of friends to hang out with, and I started doing things like, independently. I was like, oh, I can do this. So it built up my confidence. And then it's like whenever I would go towards something, it turned out to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I meet people, and then I try to tell people, oh man, you should be open minded. You should be a little more optimistic. And they'd be like, I had a friend that tell me, no, I usually approach things like negative, and then I turn around and look at it as a positive. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
huh? Like, you're going to be hard to crack. You know what I'm saying? So it's like whenever I was giving her information, because when I was doing a lot of studying, it was kind of hard to like persuade her because she was thinking negative. I said, listen here. I said, they lied to us. They make these laws up. I said, this shit is not true. So just know that. And it was kind of hard to kind of like persuade her because she was thinking of it as negative because that's how her mom taught her to think that way.
Mm-hmm.
Because she wanted her to have a backup plan.
It's crazy how, like, once you get that, I mean, you said you already had the optimistic outlook, but
Yeah.
coming from being a pessimist and then now being optimistic about certain things, it is so annoying hearing negative comments about stuff like
Swear.
constantly. I'm
I
like,
know,
bro,
Swear.
right?
literally all you have to
And it's
do
hard
is
to go
not do
back
that.
too.
It really
Yeah,
is.
it is.
I be trying to
Like,
tell. That's what I be trying to say. Like, though, once you done grew and went through the healing process and start looking at the good and the bad, it's hard to go back. It's like tricking yourself or lying to yourself. You can't even do it because you already got in your mind that, hey, either
yeah,
if this don't work, it's something better in my future, or if this don't work out, it wasn't meant. It's just the way of thinking. Like, you can't think. It's no turning back around from that point. You can't sit
my
here and all of
mom,
a sudden be like, they ain't got drunk this beer. I might end up unaliving or so. You live a
you know
life like
what,
it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. It's no
exactly.
turning back.
My mom, I used to always listen to my mom advice. And she used to say, if you can drive a car, you can drive anything, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I jumped up and I went for truck driving training. I'm talking about semi truck driving training. Oh, you can't drive that truck. You about to go drive that. You a girl. You don't know how to drive. Man, I was gripping that truck like I've been driving for a while. And my mom was like my biggest cheerleader. It's like it just took that one time, her telling me, hey, you can drive anything, which was true. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Some people were raised differently, but like I said, it only just take me one time, and I'm like, I got this.
Mm-hmm.
Fun, but I'm
AJ, come on up in the box. You have a lot, and I'm glad. I came ready this time. I did a lot of research. I told you.
I'm
You
definitely
said you called
realistic.
it being realistic. I found out some stuff. It's like, no.
You made a good
Actually, this
point.
this
You said
this
you can
topic
be
was actually for my little head AJ that's coming in the box now because we
Okay,
was talking about this
here
one
we
weekend.
go. Like,
hello.
look. At first, I thought you was running away from the fight. This is supposed to
No,
be
no,
a
no. I was gonna
conversation
bring it.
that
I
was supposed to
forgot.
happen last Wednesday. But
I
then,
know you
I
right. I did
changed
tell you I was gonna
topics
do
4 times, and I was like, oh, he don't want to come with it.
it.
Okay,
And hey,
Chucky.
look, I'm so glad you said that
Stop
word
fighting.
realistic. Like I said, I did my research and I found out that you can be, and which I figured it was that you could be an I'm saying it wrong. It sounds weird. Optimistic, realistic person. You can be that, or you could be optimistic, ideologist. So you could be a mixture of those two. And you remember
They
I was telling you that
said
day
it was a
that,
spectrum.
huh?
They said it was a spectrum, but okay.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why I was saying when somebody was saying that realism, right? Remember you said realism was the middle ground, and I'm like, how can it be the middle ground? You know what I'm saying? If it's a whole different type of situation. And then, like I was saying, if we was playing the comparison, I would have said ideology and let me look this stuff. I might be saying the words wrong, but when I looked that up, those are the ones that comparable because I was like, you can only be one of the two. You can either be optimistic or pessimistic. It's really no middle ground to that. It's either you look at the good and the bad or the bad and the good. It's one of the two, or the half empty, the half full. But let me see. I'm gonna make sure I'm saying the words right. Optimistic. I know. Let's see. Realist. Is it realist?
I'm confused.
Realist. So and that's why I was saying it sounded weird because I was like, you could be a realist in a pessimistic way, or you could be a realist in an optimistic way. It's like it's just really your choice of how you want to do it because you could be real and still look at it in a positive way or a negative way.
A pessimistic I'm an optimistic realist. So with that being said, I
Yeah, there
feel
you go. Optimism, really. You said it right. That's all I was trying to
I
think of the word.
I look at the realism of a situation and I understand that there can be negative aspects to it, but then I choose to see the optimistic point of it.
Thanks.
Whereas before I could see the real aspects of a situation and then choose to see the negative aspects of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that like I try to keep things to myself because if you tell certain things to negative people, then that's going to be embedded in your head. And then it's like it's going to change, right? To maybe a negative. But it was at a
Mm.
positive until you told this one person and you like, oh man, they were right. Or was they right? And you're like, damn, I should never told them. Because it's like
Well, it
now you
depends
thinking
on
that
your
way.
stance. It depends on your stance. If you really deeply into what you believe in, I don't think somebody can shake you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was meaning. Like once you get so, because like I said, by me
It all
just doing so much
depends.
work with myself, once I done got so deep in the situation, it's not a person that can shake me to think the opposite way. It's just I don't know.
Yeah,
It's weird because like even either way, if it don't work the way I wanted to work, I just look at it like, well, it wasn't meant. That's my way of living. I literally say what's meant is meant and what's not is not. I just came to realization. Like I know we like to say realism that it is what it is, and if I can't control it,
yeah.
it's no point of complaining about it. That's my way of living for real. You know what I'm saying? But that's real at the same time.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's a what if.
I'm still going to say it's completely subjective based on the situation. Will
Yeah.
dictate whether or not I'm going to be, I guess, an optimistic realist or a pessimistic one. It just depends on the situation. I think when you heal, there's a difference between being cynical and being pessimistic for abs fucking sure, right? But it also depends on where that person is. A lot of the time, what we take as negative or being pessimistic, I like to sit there and actually go a little further. So when I'm listening to somebody talk, if they're busy blaming other people for why something went wrong, that tells me a lot about that person, right? Because when you get to a certain level of healed, you're no longer playing blame on other people. You're more or less just disappointed at the actual situation, the actual events. That's just me. But to me, that's just, how it works. But yeah, of course, I'm always going to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That's just what it is. Definitely agree with that take. I definitely, there's some situations that it's very hard to see the good outcome possibly come from that, but I'm gonna keep hope alive.
Yeah, that's what I live it. Yeah,
Right.
I'm always gonna keep the hope alive. Not that I'm just my mind to that. I'm always gonna do that. And
And
like I said, but if it don't work, what I'm saying, I'm always gonna be like, well, it wasn't meant. I'm quick to brush it off with it. It don't meant. You can't be wrong with that.
right.
It
And
just
you know
wasn't
what?
meant. I would rather
As
not
I
look
get
at the
older,
worst.
I look at timing. I be like, oh, okay, it's just the timing, or maybe I need more information. That's how I'm looking at things. So
Yeah,
it's like I'm not talking myself out of it. I'm not being negative. I'm just like, okay, I
thanks.
just need more time on this. And then it's
Thanks.
like people don't understand that. And it's like when you try to explain it, they be like, what you mean you waiting on something? I just said that I have this spiritual barrier up right now. God ain't let me move. It ain't nothing I could do about it. The
Right.
end.
I don't believe it. Look, I don't believe in mistakes. I don't believe in stuff like that. I just don't believe in mistakes in general because I look at it like, shoot, if we looked at the case, and I use this all the time, like, shoot, we could have been caught a mistake when our parents had us, right? But it's obvious that we was
Right,
meant to be here. You know what I'm saying? We was
right.
meant to be here. So it's really no such thing as a mistake. I think that everything in our life is predestined. It is what it is because we don't understand the way of life, how it is. Life itself is a mystery already, anyways. A lot of stuff is just not meant for us to know in our life. We just humans. And like something created us. So whatever created us know more about our life than we know about our life.
Yeah.
I like to call him
I
God, but
was
I'm just saying that. But it's like it's
I'm
only so much. Like so we can only. What was I getting to about that?
gonna play devil's advocate on that one, Kev.
Huh?
I said, "Oh, I'm gonna play devil's advocate like a motherfucker on what the hell you just said."
Was the
So if we only predestined, then at the end of the day, we can't change whether we're pessimistic or optimistic because we are who we are. So if I was born pessimistic, how can I change to being optimistic
that don't mean
if
you have
everything's
control of your
predestined?
life. I'm just saying what I mean by predestined is like our choices, no matter what we make, it's like it's already I believe in nothing new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we can
right.
shock our maker. stuff like that. When we think, even though we might have full control, but it's already been, it's already been known already that we was gonna make these choices, or whatever. That's what I just believe in. I don't. Everybody don't have to believe it, but that's what I believe in.
Somebody in the comments just said we take a turn. I do believe that we do take a turn. You lose, you win some. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to always be the same all the time because
Yeah,
it's something that you learn each and every time you experience a win or a loss.
yeah, all the time. Exactly. It's
There's
all.
always
I mean,
something to learn.
I
I
feel
like
like
Tax's take on it. I like, and like I said, being a pessimist before, she would have annoyed the shit out of me. Like everything that she's saying is completely right. As far as being optimistic and being like that type of person that is really striving for better and striving for hope. I
right.
really think that is the mindset that you should have. Not that, like she said, you're always gonna. It's life. You're gonna take some losses and you're gonna take a few wins.
Exactly.
But she would have made me mad. She would have made me mad if I was still in the place I was at.
No, my,
Because
my, my
it help
mom
you
used to
push
make
too
me
with that
mad
mentality.
because
It help you push.
she was always straddling both sides of the fence. It's like she would give us confidence, but then she'd be lacking in it and it pissed me off. I'm like, how you gonna be teaching this, but you're not doing it?
I guess you can be pessimistic and optimistic at the same time. You can give some optimistic advice and then be pessimistic at the same time. I guess that's
Yeah,
possible.
it was crazy because it's like just knowing my mom, it's like I expected more from her because of what she taught us. So I expected her to be great. And she wasn't doing it. It's just like she just kind of gave up. You know how certain generations feel
Hmm.
like, oh, I just reached this point, I'm not even gonna try no more. I'm like,
Right.
what?
That's another thing, right? If you got that give up mentality, I be feeling like an optimistic person push through that situation. Because like they feel like a pessimistic person feel like them the ones that's more likely to give up anyways. Like, dang, I done made it here. This ain't work out for me. I can't believe this. So this probably wasn't. I mean, they stuff like that or whatever. But I think an
Yeah,
optimistic person, them the ones that gonna stay pushing through. Like, all right, so if it ain't work this way, I'm gonna try it another way. You know what I'm saying? Even if they do like want to try something different, or they be like, either they're gonna live with the okay, this just ain't meant. I'm gonna try something different or something like that. But they're not gonna stop their grind no matter what because they don't. It's not a give up in their bone. You know what I'm saying? It's like
yeah.
either I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna do something else or whatever. It's not no. Ah man, I can't believe this. If I would have did this, like I used to think like that. Like, dang man, this probably was the girl for me, or this probably was the job. Why did I? I don't think like that no more. You know what I'm saying? I always look at it like, shoot, it's something better in my future. You know what I'm saying? This
I've
wasn't the
noticed
job for me or something like that.
I've noticed one. I mean, because at one point I had lost my home, and I was like, okay, it's only just me. I'm like, ain't nobody helping, and I was like, okay, you got to stay positive despite the circumstances. And as long as I
Gotta
stayed
stay
positive,
positive.
God kept blessing me with more and more stuff, and I got out of my funk real fast.
Can't push with negative. I see what that comment she put down. Ain't no way you could push with a negative mentality.
Yeah, but I know my situation would have definitely would have been harder for other people because a lot of people couldn't even endure what I had to endure for the last 3 years. You know.
That's
You
another
get
sad thing. People really do just give up. Like there isn't anything else for them, and you see that a lot in this world today.
right.
Like in the older generations and then also in the newer generations too because they've looked up to the older generations for so long and they see the fruits of their so-called labor and see their attitudes and then they're like why should I even try and it's
Hmm.
really
Yeah.
sad to see like I just had this conversation with somebody but I feel like the stuff that we're doing right now is not for the past generations it's for the generations coming so if you have the
Facts.
Exactly.
mindset
Facts.
to do better, then they
Exactly.
can have the outlook to be able to do better. And then you can be that guiding force to be like, hey, I understand that life is hard. I understand that, we are going through something, but you can do it. Just be like I'm doing it. So
Hmm.
it's not, and that's not even just to say that you're somewhere spectacular but me personally like I'm still going through life and going through the motions but I've been a guiding force for the people coming up under me that literally didn't have anybody to look up to just like I didn't and I'm like I was sad because I didn't have nobody to look up to and now I'm
Yeah.
somebody that somebody can look up to.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I
I
wanted to
always say
ask
our
the
life is not only.
person in the comments. She said false. I'm trying to figure out what she's saying that it was false that
She
because
was
I stayed
saying because she
positive.
was she was responding to me saying that
Oh,
you could push forward with a negative mentality, and I highly disagree with that though, because you gotta we're optimistic, right? That's called usually have a hope type mentality. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
With the pessimistic mentality, you think of the worst, so it's like it's more of a give up mentality too. So it's no way you can have, because you gotta have some type of hope to push forward. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So that's like the whole opposite. So I wouldn't believe that you can push with a negative mentality.
I think at
Uh,
one point when I kept thinking positive, I was finding money like every day.
Yeah.
It was like money was just coming out of nowhere and it wasn't there before. And I said, wow, I said that never happened to me before. I was like, I don't
Mhm.
know what I done turned on, within myself, but I was attracting a lot of good things.
Mhm.
um, I'm gonna let AJ go.
Oh no, go ahead, sorry.
My push through to re- hobo is basically like I thought I was gonna die young, or I thought I was gonna crash out young. Like I really had the mentality that I wasn't gonna be here. So I'm like, I'm gonna do everything under the sun before it's my time, because I know I know for there is gonna be whatever I do or whatever happens to me. And then that didn't happen, and now I'm in a position of like, okay, so what next? So that was kind of it wasn't about hope, it was more like driving force, like kind of like the 27 club. Like I kind of had a goal. It was that was the driving force. It wasn't really hope, but it was like a deadline.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I can honestly say, I mean, I've been in both places. But again, that's why I said it's definitely subjective depending on the situation. We can come up with a million scenarios that only just push for only optimistic thinking or just pessimistic thinking. But when we think about real life, we really either going to go one of those two ways. There's certain things that I could be considered pessimistic because I'm not going to waste my time putting energy into, because it's pointless. I have no hope in that situation. Nothing's going to change. It is going to be BS from start to finish. I'm not going to waste my time. Could that be seen as a pessimistic mindset? Absolutely. But
So
again, I'm
why,
protecting
like I
my
said, I'm big
peace.
on wording. So why you don't say that? Hey, they gonna learn when they learn, or I planted a seed in them instead of saying, man, they gonna whatever. That's not them or something like that. Like I said, I'm
Because
big
at
on
the end of
wording.
the day, it has nothing to do with wording. It has everything to do
Mm,
with the situation.
okay.
So if I'm in a situation where somebody wants to, I don't know, randomly walk up to me and cuss me the F out for no damn reason because they're having a bad day, why would I even bother engaging in that situation?
You don't have to,
Exactly. I don't have to, and
but
I'm
that
not
don't make
going
you
to.
pessimistic because you didn't engage into it. You just look at it like,
But if
shoot,
I'm
maybe they was having a
explaining why
bad
I
day. You know,
didn't,
you
but
look
if
at
I'm
it.
explaining, but I just explained why I'm not engaging.
Yeah,
How is that not pessimistic? I have no hope in fruitfulness that's going to come out of that situation. That is a very
but
pessimistic way of
but
looking at
that's
it.
when you look at it. It
Again,
could have been worse. I'm glad this
it
person
depends.
ain't hurt me
It
or something like
depends.
that.
It depends on the
So
situation, Kev. It's
okay.
situational based.
I know it sounds hard, but it's not. You really can look at the
It's
good and
not.
all
It is
bad. You can look
situational
at the good
based.
and all bad. It's not that,
What's the good?
huh?
What's the good in that situation if I'm
I
walking away
wanted
What's
from
the
it?
to
good? Because it could have been worse. What's the good that they could have been tripped, or that you know what I'm saying? It's always a way you can look at good and bad. That's optimistic thinking. That's all that is.
But again, why am I going to waste my time even thinking about that if I already know the situation is shit?
That's and that okay. Well, that's
okay.
the way
I
you
have
want
to
it. That's
kind
what I
of
said.
have
That's
a
what you choose to think. But me being optimistic, I'd rather be like, hey, there's a crazy dude that walked up to me. I'm thankful that I'm not like that, or whatever. It's something you could think about though. It's just like I said, all it is your way of thinking, looking at the good and the bad. That's all it is.
I have a
You don't have to
situation
look at
kind
it
of
in a
like
negative
that
way all the
though.
time.
So like I have a situation that's kind of like that. Like there's a situation with somebody, and I know that their situation is shit. I know it's screwed up from start to finish. You know what I'm saying? Like I know this for a fact that, and it is something that I really do not have the energy or the space for, and I will not spend my energy or time, even bringing that into my realm. But at the same time, I still have hope that they'll get it together at some point.
Facts. Facts. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm. But what I'm talking about is that when we're sitting here having these conversations, speaking about hypotheticals, we can change the variables. I'm talking about when you're sitting there in the moment, right? I'm gonna sit there and say, yeah, for the most part, I'm always gonna try to have the. I hope that they get to the conclusion at some point. But if I'm being 100% honest with myself, I don't always do that. Sometimes I'm just like, I cannot be bothered with this situation. There's no point, and I walk away and go do something else.
Okay.
If I'm being 100% honest, just saying.
I feel you. Tony, man, the bird is in the building. What you doing up there, man? What the heck?
I have no idea.
Tony, you there? Nigga that came in the dude that came in here in the box, sleep. Let me think positive real quick. He just wasn't ready.
Because I definitely in the moment of the situation, I definitely turn a blind eye. Like I'll just completely shut it out. I'll blank out the entire situation, and I'm not even gonna deal with it. I'm not gonna think about it, because if I think about it, then I'm gonna go towards pessimism. I'm gonna go towards, I just have all these negative thoughts about this, and I'll have all these opinions that I really deeply feel about, and then it's gonna be a bad situation. So I just kind of cut it out completely.
Even with emotional control, that helped their emotional control too. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, and that's why I be saying, like, even though we have times we might snap, that's no different from that, right? I could be like, dang, I know I'm gonna snap or something like that, but I'd rather not look at it that way. I look at it that, you know what, I'm strong enough, and I'm gonna try to avoid whatever situation, and if it happened, you know what I'm saying, I'm just gonna try to learn and make sure that that person, just like I was talking about earlier, I make sure that person ain't got control of my emotions and stuff. That's something I gotta work harder
I
on.
just got
You know, that's how I look at it. But of course, life gonna be life. That's the realistic part about it.
to the house, got off work.
Do it. Your stuff muted and I can hear you.
Yo, this shit is literally, I don't
There
know
you
what the
go.
hell is going on right now. I said that literally like 2 minutes ago. Chilling. How y'all doing?
I hear his voice twice. That was scary. He said, that was some scary stuff.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's not. I'm not gonna sit there and say, "Oh yeah, just always be pessimistic." I'm just saying there are good things that come out of both, but it's going to be situational based. We can sit here talk about the hypotheticals, and in hypothetical realms, yes, optimistic, or we can always look pessimistic. But when real life, you're sitting there facing it, it's going to be situational based. That's every single one of us. Everybody does that.
I feel you.
Oh,
Like I said when I was mentioning to you before, it's just about striving to it. Of course, it's hard to be optimistic, right? Especially depending on the your timing and the place you at or whatever. But like I said, it's best to at least come with an optimistic outcome or whatever the outcome is. You might not be optimistic when things go down and you in the negative and you heated moment or something like that, right? I don't think
Yeah,
it kind
but
of
most
worked like
people are
that.
gonna hope
But
for
when
the
you have the
best and
time to
prepare
think,
for the worst.
huh?
They're always gonna hope. You should always hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That's anybody.
No, I was just talking about at the end of the day, the outcome. Like I was mentioning before, the outcome you should still have an optimistic, or if you choose to, right? I choose to have an optimistic mentality about it. Like even if I get into a fight, or argument, or something like that, I still want to look at it like, all right, maybe this had to happen for us to get somewhere or go a different route on something. Or maybe that, both of us learned the lesson out of it. No different from a debate. You know what I'm saying? Nobody thinking about let's be positive during the whole debate. Some of the times it's just like you could try your best, but at the end of the day, instead of thinking about the worst, like this motherfucker, he might not do it. I look at it like, well, I hope that they got something out of it. If they didn't, I'm gonna just pray on it or something like that. Something like, that's my way of thinking and stuff. So it's like it's always about the outcome, even though you might not have a pessimistic uh uh living, or I mean what is it, back and whatever the action during it, but you can have a pessimistic way of thinking about the outcome of what happened bad. You know what I'm saying? It's all about just looking at the good and the bad. That's all it is. Bad gonna happen still, but it's just looking at the good and the bad. That's all it is.
I give myself a time. basically. Like, so like if I'm going through something, and it's not to say like I rush my healing or I rush my experience, but like if I'm going through something and I just have all these negative emotions and negative thoughts about something, I'm not gonna negate my feelings about that situation. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, it's light and love and it's rainbow is great, and I'm just gonna be in this delusional mindset. It's like feelings, and I'm gonna be real with myself, and I'm gonna be real with the situation. But after I get feeling those feelings, I'm gonna then think about the result, or I'm gonna think about how I can get to the solution of this problem, or how I'm gonna get to the best possible outcome for myself.
Facts. Facts. That's how it is. But
Well, it's like I want to tell a story, but I'm not quite sure if you guys will understand where I'm coming from.
see, that was
But
being pessimistic right there.
I know, right?
That
I know,
quick,
I
you just
know.
did that abstract. But I don't think y'all gonna
Well,
understand.
um, I've been doing my research on a lot of stuff. That's why I call myself Tax Pearl or whatever, right? I know you
Mhm.
guys remember the show 227 and the lady that used to sit in the window, Pearl. So I call myself Tax Pearl because I'm nosy when it comes to information. So, anyways, that goes into the story I'm about to tell. So, anyways, I used to drive for Uber. And then sometimes I would be out like early in the morning, like 3, 4 in the morning. So, it's still dark at this time. So I'm sitting in the parking lot of a Kroger or something like that. And next thing I know, this police officer pulls up and I'm nervous, right? I'm like, oh shit, I know I didn't do nothing wrong. So he comes up to the car and he said, oh, what are you doing out here so early? And I'm like, oh, I'm just chilling, I'm waiting for my shift to start. And he was like, all right. And then he walked off and he even closed my door. I was not expecting that. And he was a white cop. Like I was not expecting that. He was like, you know what? I never seen anybody in this area because I usually work this shift. I'm like, oh wow. So then I would say maybe a week or 2 weeks later, my car ended up getting repossessed, whatever, right? So the tow truck guy pulls up and he was like, well, this is private property. I said, yeah, it is. And he said, well, do I need to call the police? So, as a black woman, what do you think? You think the worst. So I'm like, well, oh shit, I don't want him to call the police. And then what if the police is not on my side? But then when I thought about it, I said, what if that police officer that came and introduced himself that morning, because it was around that time, what if that same police officer that had that same, courtesy and was nice to me and respectful, what if he would have pulled up?
Mhm.
That could have been a good situation for me, but I freaked out. And I have found out later on that, when they do come take your car, that's considered as the involuntary, was not voluntary. So if I felt like if I would have made a police report, that would have showed that I was not like volunteering my property because it was already paid for. That's why I said I didn't know if you guys were going to understand what I was saying, but due to my research, I found that out. And I
Hmm.
had called down to the police station because I wanted to know what they were going to say. And I was like, hey, I wanted to make a police report. And she told me that I had a year to do it. So, yeah, that was one situation where I was pessimistic and I was nervous because, being a black person, you hear all these stories, but you didn't do anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? But they got laws put in place and it does put fear in you where you're like, okay, I'm not going to win this argument, but I could have because I felt like he had gave me details that morning about who he was, the location and what time his shift started. And again, that day that my car was getting taken was the time that I met that police officer. That's
Mhm.
all I wanted to say.
So
So
I can.
sometimes negative situations can be a positive, or it can turn into a positive, I guess.
Hmm. Well, I get
That
you. I
could,
think I get you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yep, I get you though.
yeah. So that's
I
why I
feel
had to
you.
give the whole story so you guys can see why I was nervous and why then I thought that it could have been a positive situation. You know what I'm saying? But we
Yeah.
don't. But again, when you don't understand business and you think that, oh man, they got these laws already put in place, I already lost.
Mhm.
I was at that point at one time, and then I was just like, no, I'm gonna keep going, and it worked out for me because I kept going despite what they say and what the laws are because they don't even go by the laws.
Mhm. So I can. I'm thinking about this now. So I can get probably what AJ might have meant though. Um,
Hmm.
I could feel like at the moment sometimes, and I was thinking about that at the moment or the what's the thing I'm trying to think during the what's the freak is the word I'm trying to use like the I'm trying to call it action, but during a scene. So say during a scene or whatever that's happening in your life, I can understand you could be optimistic. Why I mean pessimistic during the scenario, or whatever. Especially if like a cop pull you over, you thinking the worst. So I can
Yeah,
understand that. But
yeah,
what I mean is like I look at optimistic as the so I guess you could be pessimistic during the situation like because like it's an automatic fear or something that jumps aside
yeah.
you automatic. So it's like sometimes you just can't control it. That's why I be saying like we can be naturally pessimistic though. But I think striving or you trying to look at things even through there, right? I think the
Uh-huh.
end results when you don't have no control and whatever the outcome happen, that's why I say the outcome. You should if you strive if you look at it in a optimistic way, that's how I feel like that's what's more that matters. Because even if
Mhm.
you go through the worst and then the worst don't happen or whatever, and you still can look at it like, you know what, I'm glad that I made it through this or whatever, or I hope that whatever. I think it's more about the outcome because I can get
Yeah.
why in the middle of it you could have pessimistic thing because it's just automatic.
Yeah.
It's a defense mechanism. You know what I'm saying? So
And
I can
again,
get in a way what she might mean.
I'm not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. I don't have none of that. I probably got a
Mhm.
ticket here and there. That's the most. But at the
Yeah,
same time, when you think about everybody experiencing it, it just creeps on you. It just comes up on you at one time. You're like, oh man, what he about to say? What he about to do?
I definitely that story because I've only been pulled over driving once, and that was my first time. And I had like five police cars behind me. I drive
Wow.
car, and I didn't know like at the time I had just moved to the south, so I didn't know constables could pull me over, and so
Hmm.
I drive, and I'm like, what is this person doing? And so they called him back up and all this other stuff, and I was pessimistic. And I, honestly, every time I'm pulled over, I'm a little pessimistic because
I
of
can understand that.
situations. But I know that I'm blessed and highly favored. So I've never had
Right.
a ticket. I've never had like any of those situations happen to me, even being pulled over. Like the last time my husband and I were pulled over, the cop had pulled him over, and I'm like, he looked like he's gonna be, this, that, and the third, and he ended up just letting us go because I'm like, I know we don't have any records. I know we're legal gun owners and everything, so we had guns in the car and everything. And I'm like,
Wow.
this situation could definitely go horribly wrong. And I'm like, but at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? I'm blessed. I know that it's not gonna go wrong because it just won't go
Right.
wrong. Like that's just the
Right.
mindset that I have.
I
Yeah,
try to think
that's
like that too.
facts.
But like, yeah, I am blessed and highly favored. So let me not think the other way. It's
Exactly.
not that
That's
serious.
something.
Just be calm. And then like I had got a ticket going to my first time going to Florida. I never been down south and I was like, let me just do something spontaneous. I drove down there on my way back, driving through Georgia, I got a ticket. And I was calm. And I said, well, I don't understand why people be freaking out because the information that I've learned, it's just pretty much business. But people look at it as like, oh my God, I don't want this ticket. But if you really do your research, you can get a lot of money back. It's, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say for right now. But that's how I'm looking at it. So it's like, okay, it's not that serious. But some people be like, oh my God, I don't want no ticket. And this mother effer pulled me over and it wasn't that serious and this and that. But then at the same time, I be want to shake the officer hand and be like, nice doing business with you. Because that's all it is. I'm about to get money
Mhm.
off of you. I'm about to make money off this court. Like, we about to get it popping.
Yeah, my stuff. It's my mentality done got so set up like that way because even like a recent incident. Even though I don't know if I'm gonna get my money or not, but it's just like I look at it this way. Because I kind of got short on my check. Like I feel like at least $100 I got short on my check, and
Mhm.
I just look at it like because I know how my boss is. He just be I don't know. I'm like, I feel like I ain't gonna get that money back. So I just look at
Yeah.
it like, man, if I do or don't get that money back, I guess it was my fault because I clocked out and didn't double check it, and now I put myself in this predicament. So I just look at it like, sure, maybe it was a lesson for me to learn. This how I look in a optimistic way. Like, well, maybe it was a lesson for me to learn, and if it come, it's gonna come. Just like when I lost my page on Facebook when I was over there building it up and all that stuff, it somehow either got hacked or I don't know what happened, or I lost the
Wow.
page, it got banned. I'm like, well, I was mad at first, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe, and that's why I started doing more lives now. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, maybe it's something else I'm supposed to do in my life. So that's how I start looking at things.
Right.
That's what made me become more optimistic. Is like maybe that's how I think. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just can't really turn back
Yeah,
from that
I had
now.
to I had to tell myself because my friend, she talks about it all the time. She like, why do God gives us the hard task? I said, well, if you're a leader or you a teacher, he's going to show you multiple ways. He's not going to show
Hmm.
you one way because guess what? The enemy is going to come at you multiple ways. So you're going to
Exactly.
no, you're gonna need to know how to tackle these things. So I have to talk to myself like that so I won't get mad and be like, oh my God, everybody else has it easy and why I
Facts.
gotta have it this hard. But then I thank God. I say, you know what, thank you for that experience. Because like
Hmm.
they say, you don't want to just learn how to just count money on a register. You want to learn how to do it the manual way too. And I feel like, and I apply that to other areas too. You don't want to just know one way. And I was just talking to somebody. I say, it's 100 ways to skin a cat. Like they talk
Hmm.
about how, the people that are above us, the people I'm talking about, it's like they try to like oppress us or whatever, but at the same time, we still learn from our adversities and things like that. They think that they really doing something, but we really learning. We learn in multiple ways. They learn it
Hmm.
probably just one way.
Hmm.
And they really do think they doing something by cheating you or stopping you. But we're actually learning something from that.
I like that take that you had said because one of my favorite quotes that have been floating around or what was that they got their blessing instantly because it was a microwavable blessing, whereas you're in a
Yes.
something
Yes,
special
it's you
going
know
on.
what? And then another way I look at it, it's like even though they are first and we're behind them watching, and as we're watching, we're learning different ways too. They think we're not paying attention, but we are. We can't help but to pay attention because it's going to be our turn. And when it's our turn, it's a wrap.
I'm a
We're
very
gonna be
firm
real good at it. And they're gonna be like, oh, I thought they was stupid. Or I thought, yeah, you thought.
I'm also a very firm believer in karma. I'm gonna let Tony go, but I just
Dang, why
think
you had
that
to
if
say that word, man?
yes, I just feel like if you
Uh,
do something to me, it's gonna come back to you. Like so,
Exactly.
if you sitting here doing something wrong,
I guess I
we
gotta
are
talk
both
about
know
this again.
I know that you both things are wrong. You feel me? Or if I know that you're doing something wrong, I don't have to get back at you because I know that that's gonna come back to you. Like a dirty deed is a dirty deed regardless.
Exactly. It says, then why can't we talk about the multiple ways? What you
So
mean multiple ways?
I'm gonna get on both of those too then. So so the multiple ways, I guess she trying to mix in that. So I mean, it depends on what we talking about. That's like case by case. But if it's something like beneficial to the community or something like that, we can't talk about the ways. We got to talk about what's most likely to work with everybody. That's all we can really talk about. 'Cause
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing is, we've been living in multiple
The
ways
most
type life,
common?
and huh?
No, I was just agreeing with you. The most common, I guess.
Yeah, we got to. I mean, that's how we got to do it sometimes. Even though you got your own style of how you want to live these ways, you got to like. It's no different like taking out the meat and spitting out the bone. You got to take out what's more likely to work in your situation. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
then it's like a common thing. Like imagine if everybody like, okay, it worked this way. If you if you screw in the thing this way, it's more likely to work with a screw rather than a flathead screwdriver or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's
Hmm.
better to do a Phillips. So everybody using Phillips and it's working easy, but some people might try with a flathead, but it's less likely to work because they strip it most of the time or something like that. So I wouldn't give that type of advice. You know what I'm saying? It might
Hmm.
work with you, but it's less likely to work with the average people. So that's why you have to talk in majorities. So, and
Right.
then which you was okay, the karma thing. Now I got to talk about that. I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all my point of view on karma though, because I stopped believing in karma, and then I realized it. Besides that, I realized, and that's not the reason why I stopped believing in it because it's made from Buddhism or something like that. But I did some deep work. So the reason why it's the same story. I'll be telling people the reason why I don't believe in karma is for because one time, and that's the first thing. One time, uh, um, I came back from a party or something, a Thanksgiving party, and I came back to my apartment. And I was like, seeing somebody in somebody broke and cleared out my whole entire my apartment, and I'm like, dang, what the freak did
Wow.
I do to deserve this or something like that, right? I'm like, dang, I ain't never stole nothing from nobody or something like that. So I'm like, dang. So of course, this the same back thing that people would give me. Well, did you ever do something back then or whatever? So what made me realize the way people use karma and the BS behind it. The reason why I'm so big on and there's a difference between of reap what you sow, right? And people like mixing karma and reap what you sow. That's two different things. Reap what you sow can be a good or a bad thing. It's just the reap what you sow is mean like you set your life up a certain way, and whatever come behind it is what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we use karma nowadays is like, if I got done bad, somebody got else do bad, or they don't never mention the good karma if it's, what I'm saying on that.
Right.
So the thing is, I'm a firm believer or whatever, just like we talk about pessimistic and optimistic. And that's why I kind of seen that. I looked at it. That's kind of weird how she said that, though, because like I'm a firm believer, whatever you view in your life is what you going to see. So if you
Mm-hmm.
already wishing bad on somebody, you're gonna wait for that one moment so when something bad and be like, "Yep, that only happened because you did that back in when I was a little kid and you tripped me and stuff." So that's we always want to confirm and make ourselves feel good as to why that something else happened to somebody else's life. And I
Mm-hmm.
realized that just because you think something's gonna happen, sometimes it don't happen. Just like the people that be going to jail, right? They done
Mm-hmm.
did probably unalive people and all that stuff or whatever, and had a chance to change their life, and never nothing like really bad happened to them. You know what I'm saying? Probably the
Mm-hmm.
most happened to them is they probably dropped their piece of chicken on the ground. Was we gonna call that karma? You know what I'm saying? So I realized that whatever you focus your energy on is what you gonna see, because it's negative, it's good and bad in life. So that's why I look at it like whatever gonna happen in life is gonna happen no matter what. So I don't think karma
Mm-hmm.
work in that type of way because I got done wrong, and that means you're gonna get done wrong. And then who's to say that, like, if karma was to go based off our feelings, right? That means
Mm-hmm.
that we don't know how many people we hurt. You know what I'm saying? But we have an excuse every
Exactly.
time we hurt somebody. We be like,
Yeah.
well, I didn't mean it like that. You think karma gonna be like, okay, you know what? You said you don't mean it like that, so we're not gonna hurt that person. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, I don't believe in karma just overall, because it can't go based off our feelings because of somebody, did something to us that is gonna happen to them. It's just that's not even it's just not necessary. It don't
And
always
then
happen that way.
And then you can look at it like this. I know that it's two types of people on this earth. You got people that's rolling with God, and you got people that's rolling with the devil. And everybody has a job to do. So how do we know that that person that's rolling with the devil is going to even get any karma because he was doing his job from the first place?
Right, right. You feel you on that. And that's something we will never know
Okay, so
either. Shoot, the enemies we
Exactly.
think is our enemy is probably, that's why I said we are our own enemies too. You know what I'm saying? Sure, we
Yeah.
need to risk karma on ourselves sometimes. So we fail each other. Even with the trust thing, I know we be saying that we can trust in ourselves. I say I can't we can't trust in nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like we all make mistakes. We're all humans. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's like that's just reality. Like we procrastinate. You know what I'm saying? We tell ourselves, I'm going to do this 2019, or when 2024 come up, new year, new me. How long is that last? You know what I'm saying? That haven't went too far. We lied to ourselves already on that. So
And
it's
then
just like we gotta,
I even
huh?
heard that New Year's actually start in like April. I don't even think it's in
Nah,
January.
that's time not real either. That's another thing. Time not real. None of that stuff is real. We just go based off of how the earth turn. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
say even with the
it's a thing.
signs, right? I could get man, y'all got me about to talk about the sign stuff. That junk not kind of everybody y'all can believe it what y'all want, but I'm just saying me myself the reason why I don't believe in signs because I be feeling like it lately it's a cop out for people to not be accountable for their decisions in life. So they get to be like, hey. I got an attitude problem because I'm a Gemini. So they come with some they come with some reason why they did something to somebody else. So they
Yeah.
hold they don't have to be accountable because they blame it on their signs. That's the reason why I can't get with the sign stuff. And I believe that whatever we want to be, you know what I'm saying, we can work towards it. You know what I'm saying? We can be
Yeah.
whatever. No, ain't no stars gonna tell me how my actions gonna react. I'm a snapper now because my sign said it, or I hold grudges because my sign tell me that. That's the reason why I can't get with the signs either. When I'm big on accountability, I'm big on that stuff. That's the reason why my room is named that. We hold each other accountable. That's the only way we can grow in life. You know what I'm saying? If
Yeah.
somebody got an attitude problem, you got to let them know that. If somebody got that's the only way we can do it. But it's like we got to put our feelings to the side to even do that. We got to put our ego, which was what you heard me talk about earlier. We got to put that to the side and realize that shoot, just because I'm grown, that don't mean I can't get checked. I mean, all we got to check one
Exactly.
another. That's what it is.
It mentioned that in the Bible where it says that what they said silverhead can be a fool too. So I was asking an older person. I said, well, sometimes older people have like nasty attitudes. They be rude. They feel like they can say and do whatever they want because they haven't reached that age. And I
Mm-hmm.
said, well, I don't think that they should be unchecked just because you're older.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
What if they're doing something wrong? And she said, well, no, just leave people be. Listen here, just because you don't want to participate and help people, that's on you. I'm not about to sit here and allow people to do something I feel like it's harmful to people. I don't care
Yes.
how old you are. I'm saying something.
I
What if you
like how
don't
you
make it
said
to
it. You about to
heaven
get me
because,
started up, man. That's crazy. I
like,
want Tony to tell me that she just do something else, and then I've been getting hit with that too,
oh,
right?
go
They be
ahead. I don't want to take up. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Tony, if you
yeah.
want to
No, no,
speak.
no, no. I gotta say this real quick. You didn't put it on.
Oh,
I'm gonna get Tony to flow in a minute. But with that, what you just said too, that been happening to me recently too, though. They be like, "Why you worried about other people? Why you worry about yourself? Let people live and stuff." But I'm a caring type person, so I just can't do it. I
right.
can do it, but I'm just saying, if I care so much about people, of course, I got to help out. That's just what I want to do. I don't want to see somebody driving off the edge of a cliff, and then I had nothing to do about it when I could have just tried to at least help them, or at least put it in their mind and let them
Exactly.
know, like, or try my best. You know what I'm saying? I be feeling
It's like
like, and I
it's like your
have been helping
conscience will
people a
bother
lot.
you.
So why not? And if I'm a person that's sitting here trying to help the community, why would I tell somebody to live an individual type lifestyle? That's two opposites. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
why would I be like, well, they're going to do what they're going to do? Because a lot of us don't realize we need help for real. That's the one thing. That's another reason why ego get in our way. Because I didn't realize I needed help until later. Like, dang, what the frick? I do need help. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but we can talk to ourselves all we want. Like, man, I don't need your help. I don't need that. But I rather get backlash or get, pushback or something, like, forget you, who you think you is, but then and find out later that, oh dang, I did need help. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather take that risk, because I actually build a passion out of trying to help people out, best as I can, because I care about people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, all right,
Yeah.
but you can go ahead, Tony.
I was actually just going to start there, actually. I have one. This is my favorite saying. And it does relate to that. Some people grow up and some people just grow old. Um, when it comes down to it, yeah, knowledge. I mean, age isn't wisdom, and
Nope.
we know that from pretty much a lot of older people. There are a lot of people that grew up wrong. They stayed in their
Their ways.
bitterness in their ways, and they stay like that, and they teach this. And like y'all said, if you see something wrong or it's out of the norm, unnatural stuff, you call it out. I mean, that's literally nature doing its job. You
Mhm.
saying that is literally nature correcting. It's not just you, it's nature correcting. Also, she said accountability. We like accountability, but not. Okay, so accountability is a basic concept of everyone's personal reality, not even personal reality, of the reality we all share. And karma is a
Belief.
philosophical idea or belief. That's
Yeah,
what
and I was about to say
that's
she
one
threw
of those
apples
are
and oranges in
feasible.
that situation. I wanted to respond to that, but that was like apples and oranges. You
Yeah,
can't really
you
compare
Yeah,
them.
it was.
you
There was a
can
lot of things I
believe.
feel differently.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
I'm a
not
little
believe in
confused.
accountability,
Yeah,
but you
I was like,
can, yeah, you can't not believe in accountability, but you can not believe in karma.
right.
Right.
So that's the difference. But yeah, when it comes down to it, yeah, it's just nature. We're doing what we do best. It's nature correcting each other. That's just what it is. And I mean, obviously, then there's the whole saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. It's up
I
to
wanted
them.
to I wanted to add to that. I noticed that some people wouldn't say anything to their mother because it's their mother, and their mother can really
Facts.
be wrong and disrespectful.
Yeah,
It was a man, I think on TikTok or YouTube, one of the two, and he was going in. He was probably like in his 40s, late 40s. And he said, you know what? I can't stand my mama because I done bought her 3 cars and she done tore them all up. And she mad because I won't get her another one. My brother just stopped talking to her completely. Like he just went in because it was such a buildup. But some people feel like, oh, they said that we can't disrespect our mothers or our fathers. You're not being disrespectful. You're just being honest.
Facts.
Like how would they know that they doing something wrong if you don't tell them?
yeah.
Exactly.
They
No
can't.
one.
They. It's like they can't always get a pass because they mama.
Hmm.
I had to check my
Yeah,
mama a few times. I don't care. I wasn't wrong.
If you care, like,
and
once
that's
you start caring about people, like you really care
Yeah.
about them, and you stop sparing people feelings and stuff because sparing people feelings is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Dang, I
Exactly.
gotta make sure they know. You know, I mean, it's a double-edged
Yeah,
sword
it
too
creates
because some people
chaos.
feelings they just can't take it though. But you gotta
Yeah.
realize if you see somebody really hurting themselves and they don't realize their feelings is overtaking they chances of living less. Sometimes you gotta
Yeah.
take that risk and be like, "Hey, man, you can't do this, man. You can't do. You hurting yourself. You stressing yourself picking this type of person to date. You stressing yourself, living in this type of environment stuff. Like you gotta be real. Like sometimes they gotta put like my saying. I say all the time on here. I would rather live good than feel good. That's just real talk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We can't. It's not all about our feelings all the time. Our feelings will deceive us. Our feelings will
Yeah.
hold us back. You got to really
Yeah.
like. Of course, peas don't taste good, but it's good for you. Of course,
It's like
all
eventually
these
you're going to,
different fruits and stuff. It don't taste good, but it's good for you. It help you live better. So it's like we
yeah.
got to make that sacrifice for our feelings and our pleasures. We got to stop these like our desires. We got to put that to the side and do what we really need to do in life. That's just how it
It's
is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
part of life. You're going to feel something. You can't just go through life being numb. You got to feel something so you can have discernment and know what to do and what to say. And
Yeah, but
you're
you
not
can't
mhm,
nobody's
prioritize it.
exempt.
You won't be able to. You prioritize it. I mean, you can't. I'm not saying when you don't put your feelings. I said put your feelings to the side. That's like ego. You can't. I mean, it's
yeah,
like people let their feelings dictate their life. You can't do that. I might have a
Yeah.
yeah,
live about that too, though, where they say lead your heart and all that stuff. Like that's a dangerous way to live it too. Trust
yeah.
yourself. Let your
So
heart lead you. Like that's the reason why a lot of people in misery right now because they let their heart lead them.
yeah, I wanted to speak to what Tax had said earlier about the mother and how a lot of people say to respect their elders. Now, I do that. I do respect my elders. I'm a man of the Bible, so I do respect and honor thy mother and thy father. So I do respect them. But there's a lot of people that don't finish that same scripture where it tells you
Mhm.
not to anger your children. So as much as they respect you,
Mm.
you should obviously respect your children too.
I never seen
Because
that one. I
obviously,
got I got I
Well,
got to read up on that
I
one.
gotta read that
But
too.
yeah,
y'all never
I
seen
heard a
that?
mother
Yeah.
say that she didn't listen to her kids when they were younger, but then she was having trouble while they were in their 20s. And I said, no wonder why they don't respect you because you didn't respect them then and you didn't even listen to them. So you thought they were just gonna grow up and just have this open communication with you and like you. No, you messed it up. What you thought because you mama that you was gonna automatically get that? No, you gotta earn that. They're grown now. Now it's up to them.
Yeah. And this is how a lot of them tend to turn to that type. That not only that, but they tend to disrespect other elders. And these
Hmm.
these are the type of kids that then grow up not respecting anyone, not respecting discipline itself, not respecting laws. They tend to think that the world is completely their oyster and at their control until they get hit with reality. And that,
Facts.
we don't move on the beat of just one drum. We can't because obviously that creates chaos. If everyone's feelings are spared and the way they feel, the way they want to live, if that's
Hmm.
all, just do what you want, that creates chaos. Because then what's right
What up,
and what's
babe?
wrong? What's
Hmm.
right and what's wrong? If everyone feels like this is the way they should live and all this, the individualistic, mindset, what is
Hmm.
right and what is wrong? Those concepts go clean out the window. And if we don't know what's right and what is wrong because everyone has their own independent way of thinking,
Right.
chaos ensues.
Yeah.
Then nothing
Yeah.
is wrong, but then
And
nothing's
that's
right.
Well,
And
that's
that's
then
why
on
I
top
pick
of that,
majority over my minority.
it's like it's like
Individualist
by
stuff
her
is
not having that
dangerous.
conversation when he was younger, he don't even know what's right and what's wrong. Because she never had that conversation with him. So he, what I'm saying, he don't know.
where I was coming from with the karma thing. I don't believe that it's about me waiting around to see if you get your karma or not. It's about you did some dirt and that's on you at the end of the day. I believe that if you did something dirty, you're bound to have something dirty to you because energy out there. Like that's the type of thing that you've allowed to be a boundary or to your life. So now that that's going to come back to you, that's universal law. Like that's something that I personally believe in. Like you don't have to believe that if you don't. And then on the subject of you got to care about people, I definitely am a carer. Like that's my badge, you feel me? But at the same time, I'm not. learn to not that person cares about themselves. I've seen people do the most harmful and destructive things to themselves, and I love you. I'm gonna definitely on that. In the day, there's not because you decided to do like that's what
All right,
you're
research.
choosing to do, and so I feel like and then another thing when it comes to the signs and things like that, there's I believe like the world is influenced by planetary alignments and things like that. So I just feel like if we're 80% of water or however much percentage of water we are, why wouldn't we be also influenced by the planetary alignments and things like that? I'm not saying that your personality
Ooh,
strictly
we
comes
opposite
from.
on all type of stuff. Wow.
Yeah, this is why I said there's a lot of differences. You feel me? So it's not to say like I think that you're
So I
wrong
got a
or
bunch of questions for you now. I'm
I,
glad.
I don't think that you're
I've been
wrong
doing this for so
necessarily or
long.
that I'm
I
right.
got you. Let's
I
go.
just think that like it, and like I said with the sign thing, there's higher and lower versions of those signs. So like when you are doing certain things in your lower self in that sign, like those are the different aspects of that sign that would come out during triggers and things like that.
Mm,
So I don't think that you're actually based off of that sign purely because yeah, you have free will and you are able to transmute certain, characteristics that are inherent or whatever the case may be.
mm,
But I also believe like that is a factor in certain things.
okay.
You know
So
what?
so
I agree
it's
with
a
that because it's
I
like when
want a
I
one v
read
one
things
real
about.
quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
you know
because
what?
I'm
I
a
agree with what she was saying. It's like when I read things about my sign, I was like, well, I haven't reached that point yet. I'm like, well, why haven't I? What's stopping me? But like you say, you got to look at all the things that are going on around us, and so I feel like that plays a part too, where I don't feel like you are living up to your full potential in that particular sign due to
Mm-hmm.
certain circumstances.
yeah.
Man,
According to my sign, I'm a narcissist.
you're right. I'm still a asparagus. So which one should we tackle first? You want to talk about the karma thing or the science first?
Talk about the sign. She mentioned something about the planets, something about we wasn't aligned due to the planets, and something about water. I think that's what she said.
Okay.
I'm not
So
probably
with
just not
that,
saying it
I,
right.
I asked these couple questions, right? Um, I asked so right with the signs, right? We realize. So, do you believe it's like so? These signs, how they work or how they supposed to work, it aligns with each month, right? That's how
Right,
that work.
right.
Um,
Oh, and it coincides with the planets too.
Mm,
different they coincide with months and then you also have different planets and you have different houses. So I'm
mm,
not one of those people that knows everything about horoscopes and things like that. So I can't go into the houses and all of that. But I know, that I know about my sign basically. I know my basic shit about like what I have going on and then like the different signs,
Yeah,
okay.
not the,
So,
things
not
like
not.
that.
Yeah, I
So
can say the
I can't.
surface stuff, not the deep stuff.
Yeah, I can't go into your house, but I know about like the monthly planets and
yeah,
like different traits that they might have. I'm definitely
okay,
Aquarius, Tony.
okay. So with that, right?
You're
So
also
you
a
do realize that it used to in at one point it wasn't 12 months back in the day, right? A long time ago.
They
Um,
also address that as well, and when you dive deeper into horoscopes, it's not about the 12 months. That the 12-month system actually came from the horoscope system, and then people were looking into astrology and into planetary alignment and the stars. So that's how that came about.
okay. So and then okay, I got two questions, right? Two biggest questions that never got answered. So so if you go out in space, right? Say if I had went out in space and I have a baby born in them just in the middle of the space, right? I put a little a ship or something. I want them to be born in. I go out of space and I want them to be born in the middle of the between the planet and the moon or something like that, or just in the middle of the space, right? What sign would that baby take?
first off, that kid's gonna be deformed as
The
hell.
time that you went into space, the time and like the alignment of
But if time not real and it only go based off of how the Earth turn, how like time not real once you go out and get up. Once you leave Earth, time is not real no more because we only use time like an order of the planet. So whatever time, like whatever the Earth spin, right? Whatever the sun goes up and sun's down, right? That's how we go to time. Like we say, it takes 24 hours for the Earth to see the sun again. That's how we look at time. But otherwise, when you go out into space, time don't exist.
Time
Well,
isn't real, but at the same time,
it's
time is real
relative.
because
I,
it's a deciding factor for what is to come and what has already been. So it's like a pinpoint in where we're at. Like that is it's like what is it they call it what is it the mathematics is numbers are the only thing that's really real. Like that's what people have been saying throughout time. Like that's the
Mm,
universal language. That's what do they call it? It's not geom it's sacred geometry. It's that kind of concept.
okay.
yeah,
So
I
here
would
go the other
say
one. This since you said that one, right? So here go the biggest one. Even though that was the biggest one, but the other one, right? Why don't the signs or your astrology or whatever you want to say, why don't it go based off of when you get that first heartbeat rather than when you come out your mother?
That's those are that is actually also incorporated into your chart. So you have like time and you have your planets, you have your houses, and all of that. So like once you deep dive into your own birth chart, then into your archetype and all of that kind of thing, then that's that out. So like I said, I don't know about everybody else's, and I can't really tell you about yours. But if you go and look into your birth chart and you look into your different houses and you look into, your the different planets that are in your alignment, then you can kind of learn a little bit more about yourself.
So, so you so
also
you said it should. You said it shouldn't go off your first heartbeat 'cause that's your first sign of living. Why do the sign got to apply
That
when
that
I get to come
that
out my
that
mother?
also goes into it. Did you hear me?
No, I didn't hear you.
hello.
I didn't say that it shouldn't. I said that it also is incorporated.
Hmm. So which one is the like really your sign then? I mean, should it be? Is it the first heartbeat or is it when you come out your mother? That's what I'm trying to see.
They're all
Now question, how would you be able to determine your first heartbeat? Like going to
The
the
doctors.
doctor? But what if the first heartbeat occurred while the mother was asleep or something and she, couldn't hear it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So that's what I mean. That's your first sign of life. So you would think that according to how the signs work, it will be your first sign of life.
they're
Instead
all
of
your
waiting till when you conceive out your mother, now this when the signs apply. That you know what I'm
That's
saying?
not
So
that's not actually the case though. They're all your signs. So like I said with the birth chart, those are all your signs. So like my big three people like to say I'm an Aquarius, Sagittarius, Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius sun, a Sagittarius moon, and an Aquarius rising. And then you have your Venus and you have all those other planets that, go into that. And you have your archetype, which I'm a mystic. You have your energy type, which I'm a generator, things like that. Like they kind of just explain more in depth of who you are, and you don't have to believe it. Like it's not something that is Bible or whatever. Or I don't even believe in the Bible, but I
oh, we
believe.
get somewhere. Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
So, but
Because
I mean,
everybody got to
I
find
believe
something
that
they got to
it's
believe in. Okay, that makes sense though.
so
So
like you can believe whatever you want to,
yeah.
but I personally think that that has something to do with your characteristic traits and things like that.
Mm. So you believe you stuck in those characteristics that your sign tell you that you supposed to be stuck in? That's what you have no choice but to be that way, or you can change from that, but the ways.
No, it's just basically a blueprint on how you inherently would see something. Like so basically like it's not that I'm stuck in that way, it's just that that is kind of like where my mind goes to. Like so then I can build off of that and be able to build my character, you know what I'm saying, from there. I'll be able to, like, oh, that's why this is kind of why I would be triggered in that way because this is how I'm looking at the situation rather than looking at it this situation.
I mean, we still narcissists.
I feel like I
He
don't get
said,
along with
No,
certain
I'm
people,
playing.
and it never fails. I'm sorry. It's just certain people I can't conversate, I can't be around. I can't, collaborate on. I just can't do it. Am I and
Mm.
I and I'm an Aquarius too as well.
Wow. So what they say? What? So what? Say, tell me
January
what my
28th.
sign is based off of the little bit you know about me, or what's my sign?
Um,
don't know. I don't know about you. So
I'm gonna say
So, do you? Okay. Let me
so
say this then.
I'm gonna say either you a
Gemini.
Gemini, Leo,
It's so funny
or
to me.
Gemini, Leo. Yeah,
Wait.
I'm gonna stick with those.
Okay. Cool. 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 So, all right.
Or a
Have
Libra.
y'all
Libra.
got signs that y'all stay away from, or signs that you don't get along with in a relationship or something that tell me what
Yeah,
y'all got those?
I do.
I heard Pisces men are like devils. That's what I've heard always. I don't
Mm.
know.
husband is a
I'm,
Pisces, bro.
I'm trying to get somewhere on this one though. So you dated somebody that you shouldn't be dating, or I'm trying to see if
Yes.
you want to, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I believe in that.
Okay. What about you?
Used to think that way, but I believe that there's every sign is capable of their higher self. So I've actually had a lot of, relationships with pretty much all of the signs, and I've had relationships with them in their lower signs and then in their higher signs, you feel me? So like I believe that, you choose to be in your lower self or you choose to be in your higher self. And also at Tony, my husband is a Pisces, so I
Uh-oh.
don't know about all that. Like I
Do
Uh-oh.
love
all
Pisces.
Pisces act like your husband?
I don't
No,
think
from what I heard, they're demons.
husband, but
That's
they
what I
have a lot of
Yeah, I've
characteristic
heard that
traits
too.
that they have a lot of characteristic like all signs kind of have a lot of characteristic traits that coincide with one another. Like you can when somebody says like their sign, you can kind of see, and that might be confirmation bias also. So I'm not saying like that's not a thing, but you can kind of see like, oh that's kind of that matches up.
I
Mm.
heard that they really adapt to whoever they're around. So if a person is in a sad mood, they'll be in a sad. But I heard that they're
That can
like
sound
go
like
getters,
humans.
meaning like they attract money.
Mm.
Yeah, I just heard they're bad people. That's all I've heard.
The word. So is I heard that women and men are different from the same signs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said
That's some
Pisces
new
men
stuff out there
specific.
happened as I got older and stuff. Because I swear everybody was the same sign. So that's weird.
You know,
Because I was about to
I
say me
asked
and my mama is
are
the same
definitely
exact,
different than Aquarius women.
have the same exact
I
birthday.
had asked the older lady what her sign was. She said, I can't tell you that. You would have thought I asked her for her address, social, all that, right? But when I thought about it, I guess I would be private about that too, because you got people that be coming in your inbox. Oh, can I give you a reading? What's your sign? I'm like, no, that's a little private because it's like I don't want you to sit here and be treating me differently because of my sign. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? It's like you're doing things a certain way because I am an Aquarius because you think this about me or you had this experience with a previous Aquarius, so you know off rip what I'm about to be about,
Yeah,
I got
which could
another thing then.
which which
So
which
facts.
could be
I
dangerous.
love talking about this stuff. It made me think about more and more stuff. So all right. So we said it go based off the alignments and stuff, right? Or the energy. So do you believe it's
Yeah.
the same alignments? Because now we have leap year, right? We got leap year, and do you believe it's the same alignments every year around?
No.
We might get somewhere.
It's the positioning. So like when you go through your natal chart as well, like there's a positioning of the planets, and then there's also like the year that you're in and things like that. So like from or different years and different alignments, you can go from there. Also, I don't give everybody my birth chart because of that reason, tax, because like that, like I said, that's deeply personal to who I am
Yeah.
and what is going on within me. So I feel
Yeah.
like if I give you that, that's basically giving you the blueprint to myself.
Yeah, because people would be like, "Oh, she Aquarius, she did no, watch her, this and this and that." And it could be wrong. So you're trying to set me up
I'm getting
because of
so
my
confused. The
sign?
more I keep getting deep into
But
this,
you know what? As I
it
get
keep
older,
changing.
it's just certain things I'm not doing anymore because I wouldn't have a problem when I was, a little younger than what I am to say, "Oh, I'm an Aquarius," thinking it's no biggie. But then when you meet people, you like, no, it is a big deal
So wait, all the
because
Aquarius the
you
same?
just never know what people's intentions are. I'm an Aquarius.
like nobody in the sign that has the same sign is the same. Like that's overall. Like
I'm
just
trying to.
just
My head
because
is
you're the
hurting.
same sign as somebody else does not
Why
mean
your
that you're
head
going to
hurting?
be the same.
I'm trying to really understand this. It's hurting my head.
Oh,
It's like either they got
I agree
like
with
all the
a lot
signs
of
got to be the
what Tony
same
and what she
traits,
said too.
huh?
Huh? Say that again.
No, I'm saying it's like either all the signs got the same traits, or if you a man and
Some,
woman is different, or
somewhat,
if if
but at the,
if I choose to look at you this way, then you're gonna think this way. It's the environment you grow up that might have you come from this sign, or oh they don't act this way. I don't know. It's hurting my head. It really hurt my
it's
head
a
trying to
lot of
understand this.
different.
I don't think this
It's
is meant
it's
for me
it's
to
a lot of different
understand.
things that can coincide with a sign. Like we talked about. What she said, you can be in your higher or your lower, which I do agree with.
I
But
think all humans can do that, regardless of
I've
your
heard
sign.
that when certain planets are active, certain people might start acting differently, where it may be more communication, where they may say, "Oh, Geminis are known to be talkative," but then you got the Sagittarius that's talkative, or other signs that's normally don't talk is
Right.
talking now because it's a certain planet that's active.
Here go another thing. I got 100 of them things. I can do this forever.
I would like
So
to say that life is
do you
fluid
believe
too.
that, say if a person was, you think a person that was born across the seas in a different environment, they got the same birthday as you, do you think they got the same type of characteristics as you?
I don't know about that one. That's tricky
I'm gonna keep
because
thinking of things the more I keep hearing this.
I was saying
yeah,
that life is fluid, so like all of this is intertwined with each other. Like so, it's not
I
one
think about
part
say
isn't
entertainment. I'm like, we getting somewhere now. So, no.
is intertwined with one another. So
it is entertainment.
it's not that one aspect is the end all be all, or that it's confusing. Is that you're supposed to put it all together like they're all pieces of a puzzle in order to figure out life itself and yourself within that life.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah.
What's your side again? Is you an Aries?
Aquarius.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm January 28th, so I guess I'm also one. And all I remember was being called a narcissist. That's all I remember. That's what.
I've
I
never
don't even
heard that
think
before.
Tuesday is Tuesday. I don't think the same date is the same date. Like, because the earth shifts. It shifts. The alignment is not the same. It is not identically the same. It, oh my! I don't get this stuff.
Okay,
It's so
so
funny to me. This is too funny to me because it's not. It's not the
Kev,
same.
Kev,
Even
so
leap year just
time,
threw off the whole topic when I just thought. I just literally thought about that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. So when it comes down to it, I understand where you're getting from, which is why I don't follow it too much, but it's fun to hear. That's
It's
really
fun to
about
hear.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
It's
it's fun to
interesting.
hear. Um, Obviously, we understand that time is a social construct that we constructed to keep schedule of pretty much just our history. That's what we did. We do that so to
Yeah.
make it easier to just construct
Exactly.
history, as we know it. But obviously, it is a concept that we do live by heavily. We can't not have it. The
Yeah.
concept in which life keeps going is something that we definitely prime ourselves on. We have to have something of that sort.
Hmm.
And when you said when you go out of space, I had to correct this because I do love this field. This is one of my favorite fields. Time is to us relative to where you are. So
Right.
obviously, when you go out, of course, space and distortion is definitely going to shift time. So, let's technically like let's say, for instance, the constellations and stuff like that, like let's say the Aquarius, the cup or whatever, right? Um, we may be looking at it now, but if we were to, let's say, if we were to travel there right now, it probably wouldn't be there at all. It wouldn't be
Imagine us
there.
being
It's
born
either
on
that.
Jupiter too.
Yeah, no, I
What
mean
what sign would you take
I ain't
on
gonna
that
lie,
one?
that'd be honestly shit. That would be shit. That'd just
Because
be
it takes
extreme
forever for
shit.
it to be day.
Yeah, well, it's either that or you just get killed by not unalive. But yeah, time is it's just relative to where, to the position we are. I mean, it is now. Obviously, if I were to, try to go to where you are, obviously it's not going to be the same time, time
We
zones and
going
all
off the
these.
Roman calendar.
Yeah, I
Back
mean,
then,
time
it
zones
wasn't
and
the same
everything.
amount of time.
Yeah, it's just how
Like
time works. It's not even relative on Earth. What
I
time
Right.
is
just
it
Right.
where
read
you
recent.
are, Kev?
Oh, go
You
ahead.
mentioned the Roman calendar. So
Yes.
I've been actually studying Egyptian knowledge and like esoteric knowledge and medicine too. And it's crazy because they actually used to they would align, or they're the ones who created the whole I wouldn't say zodiac, but astrology. And
Mm.
then when it comes to medicine, you know how European, like in European culture, they separate church, they separate psychology, they separate medicine, and in their culture, they actually had it all together. For example, bowling. We think that bowling came from like European culture. No, bowling actually came from I don't know if it was ancient African or Egyptian knowledge, but like if somebody was
Mm.
feeling off, they would take a piece of their hair, put it on a ball, and literally just throw it against pins or something like that. And the way the pins would fall, that would tell them how the person feels or whatever. So, I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm still, learning, but it's just really, really interesting. And it actually makes more sense than the medicine that we practice today. Because it seems like they just put a band-aid on stuff or, excuse me, my
I
throat was like acting up. But it seems like they put a band-aid on stuff. And with European, excuse me, Egyptian knowledge, it was like more definite.
Mhm.
I heard that
Do twins act the
Egyptian
same? I be
knowledge
thinking about more and more stuff as people talk.
comes from the animals that they watch, like birds and things like that, and dogs. That's where they got some of their information from, because they watch them, because they said they've been on the planet longer than we have, so that's where they get some of their information from too, or had.
Mm.
I'm sorry.
It goes back to the sacred geometry because Egyptians practice that
Hmm.
heavily, and that's where we have alignments and then the vibrations of certain places and energies. So, like, there's people that feel better in certain areas than they do in other areas. So, like, it's about the vibration of the location, and it's about your sacred geometry and how you align with the earth and all of that.
Say
Yeah.
geometry is
So y'all
used in
never thought
everything.
about this? What I'm thinking about, like, what about how would science take place in Jupiter and on the moon if we was on a moon, or maybe it was in a whole nother galaxy? Because I heard a galaxy bigger than what we think it is. It's a bunch of galaxies. This is I don't know. I just be
I'm
thinking
saying,
about
like,
stuff
it's
like
all
that.
fluid. It's all fluid. And then when you're going into your natal chart and all of that, it goes into those planets and how they affect you and all of that other stuff. So if you were born on a certain planet,
Do it
you would
affect our
know
choices in life?
the
Yeah.
moon affects how we feel.
Mm. So you don't believe we can control how we feel?
I believe that you can, direct your energy, yeah. But I believe that there are certain times in, the lunar cycle that you're gonna feel differently.
Hmm.
Mm. It's weird. Okay. Okay, it is what it is. So I don't even want to touch the karma thing because we got so deep on that. It's over now. At the end of the day, shoot,
Karma.
it is what it
Mm,
is. I
So
don't
you know
know. I
what?
just got
I
threw
would
up with
say
the
this.
pessimistic, optimistic thing because if we got a certain way we can view things, that's how I look at it. If I can view things in a certain way, like if we really talk about the optimistic and pessimistic, right? If I learn or train my mind to look at stuff in an optimistic type way, that means I can't see. That's like it kind of contradict the karma thing. So that's another thing I wanted to ask. Like, what about forgiveness? How you feel about forgiveness?
I
Are you a
think
that
it's
forgiving
take
type
that takes
person?
forever sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's essential for healing. But I would like to say something about the karma thing. I think when it comes down to it, that's more of like a, we all, like, there's certain ways of checks and balances. I think that's more of like a philosophical checks and balances. Because
Mhm.
obviously there's checks and balances within nature, like I said earlier. Us checking each other, from doing something crazy is nature.
Yeah.
There's natural checks and balances, which is what I wouldn't say people get it confused, but they try to apply that to facets of life, as in doing certain people wrong and stuff like that. Because obviously, I mean, there's very rich people in the world that have done people very wrong, and they've been born, lived, and died, and had very minimum problems in their life, minimal things in
Exactly.
their life. I
But I
would say when
Exactly.
it comes down to
well,
it,
lifetimes.
yeah. So I would say the natural checks and balances, it wouldn't apply over it, but I mean, shit happens. That's really just what it is. Shit
That's what it
happens.
Okay,
That's
is.
all
I
you
want
can
to.
say.
I was going to add to that. So if they don't get their karma now, do you think they'll be getting their karma later on? Would they be paying for it in another lifetime?
Yup.
And what
Yeah,
I can tell
Not
you is shit happens. That's all I can say because that's really
but
how it
look,
is.
this what it is. We do this because we humans, right? We want justification. We want to be validated. So that's what we do is hold our breath and wait for something to happen to the next person so we can feel like we were right. Oh, this only happened because you did this to me. Like I said, we always thinking about personal, but like we don't want that reverse karma though, because we got an excuse for every time when we do something. So why they can't
right.
have an excuse for when they do something? You know what I'm saying? So we can make an excuse. That's why I don't believe in that. That's why I can't believe in it. Because we can come with this excuse. Well, I felt this way and that's why I did this and I hurt your feelings. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? We can come with
But
all
you know,
that, but then as soon as karma come our way, we can come with excuses. So it's just gonna brush off of us, like, oh dang, yeah, I believe you, my brother, so I'm not gonna have karma on you. But then when it comes to somebody else, you hurt me, so I know that later down the line, something gonna happen to you, and I know it's gonna happen to you. And when it's gonna happen to you, I told you so. That's why we live in it. It don't work. I don't think
people
it
have
worked
to
like
think
that.
about their intentions. Like my thing is, how can you get mad at me? I'm a lion. I'm gonna claw at you. I might bite you and eat you. How you gonna get mad at me when you came into my den?
All right. All
So
right.
you asked for that experience.
Huh?
And a lot of the stuff is self-inflicted. Some, I'm not going to say all, but some of it is. And it's a lot of people's fault. That's your fault. You chose that experience. So you
Oh,
have to
don't
ask
say that.
yourself,
You about to end up hurting people. That victim mentality might get unlocked in this boy. Why would you say
what's
that?
your intention? It's like, what's your intentions? Like I mentioned earlier, if you're looking for a loving relationship, oh, I want him to be a protector, provider, but then he's a dog, he's a liar, he's a thief. It's like you're not going to get what you're expecting. So it's like you signed up for another experience. Now you mad. Now you like, oh, okay, well, you're
Facts.
going to get your karma.
Facts. And I love
Well,
you said that. That's what I be meaning about reap what you sow. That's a whole different thing from uh
you said
karma,
think of it
right?
like
They mix
Final
that up.
Destination.
So it's like you get with a bad dude, right? And then you think that the dude was gonna do something right, and then all of a sudden you get that. Then you want to wish karma like you're gonna get it. You cheat on me, but he was already a cheater mentality before you
He
got
was,
with
he
him.
was,
So
yeah, he
you
was, he
reap
was
what
already
you
there.
sow
It's like
on that
you,
situation. But
right,
huh?
you saw it, and then you say, okay, I'm still going to indulge in it, and I'm
Yeah,
going
but
to expect the best. And then when you didn't get that, then you get mad and say, oh, God's going to do this to you. But
facts.
how you know that he
You
ain't
say
working for the devil,
some
and
songs I
he
can
just
do
gonna
for
burn
you
in
on
hell?
this
He
one.
may not even experience karma like you think he is.
You preaching?
That
Thank
comes
you.
with age and experience. So that's what I'm speaking on. Anybody else want
I
to go?
think
Facts.
I think that's your
Facts.
karma. I think that it's their karma for being stupid and thinking that they can change somebody. But I was
Yeah.
gonna speak on the elites. Like I don't think that they. Okay, so I think that they put what they're doing right in front of us, and it's our choice to go along with it. So because we choose, just like what we was just talking about, when it comes to elites, like we choose to comply. So it's technically not a bad thing on their end, technically.
And I wanted to say
Speak to that too,
goes
actually.
into I agree with the resource because they that is another part of their teaching and the opposite religion they I'm not going to say devil worshiping or whatever because they have a bunch of different names. If you read like Aleister Crowley, he basically says like that's a part of their contract is that because they put it in blatant terms and they put it out there like that no longer comes back to them because we are inherently agreeing to whatever it is that they're doing. But also I wanted to say that when it comes to the karma situation. that ties into the forgiveness aspect that you were saying. Like, I can definitely forgive you for what you did, but I'm not going to forget what you did either, because then I'm putting
Okay,
myself in harm's way. So I forgive everything that you did, but I'm not going to allow you back into my space in order for you to
that's good.
perpetuate
Yeah.
a boundary that you have already overstepped. And
Yep.
going back to what the resource said, I believe that that's their karma. That isn't my, like, I'm not saying that in anything that I do that is messed up or dirty, I believe that that's going to come back to me, and that's why I actively am not a dirty, grimy person, because I don't want that to come back to me.
All of
Whatever
us make
energy you
mistakes,
put,
though.
well, yeah, you make mistakes, and I learned
So who's
from,
to
and
say who deserve what?
but no, because I made those mistakes, I had to suffer the consequences of those mistakes,
Okay, I
and that
understand that, but
therefore
why we gotta call
that
it karma? Because consequence
that
can be a good or a bad thing. We
that's
just go, the
causes
outcome
and
gonna be the outcome.
Is it like a
consequences.
mistake or is it done purposely?
Some people purposely, right? It's some
Some
people. Hmm,
some of the mistakes were purposely, or some of the things that I did were purposely, but I didn't realize how it was going to affect me later. I didn't
exactly.
realize the consequence that was going to come with that. And so
Right.
therefore I can then realize, oh, I shouldn't have did that, and that was something that shouldn't have happened, and therefore I had to deal with that, what had came after that. And that was whatever happened to me. And 9 times out of 10, whatever I did to somebody, that came back around and it happened to me. And I'm like, oh, that's how they was feeling.
And this,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
look, this how my forgiveness work, right? I'm not a half person, so I look this. I'm really deep. Like I said, I've been so deep in this situation now, and learning more and more about it. Instead of putting my ego in a lot of certain situations, even when somebody do me bad, I still, just because I'm understanding of people, and I really learn what forgiveness really is, because I realize I'm a human and other people are humans, and I can't just be had this entitled mentality and say that, oh man, you got to think the way I think. Everybody got their way to express their emotions, whatever. They might have did me wrong, but they felt like they was right because they did they wrong. It is what it is. But I look at it as, like, instead of wishing the worst on somebody, I'm like, well, I hope the best for them. I hope that they least, you know what I'm saying, they learn a lesson. I mean, not, I ain't gonna say learn a lesson, but I hope that they don't have to learn the hard way. Even though they did me wrong, I hope they don't have to learn the hard way, and they be able to open their mind and be able to change from that. I always wish the best for everybody, even my enemy. You know what I'm saying? I
I
don't want
feel
to,
like
I realize that because a lot of people is hurt. They move off hurt. So people do anything off of
yeah.
hurt. You know what I'm
I
saying?
feel like certain people are used to basically steer you in the right direction, right?
Facts.
You thinking that they may get karma, but they were used for that particular situation.
Facts.
And I'm speaking from experience. And I'm like, damn it, I was so mad. But then when I thought about it, I was like, this little boy is so bad. Okay, I was with this guy. His son was so bad. Oh my God, he was so bad. And sometimes he did not listen. So I had a previous dream that when I looked in the mirror, my eye didn't look right, right? So, anyways, make a long story short, I'm in his dad room or whatever. We're chilling. I'm not thinking nothing of it. So we just got done dancing and singing because I used to play with him or whatever. So, anyways, he stands in front of me. He said, "You want some of my ring pop?" I said, "No, I don't want any." So I'm not thinking nothing of it. Next thing I know, he bam in my eye with the ring pop. I'm like, OMG. So I had to go to the hospital and everything else, right? And then when I was telling the story, I was saying that I had a previous dream, prior to that situation. They were just like, no, he was just a bad little boy. I said, yeah, he was bad up until that point because he was going to be used for that particular purpose. He didn't get karma. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I had to forgive him because I had to think about the dream.
Facts.
I had to think about, it was a lot to think about. So I just wanted to add that in. Certain people are used to probably stir you in
To
another
strengthen you too.
direction. Yeah, that too. So after that incident, because I used to be so afraid of playing with my nephews sometimes because sometimes they could be a little rough, right? And then I'd be like, hold on, let me get up off the floor before you come charging at me because I didn't want, any accidents. But who would have known me just sitting there, just chilling and not expecting that to happen? But it did.
And
But
that's
yeah, I do
really
believe,
optimistic a way of thinking. That's optimistic right there. Like, you
yeah,
realize some people come in your life, or they might try to destroy your life, but it's for you to wake up and steer a different way, or look at it from, like, this had to happen for me to make a different move in my life, instead of being like,
yeah.
why me? Why this had to happen to me? And
It's
you're gonna get yours. I can't wait to get your get back. So you living your whole life waiting on their get back while you could be doing something else with your life, while they don't even thinking about you anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Exactly.
I recommend forgiveness. And I always talk. I was talking about that for like so many weekends. I was like on part 11 about forgiveness. It's like you don't want to decide not to forgive, but they can care less about you forgiving them or not. Forgiveness was for yourself, and it ain't because of the words that come out your mouth. It's the way you react and treat people and all that. And because like that can go get pushed on into your next relationship. That's what be happening to a lot of people. That's why I can tell when a lot of people is angry or mad or something like that, and be so you can tell that a lot of people is not over their traumas and stuff. That's why they got so much negative stuff about certain situations and stuff, but that get pushed on to the next person, and the next people see that stuff because you still haven't chose or you haven't figured a way how to forgive a certain situation, and you just want to stick with it because you like living either. A lot of people, and they turn into like victim mentality too. That's another thing.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
just like that forgiveness is real. That's stuff that people got to really learn how to do. Even though if you can't find a way, it's all about changing your perspective on things and looking at things from a different lens and stuff. And that's true. And even with that, an optimistic mentality will teach you that. You know what I'm saying? It will help you
Yeah.
learn that way. So if you're optimistic, you're gonna look at stuff in the bright way, not wishing the worst on anybody. So it's like we
Yeah.
can't be partial with our optimistic, thinking. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you know what?
All right, Roger.
After a
Thank
few
you. I
days,
appreciate you.
yeah, it was nice meeting you. It was nice talking to you. Good conversation. After a few days, my eyes cleared up. So it wasn't even that bad, but I think it was something I needed to learn. But I'm like, well, why
Facts.
did it have to happen that way?
Mm-hmm.
And at first I was mad, and then my friend was like, "You got to forgive him." So I gave him a hug. At first I was scared. I was like, "Oh my
All right,
God,
Tony.
what is he about to do next?" Right?
Yep.
But yeah, it wasn't as bad, and it was a lesson that I learned.
Yep.
And yeah, it was definitely a crazy
Yeah.
experience.
I tell people that all our stuff that happened in our life, and that's another reason why I start being more forgiving. Is I realize it's even traumas, right? All the stuff that happened. If you was to lose a finger or something like that, I say everything that happened in our life for us to move forward is either for us to learn from, adapt with, or overcome. It's either them three things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because nothing is meant for us to just sit and just saturate and cry about for the rest of our lives. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So it's like them are the three things, and because we only had this life we live, and we got to do what's best. We got to do what's best with whatever we get. That's just what it is.
Hmm.
If you poor, you try your best to live your poor type life. If
Hmm.
you end up losing a leg, you got to find a way to start hopping along and keep moving forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not meant for us just to sit and be hurt and sit there and just stay that way for the rest of our life. That's a horrible way of living. You got to make the best
Yeah.
out of every day of living. That's what you got to do. Oh, that's what you
Yeah.
should do.
Yeah. It's like I don't care what handicap you got, you still have to live your purpose. You still have to
Got
do
to.
it. You got
Yep.
to. So it's like how do you want to live? Do you want to live your life through sickness? How do you want to do it? You still have to do it.
Got to
And I think
do
a
it.
lot of
Right.
times, you know what? A lot of times, God be trying to get people's attention when women be in these relationships, and they be
Hmm.
like, "Oh my God, he's being mean. He's still being mean." Okay, so you done have all these things that has transpired within these 20 years, and you still haven't left. God wants you to leave. He's trying to uproot you. He's trying to
Yep.
get your attention. Which you want him to take your whole body next? I mean, well, damn. It's like you done had so much stuff happen to you. When are you going to say, okay, enough is enough? But they just say,
Facts.
oh, that's just something that happened. And
Hmm.
then they back in the relationship thinking that it's going to go peaceful. And then something else happened. God is trying to get your attention. And after that incident, I was like, I'm out. I was like, I can't do this. I said, because your son is not listening. You're not listening. He's getting
Hmm.
his behavior from you. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? I'm like, I'm out. I got work to do. I'm still God's servant. I'm out. And that's
There
what
you
I
go.
did. I left.
There you go.
That was
There
enough
you
right
go.
there.
Have you guys on the Children's Hospital commercial? He's in a wheelchair and he's like a motivational speaker.
Mm.
Really,
You ever
really cool.
notice the people that's like that, like that's messed up or something? They the most motivational people too.
Exactly.
That-
That's why I'm
Yeah.
like, we don't have no excuse. No excuse.
No
But I do
excuses.
need the
That's why
job.
I call this room no excuses. Like if people to be is worse than, and that's the thing. Everybody think they at the bottom. I'm the worst of the worst, and they can't get no worse. As long as you keep thinking that with that mentality, you'll never move forward in life. You ought to
Yeah.
always think about it. Always can be worse. And the people that's doing worse than you, they still got a positive mentality. They still pushing through. They still finding a way. So a person with half a body doing all this work, why is you crying for? Why you crying?
Right. Right.
I believe they're keeping themselves in hell, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
or they're entitled. Some people feel like
Right.
all my life should be like
Entitlement
this.
mentality,
Why I gotta
victim
go through
mentality.
this?
That all
It
comes
says it
into
in the Bible. Nobody's exempt. The bad is going to get it. The good is going to get
then
it.
the
It's
good
going to
is
go
gonna
back and
both.
forth throughout your life. Now you notice, like back in the day when those artists were making music and they make a real good hit. They getting praise and awards and all that, and they think it's going to be like that they whole term. No, it's
Mhm.
not. You're going to have low periods too. That don't mean just
Facts.
go and jump on drugs because you
Facts.
because you didn't have a good album that next year. It's not, you're not going to always be at your top, at the top all the time. You got to think about what you're doing in life, the crowds that's around you. If you giving
Mhm.
your money away, you got to think about all of that and why God is not releasing blessings like you want him to. Maybe you're not prepared for that. So when you prepare for that, then I'll start releasing it to you. Maybe you need to
Facts.
isolate yourself. But until
Hey,
you
that's
do that,
how I
I'm not
look at
giving
it.
you no husband. I'm not giving you no wife. I'm not giving you that car, that new job. I'm not giving it to you because you're
Until
not
I
ready
feel
for
like
it.
you ready.
Yeah,
Until I
because
feel like you ready. It's
because
not on
I mean,
our timing.
because the
That's the
devil's going
thing.
to talk you out of it. I was just telling somebody that last night. I said it's going to look ugly right now because God is making arrangements. He's moving people in. He's moving people out. So
Hmm.
with that being said, it's going to look ugly for a minute. And then it's going to start, developing to something good. And then he's going to start releasing blessings. Why would I give you blessings when we got a whole
All
world
right,
of demons and all
resource.
they're going to do is
Appreciate you.
manipulate you out of it? You know what I'm saying? I hope I wasn't talking too much. Everybody run. But
No.
but yeah, that's how I look at it. So I look
Yeah.
at a lot of things spiritually, and I think
Yeah.
that's what helped me get through stuff.
Yeah.
But I know I can't have this conversation with everybody because a lot of people don't understand that. They be like, "What do you mean spiritually?" I'm like, "Well, it's two parts to a story, and that's how I look at it."
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Yeah. So that's why I say even and hey, what was that? It was something I was about to say. I forgot. Dang, what was it? I don't know. I forgot. Yeah. I mean,
Oh, this
that's.
the spiritual thing or what I say, the gifts, the blessings, your
Hmm.
highest, your lowest
Oh
points.
yeah, you reminded me. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That's even like right now. That's probably why I don't. Why I'm not giving up even with this situation because I be feeling like. Of course, I want to be, want to make it to be able to help. Even though I'm still thankful, that's why I say I got more of a grateful mentality or appreciative mentality now rather than an entitlement mentality. So I'm grateful
Yeah,
for all my experience I've even had on this app of, people that telling me that I helped them out, and that's always been my goal. I just want to come on here and help people or give people, more of a positive view of looking at things. I can't save everybody. A lot of people gonna stay in their way of thinking and mad all the time. It is what it is. I'm fully aware of that. I just can't let people let me stoop to their level and stuff. So I'm like,
yeah,
I feel like, and that's what keep me continue to grind on here because I'm like, dang, maybe I feel like I should be at 1 million followers by now or have a bunch of people in my life. But it's like I'm not
yeah,
gonna give up because I like that's how I look at it. That maybe I'm not at the form I needed because even with this right now, this has helped building me up. It's making me become a better person. I don't use this app to become worse. And if the app making you worse, I'd be telling people you need to take a break and get off this thing because you're
yeah,
not ready
yeah.
for it. But this app is
You
making
know,
me better. You know what I'm saying? I'm
I was
running
gonna
into so
say,
many people with
be
different
careful what you.
mentalities and stuff. I'm running to,
Yeah,
all this stuff, and it's like maybe I'm not built yet to get to where I gotta be or whatever, or I'm gonna get there or not. I mean, what I'm saying, so I'm just like, I'm gonna keep grinding, and when my time comes, shoot, I might blow up one day, or it is what it is. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep
yeah,
grinding, and I'm gonna keep building myself up more and more and more. And it's like whatever God's timing, just like what I'm saying, when it's time, he gonna set me up. I know he got
yeah.
my back no matter what. You know what I'm saying? I'm
You
still here
know,
living.
Steve Harvey had he told a story. That's what I was about to say. Be careful what you ask for. He said that he wanted to make more money or something like that. And next thing you know, when he had did that pageant stuff, when he called out the wrong name, he started getting a lot of attention. But he
Mm-hmm.
didn't ask for that part. He just said that he wanted God to bless him, or he wanted to do something bigger. And God said, okay, I got you. Because he wasn't specific. And he didn't know that situation was going to occur. Next thing
Mm-hmm.
you know, he got people want to do interviews with him. All types of stuff just started coming at him off of that one incident. So like when I ask for stuff, I try to be specific because it's like I don't want to get hurt. I don't want anybody else getting hurt just because I want this one thing, you know. So, and then sometimes it may not be meant for you to be in front of all these people.
Right.
Sometimes it might just be meant for you to be like behind the curtains. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah. That's why I say passions versus purpose. Like I might not know my full purpose, but I know what I got a passion about. I wouldn't shoot mind wishing for. I think everybody should wish that to help people, help other people. Why won't
Yeah,
I'm not asking for too much. I'm not asking to be no millionaire or nothing like that. I got
right,
a passion out of helping people now. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Shoot, that's even getting pushed on to my real life. That's why I be even when I'm at my job, they be like, "Why you always?" You always got good energy. Why you always smiling and all that stuff? It's like, what's the frown about? Why I got to frown for it? You know what
Right.
I'm saying? I'm living
Why
my
do
life the best
everybody
way
make
I
it
can. Why
seem
I got to
like,
live it with a crunched up face and stuff? So I choose to have a smile on my face and make sure everybody else is all right. I say good morning and how are you all? I've been saying I never used to be that person before because I used to be like if somebody have a bad day and say don't say nothing to me, I'm gonna be mad. But I was like, you know what? They life ain't got nothing to do with my life. I'm doing my
exactly?
job. I'm gonna make sure that they all right. And if they not, they don't want to say something to me today. I look at it this way, like, shoot, maybe they got a bad day. I'm realizing that most of the time is people projecting themselves on me rather than me taking it personal. And that's my way of thinking now. You know what I'm saying? I can't take everything
Yeah.
personal because somebody don't work the way I want them to work. All I can do is me
Hmm.
genuinely show my care for other people because I just genuinely love humans now. I love people. You know what I'm saying? Because the reason I love them
Yeah.
so much more because the more I start learning to understand myself and understand that I can fall and I can snap on somebody and all that stuff, I'm like, you know what? I can't put that on everybody else. So I could have been the other person. I learned how to put myself in other people's shoes and stuff, which people lack in. They don't know how to put themselves in other people's shoes because they only care about themselves. So
I
I
know, and that's
learned
and
to
that's
to
why they're
love
getting
everybody
selfishly
else in that
thought.
way. So that's the reason why that's why I be so forgiving and stuff, or try to be positive as best as I can. I can only
Yeah.
control my life.
Yeah, yeah. I just try to pray and just forgive people that way versus forgive it and then starting back up a new relationship with them. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Whether we were friends or whether we were together. I just said, no, I just forgive you from afar.
Yeah, you
You
don't have to
know?
forgive and get back with us. That be all being stupid. You can forget. You can. I mean, you can't forget the situation. To like, you got to remember what happened. That's like sitting here forgiving somebody from robbing you, and then and because you forgive somebody, that don't mean you got to accept what their behaviors is. That mean I'm gonna take them back. That they gonna steal from me again. That mean you ain't learned from them. That's just being dumb. Forgiveness is really just the
Yeah,
way you treat people. You know what I'm saying? Not
yeah,
holding this anger or this bitterness towards a certain situation. You just got to
yeah.
realize that hey, us two is not compatible, and we can't be part of each other. I'm gonna love you from afar. That's just all that is.
Yeah, it's a pastor that I watch on here, and every time I go in his live, there's always somebody coming in with some negative comments, and people be like, "Oh my God, please throw that person out." He said, "No, I have to love everybody." And at first, I was just
Facts.
like, "Oh my
That's
God,
what I
he's so
do.
irritating." But then when I looked at it, I said, "Well, you have to keep in mind that he is the light, right? So this person
Facts.
may need he may need to see the light, feel the light, or whatever, right? Experience the light in order for him to probably change or understand what's really going on because he's
Hmm.
probably been misled by something, but now he's in front of somebody that's new, so he's getting a different perspective,
Hmm.
right? Which could possibly make a change. So I had to think
Yeah.
about that. And I was like, you're right. We do have to love everybody because remember I said it's two people. That's a sign of two different people. So we have to keep
Hmm.
that in mind. Where we have to love them too because without resistance, a lot of people wouldn't even be in their purpose like right now, right? So if it
Yep.
wasn't for that bad person that did something to you or said something to you, you
Hmm.
probably wouldn't even be where you at right now. So you have to think about that
Facts.
too, you know?
Facts. If it wasn't
Like
you, are
that
you?
person, it's like when you think about it, say you're walking up the street and then it's a dog on the left side and then a dog scares you to get back on the right side. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, most
You know,
definitely
it's like they're being used for something because I'm like,
for
well, how will God
something.
show his hand if there's no resistance? So they
Ex-
so they play a part too, whether you like it or not. And
Yep.
we do, and I would say we do have some control, not all when it comes to their part of what they're going to play, but like I said,
Yep.
you have to think about what your intentions are. Are you
Exactly.
really living? Are you really going by God's laws? Because if you're not, oh, you about to have some correction, and we don't know how it's about to come, but somebody about to visit you. You
Hmm.
know, you just so just be prepared. Don't get mad and say, "Oh, God is gonna give you karma because you did this to me."
Facts.
But But what if he sent that person to do that to you because you were on the wrong path?
Facts. You preaching, right?
So
Facts. I was saying
he
that too.
said,
I don't be trying to block my friends or nothing like that. I don't block friends. I don't block. I try not to block nobody. You know what I'm saying? If they come with like negative stuff or whatever, because
yeah,
I try my best. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I do look at it like, well, sometimes some people got to hit me at a different angle. No matter if they come with this negative feedback and all that. That's just like I said. I realize that majority of the time it's just them projecting. I can't let them throw me off my course. So it's like
right,
sometimes I gotta either ignore certain situations or whatever because I know my job. I know what I'm trying to do on here, and I know that everybody, like I said, everybody got their way they express they hurt or they express their life or whatever their way of thinking and stuff. So I'm like I do look at it that way. Like sometimes stuff get put in my life, and it's like depending on whatever how I handle it. It was meant to happen that way. And it's something for me to look in the inside of me to say, like, all right, this is what I got to work on, or maybe I do got to see something from this way, or it's actually people that's out here that think like that, and maybe I got to, try even harder to try to help people out and stuff. So I
yeah,
always try to look at, like I said, I always try to look at the positive in every situation, even if I think it's
yeah.
bad or it's harming to the situation.
And
And
you
then I
know,
feel like
even
whatever
when
comes in my mind, if I got to block a certain situation or I got to leave a room or something like that, I got my own
yeah,
tolerance, and that's what it
you know,
is. What it is.
even when you have children and then people be like, oh my God, they're like Chucky from hell, and but what if that Chucky was put into your life to correct you?
Yep.
You would have never corrected that situation
Yep.
if you were bypassing or talking to a stranger. You'd be like, whatever, right? But a person that's in your household, in your life, you can't help but to see it. You can't help but to hear it. And that happens in marriages too. Because I've read that guys were like, oh my God, I'm not getting married because these women, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, what if that wife was sent to correct him? It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't meant for them. It wasn't meant to be a lifetime. It was just meant to be a season. And they just happened to get married, right? So they both
Mm-hmm.
learned from each other. And he's pissed. Oh man, I want to get married because women this, women that. But what if you needed the correction in order to get to where you needed to be so you can have that wife that you desire?
Facts.
Sure. That's why when those men was talking about they were going over to other countries, I said, I don't think that's a good idea. And then the women were like, well, why not? Why are you hating? I said, hold on now. That could be your brother that you about to send over there. Would you want to send your brother over there with the mentality that he has, the entitlement,
Facts.
the selfishness? He might come back not alive or hurt real bad. And it's like you encouraging that. You know what? If I was one of those women over there, I would want to protect those women over there too. It's like you're protecting the women over there, even though you don't know them. Would you want somebody sending a monster over to your country?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that they all are, but you get what I'm saying. You got some that don't want to change their ways, or maybe they don't understand it just yet. And I had
Yep.
came into somebody live, but then I had just ended up just hitting the exit because I felt like he was not ready for what I was about to say. And he thought it was a good thing. He said, ha ha ha, they leaving because they scared. No, I'm not leaving because I'm scared. You're not ready, bruh. So there's no
Yeah.
point of me saying what I was going to say. And I'm not coming in on hating stuff. I'm just telling you facts. You've
Mm-hmm.
been over here in America. You don't know what those ladies over there have been practicing in their culture. You have no idea. You
Yep.
think because she's a woman that she can be easily weakened or whatever thoughts you may have. You,
Mm-hmm.
you 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 can't treat women like that all across the board. Like,
Exactly. That's why I
and
tell
I'm
people you
not
gotta
saying
change
that.
yourself first.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you shouldn't level up. I mean, I want everybody to level up and be optimistic. But at the same
Yeah.
time, you have to think about how's your heart? Do you have a heart of stone? So if you have a heart of stone, what lifestyle you think you about to live?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You have It's like you have to fix that first before you can even get anything, you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying, like peaceful. So if you asking a woman what she bring it to the table and you got a heart of stone, oh, she probably have a heart of stone too. You're not about to get nobody that's, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's about to be
So
everything that you desire with this heart that you have. No.
I want to talk about like this. He made me think about that. Say you gotta learn your lessons. So I like that, and that's even with that. And it's like a double-edged sword type lifestyle, anyways. Though It is what you choose, right? I do feel like
Yeah.
some people have to learn maybe the hard way. Some people you just gotta let be, and some people that you have a possibility of helping that they can actually make a turn. So it's no different. It's how I live my life, right? Because I rather choose the life of I take a gamble to help a person as best as I can, even if they don't want my help or not. So this how I do it. I look at it. I look at it no different when you trying to talk to a person that want to commit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Unaliving of themselves, right? It's no different from when you go up there on that bridge and trying to get them from stopping from splatting themselves, right? So I look
Right.
at it, I look at it that type of way, like, either it's gonna work or not. So if I can help somebody just keep from jumping off that ledge, why not? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And I'm gonna feel good, like it's either gonna work or not. So I would take that gamble or try to help somebody from jumping off that bridge and unaliving themselves. So why not?
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. And I met somebody. He said he was from like Tanzania or something like that. And as you can see, I am a talker. I like to talk. I know it's made for something. Maybe I might have been meant to be a motivational speaker. And he said, "You should come over to my country." As soon as he said that, it's like the vibrations within my body. I felt like my body was like lifting off the chair. I can't really explain the experience. And I was like, oh my God, just imagine going up to that country and talking to those women, me being an American woman and giving my perspective and my experiences. And, by me being positive and things like that, it's like I felt that before I even went over there. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So I say that to say, I want to know, did those men feel that too? Like, did they feel the vibration that I felt, or did they not feel nothing at
Hmm.
all? But
Oh,
I
here
had
go.
good intentions though, you
Oh
know?
yeah. Hmm. I was about to say, so I love it. She putting all this stuff in. So she said when you talk to those people, you speak kindly, right? So it's just
Yeah.
adjusted it to that come with the emotional intelligence, right? So you
But
adjusted to certain people you talk to. So everybody, I feel you on that, but
yeah,
everybody you can't speak kindly to either. It'd be like some people, like say if I was at some people like say if they was, I don't know, trying to think of maybe in a gym or something like that, right? I don't think
yeah,
like speaking kindly sometimes it work or not, but some people you gotta be on their head and you be like, hey man, you gotta get your. Some
yeah,
people you gotta cuss at or something like that. Some it just
yeah,
depends on the lifestyle. Because some people is always been grew up soft and stuff, and then when they get talked
yeah,
to, and they get talked to a certain way or something like that. They be like, dang, I never got hit from this angle like that, and they get
yeah,
encouraged. Like they be like, dang.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That was a
yeah,
powerful thing, and then they end up changing their whole entire life. So it's like it's all about trying to know who you talking to, and sometimes it is a gamble because sometimes you could change a soft perfect person to make them tough, and sometimes you might have to be light on a tough person. Sometimes it's just really a gamble and stuff. So
yeah,
it's no solid type thing. It's not. You're not wrong for being harsh on a person. You're not wrong for being too light on a person either. It's like a kid. Like some
yeah,
kids, you got to be tough love on. Some kids, you got to be light on. It's just how it is. But that don't work for everybody. So it's like you got to balance. It's a balance. Everybody is not
yeah.
one way.
I've noticed when I met people, I guess some people just be so tired, they think that they have to holler at everybody in order to get their point across. I'm like, you don't have to
Yeah.
yell at me, nor do you have to be aggressive. I heard you the first time.
Right.
Now, my thing is, I may not even do it correctly because you got an attitude. So now I'm about to have an attitude because you
Mm-hmm.
assume. You know what I'm saying? I'm like you don't have to yell at me. I heard you the first time. But you
Mm-hmm.
know what? I don't the only time that I might get mad at somebody if they really, really piss me off. But other than that, I'm usually calm like this.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I'm vibing with people, we having a good time, whatever. Other than that, I don't have a reason to yell at people, have an attitude, or be aggressive or be violent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still trying to figure out like why, I'm gonna just say it's time and before I say that. I believe it's time, and I'm gonna just say that before I say what I was about to say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, sometimes people handle things the same way all across the board. And you know how people be like real stubborn, where they be like real bullheaded, and they be like, where they don't change their mind for anything. And I'm like, I
Mm-hmm.
want to know how many blessings then pass you up. Like seriously.
Yeah.
Because you were so stubborn in your actions and things like that because you
Mm-hmm.
thought that it was going to turn out like this because that happened the last time. I wrote a poem. It was called last year, what he said, what she said. I'm like, you can't go off of all those. You can use it as a reference, but don't pull out the whole file now. Come on now. You
Mm-hmm.
can't do that. You got to use some of it accordingly, right? Because it's like you don't want to mess it up. But you got some people that be so scared. Like I say, sometimes with black people or whatever, you can go to them one time. You come to them, suited up. You got your business card, you got your speech, whatever you want to say. Hey, I'm doing credit
Uh-huh.
repair, blah, 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 blah. And then they say, okay, I'll call you or something like that. Or they say, I don't know. Then 20 people come to them telling you about me. Now all of a sudden they're interested. But I came to you first before the
Mm-hmm.
20 people showed up. Why didn't you patronize me then? What was it about me that you felt like I was a liar or a thief or something like that? Like, what gave you that? Did you test my spirit by the spirit, or did you test my occupation? Did you judge that? Because I think that's what you judged. You
Mm-hmm.
didn't judge anything else, you know what I'm saying, accordingly. And that bothers me because I like to give people opportunities. You know why? Because I feel like I'm an entrepreneur. So with that being said, I want to give you an opportunity too. It's like we're in the same boat. I want to encourage you today. I don't want you to go home and be like, oh man, I didn't make anything. No, you made something today.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. Maybe sometimes I may give people good ideas or whatever and be like, okay, do it this way, do it that way. Cause I be having a whole bunch of ideas. And then, I don't know if people be listening. I don't know if people be like, it ain't in me. Forget what she probably done said a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm just
Yeah.
going ahead and just not put it to work because I don't believe in it. Maybe you should, because what if you don't get nobody else like me that will come across your path that will give you good advice, free
Mm-hmm.
advice that you can use that you don't even have to pay for. And it could be $1 million idea.
Yeah.
I
I'm
just wish,
another
I just
firm
really
believer
wish people
too.
were a
Huh?
little more open-minded. I just really wish some people were a little more open-minded and gave things a chance.
Yeah. Wishful thinking, right? I really wish too. I wish
Yeah.
everybody's positive too, but shoot, in
Yeah.
reality, it ain't like that. Just like you said, everybody in this earth for some type of purpose or reason. So, I mean, I think everything perfectly done for it's perfect. I think God make everything perfect. So even though we
Yeah.
might not like it, but that's how it's supposed to win. Um,
Right.
I was gonna say, I'm a firm believer that even with certain situations, I learned that everybody not for everybody. I had even times like people be
True.
trying to
True.
change my tone or delivery or my all that stuff or whatever, but I'm like, shoot, I'm gonna attract the crowd that I'm gonna attract. It's no different from
Yeah.
like Kevin Samuels, right? He still had his supporters, but he's not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? But he
Right.
still helped many of people. So it's like
Right.
we got to realize sometimes some people we trying to change certain people's format or the way they talk and all that stuff, but some people just gonna be them. But I mean,
Mhm.
I do believe like some people, not just depending on the situation. Like some people are stubborn and like, no, I'm gonna stay negative thinking, I'm gonna stay there. But it's like I guess we gotta respect it, or just hope the best that hopefully they get out this way of thinking or something like that. But it's like I said, no matter what, it's a gamble on all the ends. It's like either you're gonna change that type of person, or you gotta or you gotta adapt with that type of person how they is, so you can learn more
Mhm.
about it. Just like Kevin Samuels, I'm talking about something like that, or even the
Mhm.
dude that be having a couple people that's on his app that people can't take their tone and stuff, and yet they got supporters and stuff. Like people
Yeah.
gonna cling to the people that they connect with. That's just what it is. Like just because somebody might deliver a message a certain way and you can't resonate with it, that don't mean everybody else can't. You know what I'm saying? But everybody feeling like
Mhm.
everybody can fall in the same category. It just don't work like that. Some people got to get taught to a certain way. Some people don't. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, everybody tone
And
do matter. I
a
get
lot
it.
of this, a lot of this, stuff occurs, when you're younger as a child, right? Where your parents yell at you. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like that's training right there. There you go, right there. That's your practice. Keep getting yelled at and see how it's like how much can you take it? I had my sister bullying me at home. It's like everybody was always on my case. I don't know, because I was always doing my own thing. Not saying that I was a bad person, but I just
Mm-hmm.
had my own thoughts. I just felt this way and I was standing on it. And I think they didn't like that. So, yeah, I said, you know what? If I would have mastered that as a little girl, oh man, it wouldn't have been no stopping me. No stopping me.
Mm-hmm. Dang, I had neither one of these things plugged up. I got my soundboard about to die and my phone. Dang, I should have one of these plugged up. I'll do the phone first. Soundboard that red. Dang. But yeah, man. Like I said, life itself is really like it's a gamble. That's with any situation. I don't think like even though we feel I mean it is such thing as right and wrong, but even right and wrong is still gonna come out with the right outcome, no matter how we want to
But
look at it.
yeah,
It might be the
I agree. And sometimes even when people are stubborn, it could be a little blessing in there somewhere by them
hmm
being stubborn.
hmm
You know how like if you were at home, whatever, you like, I told you to be ready or whatever, and they say, oh no, I had to do this, and you like, oh my God, you're so stubborn. But by them being stubborn, you like when it was time for you to leave out the house, whatever, you left out the house like just in time for you to even receive something or miss something. You just never know.
You just made me
So
think of something.
situations can go that way too. And you're like, damn, I'm glad that she was moving slow today or being her stubborn self, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to I don't know, hit that, get that scratch off or something, or meet that person or whatever.
Yeah.
Because that just happened to me recently where I had to go back home to get my ID. And when I came
hmm
back, I ended up meeting somebody. It was like everything just kind of lined up where my charger
Fact.
had died the night before. And I said, God damn it. So then I went out and then I seen somebody, doing phones. I was like, let me just sign up for this little free little phone or whatever. And it had the charger that I needed for my other phone. So I was like, bet. So everything worked out. And then I ended up meeting somebody that was on a level that I was on when it comes to the spiritual stuff and the stuff that I've been studying. I was like, oh man, you came just in time.
hmm I just seen your profile. You do not look like the picture that's right there. So, I see what you talking about. You say you threw the wig and stuff on.
Oh, who? Oh, yeah.
That's joke funny. I'm like, what the heck? That's two different people. But
Oh,
you just made me
you
think
see me
about. I'm
with
gonna start
my,
using
my,
that too.
my
The
hat on
reason
and my
why,
wigs.
huh?
No, go ahead.
Oh no, no. I was just saying, like, you made me think about it. Said I'm gonna start using that too. Like how I'm for sure that like everything happened for a reason and is predestined. That's the reason why I can't believe in the karma thing, because like
Yeah.
even this, right? Uh, you just made me think about that. Like when how you say things align, they line up. That's just like when I
Yeah.
had one of these days. That even happened with me and my boy. One of these days, I could have been mad. I'd have overslept, was late for work, right? Overslept.
Mhm.
I'm sitting here mad and all that. I should have said it backwards then. But basically, it's like all this time I've been trying to. I was trying to be a high-low driver, right? I was trying to be a high-low driver at this job because they used to be this place called Technical, and if you wear a black shirt, you can do the high-low or whatever. So I was
Yeah.
signing up for that. And then, they was always trying to find an opening for that or whatever. It just never happened. So I ended up stuck, still doing the lines and stuff or whatever. And
Mhm.
then it was one of these days I ended up coming late, and I'm still like on a regular day of work and all that stuff. Me and my boy ended up coming in late. I'm like, dang, we late and stuff or whatever. So we trying to, cause we all had to get up early in the morning to try to fight to get a ticket to work, just to work or whatever. I
Mhm.
came in late, and then like it was crazy how this happened. I come in late, and then all of a sudden she had something set up for me and my boy. Like, hey, they just opened up a spot for like hollow classes or something like that.
Oh
So it's
wow.
like if we wasn't late, we wouldn't have had that moment to become a hollow driver. And to this day, I'm like still doing like hollow driving. I got hollow skills and all this stuff. Been doing it for years.
Uh-huh.
It's like
Mhm.
it's so crazy how life aligned. Like a bad moment
Yeah.
ended up being a good thing. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. I got a story real quick where I had failed my driver's test. I was so determined to get a driver's license. So this was when
hmm
I was like probably like 18. I go to work because I used to work at Popeyes. I'm from Detroit actually. And somebody stole my wallet. And I could have
Detroit.
sworn I could have sworn I tucked my wallet in my pocket real good, my coat pocket, but somebody must have stole it. So
hmm
my driver's permit was in there. I'm like, oh man, I gotta go back and get another driver's permit. So I'm pissed. I go back to the Secretary of State, and when I went, she gives it to me. And I didn't feel like waiting on my license. So I ended up buying me a car.
hmm
And I had got off of work early because my stomach was hurt, and I get something in the mail, and it was like, come down here and take your picture for your driver's license. She made a mistake and gave me driver's license instead of a permit. That's how I got my driver's license. So I had to pretend like I knew how to drive, and I had to teach myself how to drive. So when people be like, "Oh man, you gotta get up to the right side," I'm like, "Right, right, right." But I didn't know, so I had to teach myself as time went on. But yeah, some bad situations can be a good situation. That's why sometimes I don't worry about stuff because I know God got me. And I'm like, wow. So the whole time I'm up here stressing about a driver's license, and all I had to do was get my wallet stolen in order to
That's
get
crazy. You know what I'm
right
saying? That's
a
why I don't
driver's
complain
license.
anymore. I try not
Yeah,
to complain anymore because I'm like, something is better in my life. It just be like that. God got
yeah,
me at the end of the day. If as I say, I'll be putting it in that way, but at the end of the day, I know God got my back no matter what the situation. People want to believe it and believe in God or not. I just know He got me. You know what I'm saying? Everything literally happens for a reason. You know what I'm
it
saying?
does.
It's always been proven every time. When I get fired from a job, I find a better job. You know,
Yeah,
it's always been like that. It's
yeah.
always been like that. That's why it's
I
like
hope that whoever
you say you from
whoever
Detroit?
I settle down with, yeah, I'm from Detroit. I hope whoever I settle
Where you
down
at now?
with has the same mindset. I ain't telling people. I ain't telling
Oh,
nobody where I'm at right now.
I got you. I got you. You keep
I'm
it
gonna go
side secret,
private,
you know.
private. But I'm not too far. I'm gonna just say that. But yeah, I had to leave Detroit because Detroit was negative. I had
Don't do
too
my
many
city like
jobs.
that. Don't do us like that. Don't do us like that.
No, no, I'm doing you like that. So
And I should be like, not all not all people and
right.
stuff.
People be killing me. Say
Boy,
say some. I said, okay, well, I'm gonna say some just to make you feel better. You feel
make you
better
feel
now?
good, right?
My thing is, if I say men, if I say women, we know that it's not one man, not one woman doing this particular thing, right?
Right.
It's multiple men. So I'm going to say men because it's plural.
Facts.
I'm not going to say some. I know it's some. You know it's some. I don't need you to interrupt me. And I feel like I heard that's a sin. When somebody's talking and you interrupt them because the spirit can actually be talking through them and you interrupting and you never
Mm.
know. So people should be careful. But yeah, I think I was done with Detroit and it was just time for me to move on and I did. And what do you know? Blessings just started raining down on me. You remember when God said he told Abraham, hey, I need you to uproot from your family's home and come over here with me. And he
Mm.
did. And what do you know? He ends up getting blessings.
Mm-hmm.
And um, I felt the same way. So I try to encourage people when people are like, oh, I'm scared to leave. Scared of what? What are you scared of? God got you. What are you
Facts.
scared you're gonna miss? I left home when I was like what, 18, something like that. I think I got my first place when I was like 20 because I left home. I wasn't scared. So that's where I get most of my confidence from because I'm like, okay, I already did this. I did the big stuff. This ain't nothing. That's how I look at it. This ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that somewhere. It was it's called the Other Bible, and that was in there where it said that it's a sin or something like that that you shouldn't interrupt people when they're talking because the spirit can be like using them or
Mm.
talking through them. And I heard my friend say that. I said, remember when you said blah 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 blah? She said, I ain't say that. I said, yes, you did say that. She said, I ain't say that. I said, you know what? From now on, I'm about to start writing stuff down because you did say that. She forgot that she said it, or maybe something could have been used. I don't know. It's weird. But she
So
didn't even know
that's
she
weird.
said
That's
it.
like a double-edged sword too. So how could we know to call that a sin? Because sometimes you might have to interrupt a situation if it's sounding negative or something, like it might be damaging or something.
True, true. So I guess you have to have discernment. I'm gonna say that.
Mm. And that
Because
can
I'm not
be,
going to say
yeah.
everybody that's talking is right or whatever. But like I said, hey, the demon can be saying some good stuff too. I mean, well, stuff that you may need to hear too, right?
Yeah.
But you
I'm
thinking,
glad you switched
oh,
that up. That
you got,
scared me a little bit, but I get you.
yeah. It's
Let
like
me
it's
know
like
you
you
got to
it's like you
unalive
you
your
you
mother.
looking like Freddie, right? You looking like Freddie. I'm not about to listen to you because you look like Freddie.
Right. Exactly.
Like I gotta laugh at
Yeah.
that. I'm sorry, but that's funny. But yeah, that's what I read and that's what I believe. And I just basically just kind of shared an experience with you where sometimes I feel like I don't be myself where I'm like, where did that come from? I don't talk like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can literally hear your stuff and you're like, okay, where did that come from? But it sounds good. Thank you for whoever helped me out. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I
Mm-hmm.
got my point across or whatever.
I'm sorry. I
But
gotta
yeah.
go back. I gotta go back to that junk.
Oh, go
That
ahead.
junk hurt my head. I can't. I don't believe. Oh, okay, look. I gotta go back to what old girl said. I'm sorry. I couldn't let it go.
Oh,
Like
go ahead.
you say, you optimistic, right? But then you believe in karma at the same time. It throw my head up because it's like because optimistic. Like if people really understand it, optimistic is literally looking at the good and the bad. So I think if you have an optimistic mentality, you would not wish the bad on anybody. If you already looking at the good through the bad, you see what I'm saying? I don't.
Yeah, I feel okay. So I agree with you, and I agree with her. I feel like it's two ways you can look at that. Like, because I'm optimistic, and at the same time, I do believe in karma, the good and the bad. I do believe that whatever you put out, you will get back. And when it comes to like being optimistic, I feel like you're being positive. It's like you're confident within that situation. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I look at it.
Hmm.
But I can look at it your way too, where you said if you're being optimistic, you should, you shouldn't. Wait, say that again.
No, I'm saying if it's just like we was mentioned earlier, right? You said you looked at the bad times and you noticed it's like it was meant to happen in your life. So the way you looked at your bad times, you was like, maybe that bad person had to come in my life for me to get myself together. You see what I'm saying? That's an
Yeah,
optimistic
yeah,
mentality
yeah.
you literally
Just
just
like the
used.
just like when I was talking about the police officer story. That's why I gave details so you guys can understand what I was talking about. But
Mhm.
you know, some people would have looked at it and be like, "Oh no, maybe you should have just paid your bill and this and this and that." So
But
that's why I said I didn't know if you guys were going to understand what I was saying. But due to my research, things are already paid for the first time. All that
mhm,
extra, pay your car note and this and that. Because I was going to tell you something earlier when you said that $100 was missing from your check or whatever. But
mhm,
a lot of things are already paid for. You got settlement money that you don't even know about, and I
mhm.
believe that you're just getting pieced off from it. You
Yep.
got dividends, you got stocks, you got distributions, you got all that stuff, right? That people never talk about. So I
Mhm,
knew what I was saying. And with that being said, when they were taking my car, I took a picture of it. I took a picture of my car being stolen. And again, when I looked it up on a computer, they had a tax form and it was called involuntary conversion.
mhm,
And they talked about like basically how you can get they talked about insurance where somebody steal your car. That would be considered as theft because
mhm,
if the car was already paid for, you're like you owe me, but a lot of people don't know that, you know. So when I looked at that situation, I was like, damn, did I scare myself out of a situation that could have been positive? Because I had to keep in mind that hey, you're being used at this moment because I was in a lot of
mhm,
situations. And I'm like, well, if you're going to be the teacher, you have to pay attention because eventually you're going to have to reteach this lesson. And that's how I looked at it. But again, you know, you can't, again, I wouldn't have been able to make it through the whole story because somebody would have interrupted me and said some BS, what I just said. Oh, no, you should have just did this and you should have did that. How you know? How you know that eventually it may not be it could be a blessing? My car getting taken or something like that. What if God wanted me not to be driving at this moment to
mhm,
go help somebody or something like that by foot? You know, I told somebody, I said, you notice when you're driving, you don't get a chance to see and sightsee and stuff like that because you're driving, you're focused. But when you're on the passenger side, you have a different view. You have a different perspective. And that's how I look at it.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying? So, where it's like you're able to slow down, you're able to kind of digest it a little, you know, better. But when you're driving, you ain't got time to be sightseeing. You're trying to get to where you're going, and then you got to pay attention to the road, and you got to watch everybody else drive. Yeah, 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 all that. So I look at it as a lesson learned because it was details that I should have used, but when you're freaking out at that moment, you're like, okay, what do I do? And the first thing you grab is fear. And that's what I did. I grabbed fear first. I didn't grab the details that the police officer that, the things that he told me the last time that I met him. Because I wasn't thinking like that. I was just thinking like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm in this situation. What I got to do, you know? But that situation led up to the ring pop situation that I was just telling you about.
mhm,
Everything that occurred was like boom, boom, boom. It was for a reason. And I remember my friend was telling me, she said, she said, you have to lead by an example. I said, you know what? I'm tired of him. He's getting on my nerves, meaning his dad. I'm like, he's getting on my nerves. I don't want to be here. And I remember getting an email, and the email was like, so I hear you don't want to listen. I was like, wait a minute. I said, because the only person that was on the phone was me and my friend. And I said, where the hell did this email come from? But I forget I had signed up for like some type of astrology something, whatever, right? And they just happened to send a message just in time because I felt like that was clarity saying, hey, what my friend said was correct. She told me, she said, the spirit told me to tell you this, and they told me that you were going to reject it. I said, yeah, I'm fighting it because I don't want to be with him anymore. I'm like, he's getting on my nerves. I'm like, tell somebody else to leave him by an example because I don't want to share. I don't want to give no more. I'm tired. And what do you know? Something, and then something else told me one day when I went to work because he got on my nerves so bad. And something said, teach him. I'm like, teach him? What you mean? So again, what my friend said was the truth, but I believe by my car being taken away, me getting into that situation, it was all for my good, his good, etc. So I believe everything does happen for a reason. It may look
Yeah.
bad at the beginning, but I do believe everything happens for a reason. And I like to share my story, even though sometimes it may look like it's embarrassing, but I like to share to help other people.
Right. I think it
Hopefully
even
it
say
can
in the
help.
Bible about that. They do say that too, about the good and the bad happen. That's what I mentioned earlier. Good and bad happen. It's gonna be good and bad happen, but it's still for the good at the end of the day, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, it is. I feel like, even the bad people, they're being used too.
Yeah.
Isn't that
The
don't
devil is
that
the
suck
reason why
that
the
you
devil here. You know what I'm saying? He created them. God created
exactly,
all this. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
it's a reason for all this stuff. We might not know the reason, but it's a reason. But we always want to put our own human mind and be like, no, we supposed to be as smart as God. Shoot, you think why
Yeah,
would God make us as smart as him? That's crazy. It's
right,
just
right.
funny to be, man. Man.
I feel like, you become smarter with your experiences and things like that. Where you learn as time go on. I was asking somebody like, what would you rather have, money or wisdom? I was looking
Mm,
for that Bruce. I was gonna read. Hold on, what is it? No, that's not it. This one was. It was like right on point. And you know what? My little experience that I had earlier when I had went on the pastor's page, it's like I felt like he was speaking like directly to me because he was like,
that's
"You're
how it be.
fasting." He said, "You're fasting," and he said things don't sound right to you no more that it did once upon a time before. And I was like, if he ain't speaking the truth,
Facts.
that was so right. You know how you meet older people and you like, okay, well, they're older, they're experienced, they know what they're talking about. So it's like you be passive on a lot of doing a lot of conversations where you be like, yeah, you right, but then they don't be right, but you think they right.
Hmm.
I experienced that, and you like, okay,
Is
well, I thought
celibate
she was,
like fasting too? Like fasting from sex? Thought about
yeah, I
that.
would say yeah. It's
That's
like
because
it's
I'm
like
about to
you're
say I got them
refraining
same
from
visions
doing
now.
it.
That I've been celibate. I've been seeing so much stuff. It's gonna be crazy. I'll be like, dang, that's what the heck I used to put up with, or dang, I used to because I used to look at them in a sexy way. Now I'm seeing how dumb they is when they open their mouth. Now it's really funny to
Right.
me.
So wait, okay, so do you mind if I read this verse to you real quick? It's just basically about what we were talking about.
What's that?
It says all things come alike to all. One event happens to the righteous and the wicked, to the good, the clean, the unclean, to him who sacrifices and him who does not sacrifice. As is the good, so is the sinner. He who takes an oath as he who fears an oath.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much that talks about like everybody gonna get it. Ain't nobody
Facts.
exempt.
Facts.
When I read
Nobody
that,
is
I was
in
like,
it. I
oh
mean,
wow.
nobody not getting it right.
Right.
You know that one they got the one verse where even God tested, like he even tested his most perfect servant. You know, I think it was Job or something like that. He even had the devil test him out. You know what I'm saying? So everybody getting that work. It don't matter who you were.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you
I
perfect.
agree.
Let me
Everybody's
see
gonna
how
get it.
perfect you is. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. My thing is, if I'm about to let you in my house, I have to test you on all aspects. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's like you're not gonna be exempt. Because I need to know, are you really with me?
Yep.
So
And
yeah, you're
it's to
you're
make us
definitely
our
gonna
own self aware of our capabilities too. You know what I'm saying? Just really to wake us up.
yeah.
That's how he tests us. And it ain't just because
True.
he doing out of spite. It's a reason behind why he doing it. He ain't, oh, let me test. You know, it ain't the way we try to test humans and stuff. It's the way,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it's just to test our spirit and to strengthen it,
I
really,
told,
once we pass it or to
yeah.
see what we got to work on, you know.
I told somebody years ago, I was like, well, I feel like God could be working hand in hand with the devil. And he was like, why would you say that? I said, because he's the creator. Why would
Yeah.
he not? I'm not
Yeah.
saying like he on his side, but it's kind of
No.
like interchangeably. You know what I'm saying? Where
Yeah.
he said, hey, I need you to send, such and such after this person. Okay, bet I got you. Roger that. He did say, hey, when you go down to earth, let me know if you need me. Let me know what you need. I don't think he
Mhm.
was saying like like we cool. It's just
No.
that you're part of my
The plan.
story. Yeah, you're
Right.
part of the plan.
Yeah. This is God's will we live in, man. I know we want to think we can make our own plan and stuff, but this has already been planned out. His will, when we say his will be done, his will be done, you know what I'm saying? What God's will be done. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but that's
Yeah.
true. We live in his life. I realize what the, I don't, this from my perception, right? When they say the book of life, if he said, if you're not written in the book, right, that you're not one of his, just like when they had the one thing, and I realized that even past is how they put that. It'd be like, yeah, depart from me, you work of iniquity. I never knew you. It made me think
Mhm.
about that because we be trying to think and put our little petty human mind on it. Like, yeah, that mean if you do bad, that mean he never knew you. So I don't think it's like that. I think when God said he never knew you, he never knew you. Like as in he didn't create you or something like that, or he never
Right.
like he. Because I
Like
don't
you
think
came from a different type
you
of
can't. Yeah.
entity or something.
Yep, and that's what made me. I be thinking deep on stuff like that, and then what was the other thing I was going to say? What I mentioned first before? What was the verse I said before that? Dang,
Uh
it was a
you
verse I
said
said.
something. No, you was just basically saying people think, damn, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
We
think
be
of it
saying
was
so
something I was
much.
leading to before that. I threw two verses in there by mistake. Oh, dang, right.
You know what I was gonna add? I was gonna say that you know how it mentioned in the Bible that we supposed to be writing our stories too. I've
You just
never
reminded me. Book of Life. Right there you
Mhm.
go. So I say I figured out like the book, and I could be wrong, but from my perception, right? They
Mhm.
okay. You say if you ain't written in the book, right? So it made me think about that. I said I feel like I get why he said the book, and I feel like we living in the story. You know what I'm saying? Because if the fact that nothing is new under the sun and God knows everything, it's like
Right.
it's not like we can trick God. So it's like our this is our, what we think is new to us, it's already been planned out. You know, we might be living our life, but it's like how can we trick we can't trick our creator. So it's like that's why I can get why he's saying this is called the book of life because we
Yeah.
like if you look at it, if you try to look at it
It's
the
like
best way
it's like it's
from
coming.
God's lens, this is really a book to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like the only thing that's different is what the names, maybe the year, the era, you know what I'm saying? Things like that.
yeah,
But
but God know
everything,
everything. We
right,
can't trick him.
it's a repeat, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
It
It's
is a
already been
repeat.
written. Just like this, how I know God know everything. Just like how Jesus, like he knew. That's how I always use that same one. Like that's to be a little. Like even when we be saying they be having messengers, right? Oh, the
Mhm.
messengers already know what's gonna happen, or he know that. All this stuff. Like where that's coming from. It's something that's giving them their powers or something like that to know the future. Just like okay, when Jesus
Right.
told Peter that you're gonna deny me 3 times, right? And he
Mhm.
was right about it. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that was just Jesus showing that he can tell what was going to happen in the future. So you can only imagine what God knows. He
Right,
created
right,
Jesus. So why wouldn't
right,
God know all? You see what I'm
right,
saying?
right. I agree. That's why I don't understand why people feel like they can, like David, for instance. Like, how did you think that you can trick God when He made you king? And on top of that, He gave you a home, He gave you wives, and then He said that if that wasn't enough, He was going to give
Right.
you more, and you had your own personal prophet. Are you kidding
Mm-hmm.
me?
Don't trick
He
your
thought
own
that. Oh,
creator.
he thought that he was so slick. Now it makes sense of why I think that God don't want certain people to have power because of that reason. They will use it for harm and not
Yep.
to help.
He
You
gave it
know,
to the people
so
that's supposed to. Just like
Yeah, so it's
everybody
like,
haven't seen demons before. Some people did, some people don't. But it's like it's supposed to fit our way, our lifestyle, and the way he wanted to use us. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Everybody ain't not gonna have the same exact experiences. That's just
I
how it is. Everybody can't be Moses and part the water. He used Moses for his time. You know what I'm saying? He used
yeah.
everybody. Everybody got their own situations for when. I mean, they timing. That's what it is. We
You know,
not all used the same way.
I know some people feel like some stories don't add up, but it be like the craziest stuff and it really do be true. It doesn't make any sense to you, but it be real. So I was
Yeah.
telling my friend about somebody that was online off of TikTok that I met.
Hmm.
And he was asking for my help. And I was like, okay, well, I don't have that type of resource at this moment.
Hmm.
And she was like, well, why would you give him information? You shouldn't give men information because all they're going to do is turn around and harm people. I said, that's not true. I said, women harm people too. So I just supposed to just teach women and just give women information only. I said, no, I disagree with that. You're not about to
Hmm.
talk me into that because you going through it with your baby daddy. That's not my
Exactly.
problem.
Hmm.
And that's not fair that we will look at it like that.
Hmm.
Eventually, we're going to have to be united. We need to be. What we just
Facts.
gonna do is just
You
keep
preaching.
kicking each other and pushing each other away. I
Gotta follow you now. You
on
talking
my
too
video
much
on my
gems in here.
say that again.
I said I gotta follow you doing too many gems. I
Oh,
usually be stingy with my
so
stuff, but
on my video or whatever, on my video that's on my page, I was talking about my friend was telling me a story, and at the time he was in his early 50s. So I would forget what year he was born, but anyways, he told me that him, his mother, and his siblings went to like a Catholic church, and the white women were telling his mom to leave their father that she was married to. He was the provider, he was the protector. And I said, well, why would they do that? And then I had told another story in between that because when I was on somebody's live the other night, I was telling a story and the white lady was like, well, why would a black man, in so many words, come to your aid? And I'm like, well, why not? Like, as if I'm undeserving. I said, well, you have a provider, you got to protect. I said, so black women supposed to be out here just thugging it out by themselves? What the hell? So I was like, interesting. I said, when you talk to people, the truth comes out. I said,
yep.
I understand that you guys are friends with certain people of certain races. And when you have conversations with them, the truth comes out. I said, just know that the Karen blood is still running through their veins or whatever. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Excuse my language. But you have to be careful because I don't know if you heard that story about that black lady that went to the house party of all those white ladies and she came unalive.
Hmm.
She spent the night.
Wait, you
So,
said hold up, so um you said a Karen blood. What is that?
no, I'm being funny.
Oh,
Like, okay, so you know what a Karen is, right? An
yeah, I know what
evil
you're talking about.
lady. Right. So I said that's running through their blood. So don't get it mistaken just because they laugh with you, they agree with you, they work with you, they're your
Hmm.
neighbor, all that. That could just probably be a front to probably get closer to you. I don't trust certain things.
You
And
believe
and and
blood make
things
a person character?
yes, I do believe
Hmm.
that as my friend said, she said that blood has information, which I do believe to be true. When you think about
Hmm.
it, that's DNA.
Okay, let's get somewhere. And I'm loving. Now you brought something else up. Um, so do you believe all of us mixed by now?
Do I believe that we're mixed?
Yep.
I would say yes.
Dang, you ain't supposed to make it that easy. I was,
Okay, well, no. Wait, what you want me to say? No.
I'm not talking Jack, but I was because I used to have this. I be doing it. I used to do them live. So I got to get back to all that though. I used to call it
So
like
wait.
blood.
I just thought about something. Are we mixed or are we not mixed? Because this is what I know. You got people that are not deserving of anything. They've been stealing stuff. So in order to do that, they have to be part of your heritage and all that, right?
Hmm.
So me and my friend was talking about that, and she said, we do have slave last names. I was like, right. She said,
Hmm.
what if whatever you make could possibly go to their generation instead of your generation? Like, what if it could be like split to where you're linked to them with your last name? and whatever you earn could go to them, right? And I was like,
Hmm.
yeah, that's interesting. What if? So you know how people do the DNA test where they say, oh, you're 10% this, you're 10% that. Like, are we
Right.
really,
I
or
was
are
just
you
about to
making
say.
things up to say that we are that so this person can be entitled to this because you know what I'm saying, because they're linked to me or something like that. What if that is the case? Because we don't know what they're testing. We don't even know if they're being honest. We're not in front of them. But you notice that in the Bible, even when they cooked or made pies, they would say, make that in front of me. They never made it really in secret.
Hmm.
But they do things in secret when it comes to us. So how will we know?
Yeah. I I believe by now that and that's the reason why I say that because I be feeling like even with the wars, but it's a lot to say on that. So I do believe all of us mixed by now. It's been millions, not either millions or thousands of years, right? And to
Yeah,
have the same blood from when we first started on this earth, our ancestors, it's kind of wild to believe that. It's no way we have the same or we 100% of whatever we feel like because we always judge just off the outside of our skin and stuff. I
right.
believe like, and then it's like, then they had this one thing, right? It's like it's one of the two things. It was either we all mixed or this one thing where we have that they said something about the one drop blood, or they say the dominant gene is the black gene or whatever. So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
by now, I think everybody probably done got it by now, no matter what. Because it's like it's no way everybody was in the same spot their whole entire day life, and nobody, all these people that had sex and all this stuff is. It is no way that somebody is 100% unless you just started off from the beginning of this earth. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And
Yeah, true, true,
and even
true.
with that, like it's like even the blood it go based off our because remember like it wasn't racist because race just got invented. I think I looked that up. It's like 19 or 1800. I don't know, something like that. The white T man came up with the race concept or whatever. Called
Okay.
people Chinese, Asian, or whatever, whatever the race, all the races. I think it's 5 races or something. Like it might be more than that now. But they came up with that. But back then we used to be caught off our nationalities and stuff, whatever.
Yeah,
Israelite or because they was in Israel or you know what I'm saying, different like
yeah.
African any of that stuff, whatever land we was on, that was
That's
our
interesting.
nationality, whatever nation, that's what it was. So that's how we identified ourselves back then. And then by us being humans, because we all could literally, and they don't want to like talk about that, we all literally probably the same people who by us being born in different areas of the earth we just
Yeah,
start forming and start looking different. Like they even say, even the Chinese could be us. You know what I'm saying? All of us
yeah,
really could be the same exact thing, but by us being born in different areas, our skin changed, our hair changed, all that stuff changed
yeah,
because of different parts of the earth. Wherever we got
yeah.
born, it made us come out this certain way and stuff. Because, like I
True.
said, even if
So
you look at the nationalities is whatever land you was born on. That's what made your nation. You know, your nationality and stuff, or your ethnic
yeah,
background. All we really do is follow cultures and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Culture is a what they call it socially made or social construct. You know, all that stuff is
yeah,
social construct. Them situations and stuff. So it made me like I said, I be trying to think deep on them situations. Like it's no way.
yeah. I know people be talking about all the different races, so it's like I don't really know all that stuff, so I can't really go back and forth. But I would
Yeah.
say that I do agree with you. Like you say, everybody can't be 100% unless you came from the beginning of time,
Right.
which is right. Meaning like, cause it wasn't nothing else for us to use off of to even mix you with, right?
Yeah.
So, it was something else I was about to say. God damn it. Oh, okay. So you know when they got off the ark or whatever, and I think each son was assigned, what a group was assigned to each son, right?
Mm.
So I know one of the sons had black people assigned to them, and I don't know if that was Ham. It was one of them. Okay. So yeah, I do agree with that. But and you notice
Mm.
that when you be filling out paperwork, I feel like that's your opportunity to say who you are. But we always mark black because we haven't been told anything else. With that being
Facts.
said, I feel like you are cheating yourself and you don't know it just yet, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of the paperwork do be giving you options, but you don't know that, right? And you
Mm-hmm.
notice that they say black or they say other. So it's
Mm-hmm.
that's your opportunity to put other, whatever you want to put. They can't say that you're not that.
Hmm.
How can they tell?
Yeah. They just
So with
go off
that
your
being said,
outside features.
yeah, I feel like so that could be reparations right there.
Hmm.
That piece of paper is considered as communication. Whether you're communicating through the bank, whether you're communicating when you're buying a car, a house, you're doing your taxes through IRS, that's all communication right there. And that's
Hmm.
all money too. If you look at like certain spots on the application, because employers use that, and that's how they get extra money off of you. I even read recently that they have something where it's called, I think it's called empowerment zone, something with zone in it. But they go off of your address, and that's how they make money off of it. If you
Hmm.
live in a certain area. So when they be like 90 days, that's why they say 90 days, because that's when the money will be distributed to them in 90 days. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I be on, just kind of looking up stuff, because I just got tired of, I felt like I was losing, if that makes any sense. And
Hmm.
then it's like when you don't have a man in your life at the moment, you have to do everything yourself. You can't wait and be like, okay, well, I'll just wait till he feed me information because it says that in the Bible too, like, oh, just go home and ask your husband. Well, if you don't have one, who do you rely on? You have to rely on yourself. But when I will say this, if I do get somebody in my life that is a leader and etc., oh yeah, I'll step aside and allow him to do his job. But if I see something wrong, I am going to say something. But I
Hmm.
will be diligent in how I deliver my message because I want us to be together. I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because I have heard men say, well, I'm here now, so you can just take your cape off. I'm here. And they be
Da
like,
da da
no,
da da.
because right, right, ta-da. So they say, oh no, I don't, because I've been doing it like this and this and this and that. And I'm like, but you asked for a husband, and that's what you got. So it's like now your husband is here, and you still want to kind of like regulate. Like I'm
Hmm.
confused.
And I can feel it though. It's a habit type thing though. Like once and
It's
I
a
build
habit.
and I believe that we all built off our habits and stuff. That's why we feel like we can't be anything else. That's why. And I like I said, this one book, that's the first thing that changed my life. I read this book called Atomic Habits and made me realize that dang, our life is really off habits. And that's why we be feeling like I am this and I am that. It's like, no, you can be whatever you want to be. I can literally be a hippie if I wanted to, but I just gotta build hippie type habits. That's all it is. But I want to hurry up and
Yeah.
get back because I could talk about all type of stuff because I saw this stuff. But what I was about to go back to what you were saying about the uh you made me think about dang, what the freak?
You said
What's it?
now
What's
wait, did
another?
you that did, okay, I want to interrupt you, but go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
want to
You can go
interrupt.
ahead. I'm just trying to think.
No, you said okay, we was just talking about habits. What you say the name of the book is? I'm gonna write that down.
Atomic Habit. Yeah, I would recommend
A,
reading that.
ti- a time or atomic?
Atomic, like a
Okay.
bomb, atomic bomb,
Yeah.
but it's Atomic
Yeah.
Habits.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would recommend. It's a 5 hour audio book. Actually, I listened to it on SoundCloud. That changed my life too much. That's what made me really not believe in the signs and stuff. Because I'm like, dang, I
Man,
could be whatever I want to be, and I started
I'm
training
gonna
my
tell you.
mind. That's
I'm gonna
why
tell you.
huh?
I'm gonna tell you what happened to me. So one of my friends, I used to, like I said, I did nails before. She
Hmm.
was like, we need to, she said we need to start reading the book. What is the book where you start manifesting stuff? The
Mm.
uh, damn, I can't think of it right now. It's you probably know what I'm talking about if I say it, but it's on the tip of my tongue. You manifest stuff when you think positive. It's
Mm. Uh,
the oh, it's a movie and it's a book.
a
Anyways,
movie. Wow.
it's a movie and a book. Anyway, she tells me about this. I immediately go home and I said, you know what? I'm not watching no more TV. I stopped watching TV. And when I say that changed my life, that changed my life. And then I started isolating myself too. And once I started doing that, I started forgetting things, right? And it scared me, right?
Mm.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm forgetting how to talk and everything, right? I'm all stuttering when I'm out in public because I haven't been around people. I'm not watching TV, right? So I called my mom like probably like 2, 3 in the morning. I'm like, Mom, it's something wrong. She said, what? I'm like, man, I'm forgetting stuff. Am I getting old or something? But I had forgot. I forgot that I turned the world off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but that was my time to fill my mind and my spirit with things that made sense to me, right?
Right.
So it was time for me to reprogram myself, right? And I wasn't thinking like that at the time. I was just like, I was thinking like, oh my God, like I lost something. But that was a good thing that you dropped those worldly habits. That was good at that moment. But I was thinking about it in a negative way. And I'm like, something is wrong. Nothing was wrong. It's just that
I'm used to the
it's like
drama
the
and the
thing.
news and the what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's like, when it's like I stopped watching the news because I'm like, well, I don't want to go off of what their beliefs is, and I don't want to live in their fears. So I stopped watching. I was like, whatever happens, happens. Whatever. I'm not about to sit here and be freaking out over something that may not even be true. When people be like, oh, they said we can't eat spinach, and why is that? Like
Wow.
it'd be stupid stuff like that. Now you worry that if it's a recall or not. But I think that they just kind of randomly pick stuff and then say whatever they're going to say about it because, again, their job is to put fear in you. It's like
Oh yeah.
they don't want you to elevate, right? And part of elevation would be a good diet,
They make money off your
fruits and
fear.
vegetables. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, they do.
Mhm.
So, with that being said, I just felt like I had to separate myself from that. So now that I know that if things start leaving me, it was meant for me to leave. And now it's
Yeah.
time for me to reprogram myself with my laws, the things that I believe and things like that. So
Mhm.
I had to think about that. I was like, this is so interesting. But yeah, I was freaking out. I was watching this infomercial. Oh my God, that's another thing. So the infomercial was like old, it was like an old person commercial. And they was like, hey, are you losing your mind? Hey, you're not as spunky as you used to be. And I'm like, oh my God, they talking about me.
Are you sitting on the couch and you? Hey, you just.
Right,
I just.
right.
I just
I
remember
was
now.
freaking out. I
Okay.
think I think I even took a walk around the block. Like I was freaking out. I was like, something is wrong, but something was wrong. It's just sometimes it be like all in our head. Like even one time I went to church and sometimes I'm used to always sitting in the back. That's just my thing, whether it's a classroom or something. I don't know what that's about. So some guy comes along and he says, hey, pastor said he wants y'all to move up front. Man, I was freaking out. You would have thought he said,
What's up,
hey,
Judy?
pastor said I need all y'all to get undressed or something.
Mhm.
So I go up to the front. I'm all looking around me. I'm like, oh my God, they talking about me. Oh my God, they whispering about me. Nobody was even paying attention to me. It was all in my head.
Right. It's all in my head.
Right. And I was like, okay, stop freaking out and just enjoy the sermon. So I said, so something was like, well, if you're uncomfortable, won't you just leave? Won't you just leave? That was something that was telling me to leave. And I was like, no, I'm not about to leave. So I stayed, so I stayed or whatever. I had to think about that. I'm like, oh my God, the stuff that we overthink.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then we talk ourselves out of something or into something.
It's anxiety.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was crazy.
I just
That's
thought
why I told
about
you earlier when my friend said that she didn't want to go nowhere because I braided her hair, but we were about to do her a sew-in. And she said she didn't want to leave the house with just her braids.
Mhm.
Nobody's even paying attention to you. You act like the whole world's going to be called out because they know you about to walk outside with your cornrows. Nobody's going to stone you.
Come out.
Right.
Everybody look at
Everybody
her.
bring them out, bring them out.
It's hard to win with them cornrows in your. Sorry, no. I was. Oh yeah, I wanted. That's what I was about to get back to. Was the you was with the blood thing, right? This is another
Yeah.
reason why, because I say I feel like we mixed by now, or something like that, right? And then the other
Right, right.
thing is like I realized that I don't think the war right now. Of course, the war we feel like right now is it's a color thing, right?
Yeah.
Um, but I think it's deeper than that. I don't think it's really a color thing that we really in war with. It's a spirit. It's a spirit type
Yeah.
situation, and then we're in war with. We're even in war with And not even that. It's just like, and then we mix a lot of hurt people or people that got manipulated into thinking a certain way, and it's really like because it's like the same way as us. We got manipulated with a certain way of our mentality and we going against like even with we be thinking that racism only works one way, and I feel like both sides can be racist. And it's like this is gonna be a
Right,
continuous thing because everybody think what they doing is right. Even like our own kind is going against one another, and then
right,
or some of or the opposite that we feel like that's not our kind, right? They the
right.
ones that's trying to be allies. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we be brushing stuff off because the simple color, because the color of our skin. And it's another thing. Even if we want to go to like the Bible, right? The
Hmm.
Bible even say it don't say nothing about. I think they. I don't know. They be saying the same as a blood. But even the Bible said that the war we have is we're not wrestling against skin and blood, but skin. I forgot what it is. We
Yeah,
wrestling
it
against
did say that.
spirits. That's
I
what it
wrote that
is,
down somewhere.
huh?
I think I wrote that down somewhere. It says,
Yeah.
okay, it says, for though we walk in the flesh, we do not war according to the flesh.
Exactly. And that's what it
Yeah,
is. That's exactly that's what I said. And even another thing is like and I just when I went to church yesterday or church yesterday. Oh dang, I'm listening. When I went to church yesterday, it was even basically saying like that's why God is because that's why we supposed to love one another because like we can't tell off the external of
right,
who is part of because he said he basically mixed the weeds in with the just like we was talking about with how the devil and them working together, right, in a way,
right.
but not with what I'm saying, stuff like that. But it's like he makes the Weezy because it's his time. And I mean, at this, that's what Judgment Day come in because he's going to separate. That's when he separate us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
like we can't make an external judgment because we feel like somebody is our enemy or something like that because they don't fit it. Because like we can be an enemy to that same type of person or whatever. So it's like that's why
Exactly.
he even tell us that we supposed to love our neighbor. We love each other. That's what make us
Mhm.
different. Just because somebody don't love
And
us, that don't mean we don't have to love them. You know what I'm
and on
saying?
top of that, like you say, if it's a war, that means that each side is trying to get as many as people as they can. So if
Yep.
it's our job to show love and to attract or you know what I'm saying, win other people over just to come over to this side, that's just something that we have to do.
And
So
that's
yeah, we
right.
do have to open up our hearts and our minds and we can't be biased.
Facts.
Um in my household, even though my grandmother was from Georgia, her mother was a maid or something like that. Her father was a farmer. It was like 15 of them.
Mhm.
And whenever I was around my grandmother, I don't remember her saying that she disliked, other races because of Georgia and all that, right? And
Mhm.
then even with my mom, she didn't teach us that either. We wasn't taught that, even though my grandmother was from that part of the world that did that.
Mhm.
How could she forget that?
Mhm.
But they didn't talk about it. Nor when I met her brothers, they didn't bring it up either. So
It's breaking a
it's all
generational
about it's
curse.
right, right. It's all about what you're taught or whatever. I know some people feel like, oh, she's black. Let me just go ahead and automatically give her an attitude because I feel like she's gonna have attitude. They are known to have attitude.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you haven't even gave me an opportunity. You just thinking automatically like, hey, I'm about to be this terrible person because of my color.
This thing on bug been messing with me. I'm about to kill it. I keep looking over there at it. I
I
don't know
could have
what it
sworn
is.
I saw a ladybug in my room or something while we were talking the whole time.
All right, I'm over here. Uh, I don't know what that bug is. It's been bothering me. It's been making me want to see what it. I don't know if it's a moth or not. I'll figure it out when it's
That's
under
you know
my
what
shoe.
that's what I wanted to bring up earlier when we were talking about I think we said something about the animals and stuff like that. I
What was
had
that?
some red lipstick. I had some red lipstick on a couple weeks ago, and I had went outside on my porch, and it was a cat out there, and the cat started running away from me. And I was like, well, maybe he knows something that I don't know. Like, what is it with this red lipstick that's making you run away from me? So I was like, I said, hey, how you doing? And it had stopped in its tracks and it had turned around, but it was still in the midst of leaving. But I guess it must have wanted to hear what I needed to say or something, but it was still running away from me. And I was like, okay, is it the red lipstick? I mean, what is it? It seems like everybody else left. I don't know. Look, I think you got like 12 people still in here.
I'm here.
No, I was saying like the everybody that was here earlier, whatever. It seemed like everybody just kind of drifted off, but it looked like you got 12 viewers here.
Hmm. Yeah, some people probably asleep and stuff. So, some people might be listening.
Oh, right, yeah, because some people be dozing off, like even when they be on a little panel.
Hmm.
You
And
know
then
what?
they page send
I
them off
can't.
in a.
Yeah, it's certain people like chats I can't be on. Like I don't get on everybody's live
Hmm.
because it's like it be the energy. I'm like I'm not feeling it. So
Yeah, you
sometimes
got to
I
be
sit back
selective.
and I'll sit back and listen. I'm like, okay, he seemed cool or she seemed cool. Let me go and introduce myself. And then next thing you know, I met a new friend or a new associate, associate or
Yeah.
whatever. But to be honest with you, I said I was going to actually do my whole little follow group over because the people that I like, I've been kind of like taking notes. People don't know that I'm watching them and taking notes. But it's like I'll go past people's lives and they may say something. I'm like, okay, they seem cool. Or if they give me a shout out, I'm like, okay, I'll write them down. So that way
Hmm.
I'll know who to follow, who not to follow. Who's actually talking about something, who's not talking about something. So
Facts.
I'm following like 5,000, but then it's only like 2,800 people following me. Somebody is asleep or
Yep.
somebody, you know what I'm saying?
That's why I said
Somebody
I'll
don't
be
want to
clearing my stuff. You see how
participate.
many people I'm following? I cleared
Yeah,
my
so
stuff
I was
out.
like, I need to reduce that and
Got
follow
to.
the people that are really talking about something because I really don't want to follow everybody because
Yeah, I
everybody
was
is
just about
not
to say
talking
that too,
about.
so you could be able to follow the important people that you really want to see and stuff. Because otherwise, it's just like
Yeah,
useless. Mm.
because like when you were saying yesterday, hey, send some follows, send some follows, and I said, you know what? Some people be looking like they irritated. They don't want no messages. They don't want no updates. They don't want to laugh. They don't want no hug. They just dry. So I'm like, okay, I'm not sending you nothing else. And it'd be like good stuff, and they never respond. And I was like, well, I don't want to feel like I'm being pesty by giving you messages that I thought maybe you might enjoy or you need to know. And I was just like, okay, well, what do you do? And I was just like, okay, I need to redo my group where I'm gonna ask people like, hey, put a hand in the chat if you want me to send you stuff or if you like my content or something.
Hmm.
They just come on, they just be. Have you ever had people that come on every time you post something and never like it? All you see is the yellow eyeball. That's all you see is the yellow eye. You don't never see no heart. You don't never say, hey, I like the content. Ha ha. No, none of that. You just
Is
see the
that a
yellow eye.
what a new feature?
The yellow eye is just letting you know that they
They
came on
seen it.
your page, but they
Mm.
never like it. And I know I'd be right
Oh,
about some people because when I talk about some people may feel like, oh man, she's talking about women. I'm not gonna like her content. But you know I'm right though. So you're not gonna like it, but you know I'm right though.
or shared or something. Shoot.
No, they don't
Uh,
even want to share it. No, like some people just be real dry. Like I like to laugh. And then
Facts.
I know I'm funny. But then some people just be like, they just be looking
Ah,
at your
say no. I'm talking
page
to.
like I ain't really said nothing funny yet. I'm not in my funny zone yet, but
Let me. All right, get your funny mode on real quick. It's too late for that. And I say no. It ain't never too late. But
yeah,
I
like
feel
me and
you
my
on that.
friend, we be laughing all day. I don't care what we going through. That always makes us feel better. And I was like, you notice
Gotcha.
that even though when we be at our lowest, we just make jokes out of it. She said, I know, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I get through it.
Got to. Yeah, that's how I think when you start on the healing type situation, you learn how to turn your triggers into laughs. Now you do a little laugh or
Yeah,
whatever, because there's different ways you can express yourself. I feel like that's part of emotional control too. Instead of being mad
true.
about something, you just gotta laugh. Like this joint used to make me all the way mad. And you gotta do a little snickle or something.
Right, right,
Like,
right. Yeah, yeah. That's why, you know what, when I do get on people's lives, I'm like, okay, do I want to say this? Am I about to be judged? Like that's sometimes how I think.
I speak
I was
my
like, okay,
mind.
I don't know these people, but then I was just like, hey, we black. I mean, we've been there, done that. They
Mm.
know somebody, or this could be helpful. That's how I look at it. Just be
Yeah,
like, okay, it wasn't that bad. So what? I mean, everybody has moments. It's not that bad.
right.
And then
Exactly.
at the same time, if I did want to start helping people, I do have to tell people about certain situations so that way they could, have some type of, relevance or something like that. Have some type of relevance with, what they're going through.
Mm-hmm.
Of why I'm doing what I'm doing or why my name is why it is. Because I heard somebody say tax pearl, like as if they were trying to be funny. Yes, that's my name. And if I break it down, you will understand only if you watch certain shows. Now, if I say 227, you may not know what I'm talking about, you know? But I was like, okay, how can I give information and kind of be like somewhat
I kind of can
funny
see
or
that
whatever, I
coming though,
guess.
because I probably would have did the same thing. Tax pearl.
Right.
But yeah, I guess that's
You know
something
what?
expected though.
I think some, I don't know if some people think I'm spies because you got some people that may not say nothing at all. When they see tax, they be like, what the hell she doing here?
All right, what the heck? It ain't January, it ain't February.
No, it's best to get it out early so people, so you can, start attracting people early so they can
Mm.
keep you in mind. I didn't went past people, they're like, oh man, you do taxes? And I say, yeah, you know, and they're like, all right, I'm gonna follow you. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you're not. You're not.
You just
It's like you're
talking. You
not
trying
gonna
to make it
call. You're not
sound
gonna,
good.
huh?
I said you like, nah. You just talking, trying to make it sound good. You ain't trying to follow me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I try to do classes, I try to do consultations, but then I said, okay, maybe it's not the right timing, but like you said earlier, I have to keep that in mind. Everybody's not meant for you.
Facts.
So it's like, don't get discouraged. Just keep that in mind because you don't want everybody to be a customer of yours because everybody's not pleasant. Everybody's not understanding. Even though you may explain it to them, they may sign a contract and then they may still disrespect you and yell at you and be like, but you said,
Boy. You
yes, I
said.
did say that. And I just want to let you know there's no guarantees. You know what that means? Yeah, no guarantee, no promises.
Sure, I'm over here paranoid, trying to make sure that bug ain't on it.
Oh, wow.
No, I think I stepped on it. What killed it?
Oh man, let me tell you this story. I think I manifested a bird and I didn't even know it. It was under okay, so I'm
Oh look,
driving or whatever, right?
1 second.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm gonna open up this door so I can get out.
All right, I'm good. I'm good. I was
Yeah,
tripping.
I had opened. Yeah, I'm still here. I was just waiting for this bug to get out because it keep hitting my lamp.
You're right. We both on this trying to look for the side.
I'm like, I'm like, what's going on? But people say that you may attract things that you didn't even know that you're supposed to be attracting.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna tell you a story. When I used to drive for Uber, I used to drive early in the morning. This was when I was back home in Detroit. And sometimes, when you're walking past bushes, birds will just start flying out. So you know what to expect. So every time I walk past this bush, I would kind of like flinch a little bit. And every morning I would do that. So one day I'm driving. I had just dropped somebody off, and I normally like shake my rugs out, make sure that the back seat is clean. And I smell something funny. You know how when you hang your clothes outside, you get that outside smell?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it smelled like in a car. So I said, okay, this something smells weird. So I go in the gas station to get an air freshener. And when I came back out to shake the left side behind me, it was a bird underneath the carpet. How the hell did he get there? There's no holes in the car. Like,
Wow.
so next thing I know, it was a guy at the gas station. I'm all jumping on him, like I almost wrapped my legs around. I'm like, oh my God, there's a bird in my car. Like,
He
he
like,
was
I
just
don't care
standing there.
about that bird. I got.
Right. So that's why I said, yo, like the little bug that you concerned about, having a whole bird in your car, you'll probably be freaking out. I was like, just imagine if the bird would have came from underneath the rug and started flying across the back seat. Imagine that, and you're on the freeway. What if that would have happened? Oh man, I probably would have jumped out my skin. Like seriously. But I think I did manifest something, and I didn't even know I did it. But I think my fear, your fear can activate something.
Fact.
And I think that has happened a few times where it's like your fear has a lot of energy too, because it's like you keep putting more thought in it, and you're giving energy to it. And
Hmm. That's
yeah, you
facts. I
you
think
can
that's real.
manifest things that way. Huh?
Yep. I say I feel like that's real. Yep.
Yeah, that's real. So when I saw that bird, I was like, what if? Because I just kept thinking about it every morning, and it was getting on my nerves. And I was like, what if I manifested that? And I didn't even know I, you know. I was like, that's interesting.
I'm about to manifest $1 million in my phone.
Oh, I almost did that too. The lottery. I played I played the lottery one day, and I was like two numbers off. I've never won a lottery before. Like, that was cray cray. So when I saw those two numbers, I was like, oh my God, I'm about to win. And then after that, those numbers kept following me everywhere I went. And I was like, okay, those numbers mean something. And I had tried to play it again. I had played it again, I think last year, and I think it had came out the day before, and I was like, damn it, I missed it. So I don't know if I'm gonna catch that number. But yeah, you can manifest the lottery, I do believe, because somebody else said that too. But I think it was something that was turned on, and it was something that was turned off. And I think that's why I probably didn't manifest it, because it wasn't aligned, or something wasn't like, panning out altogether. Something was off. Like when you think of a seesaw where it's down and it's up, that's how I was thinking about the manifestation, where I didn't manifest it the way that I want to because something wasn't right. Or maybe I didn't ask for what I needed to. Or maybe I wasn't specific. I don't know.
Hmm.
I think about that too, where when you ask for things, you want to be specific in whatever you ask for, because you know what I'm saying? The universe wants to give it to you, so you have to be specific in whatever you're asking for.
That's like prayer, how prayer work and meditation and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think I was like probably like maybe 10 or 11. And I said a prayer at night, and I was like, you know what, God, I want to find $20. When I woke up the next day, I found $20. Like, in the bathroom, no lie. And my mom was like, did any one of y'all find my money? I must have dropped it out of my bra when I came in drunk last night. And I was like, damn it. I was like, maybe,
Dang.
but I didn't know that I had to be specific. I just asked for $20, but I didn't know that I was going to find it in the house. Maybe I should have said outside the house, and where somebody will never come back and get it. But I didn't
It's
know
like a
that.
wish master.
So, right. So I had to return it because I didn't want to get in trouble. My mom always told us, don't be a thief or a liar. So I had to return it. So it's like I was geeked up for a minute, and then when she figured it out, I was like, damn, let me return it. And you know what? I don't even think I was rewarded after that, like by me being honest. I don't even think she said, okay, just go ahead and keep it. It was just that, oh, I dropped it. Y'all better give me my money. And I was like, oh, here you go. But yeah,
Nope.
I learned that early on, that you do have to be
Specific.
specific. I forgot to take my trash out. Take it out in the
Gotta
morning.
manifest that trash in the trash can.
Right, right.
You even gotta go out there now.
Right. Now, I don't think I ever encountered nothing like that where you just beam something. Beam it
Right,
into
cause
your
I.
account, beam it into on a piece of paper. I don't
What
think
up,
that's
Broderick?
ever happened before. You say what?
No,
Oh,
I was saying what up to Broderick.
hey, that's my little buddy. We be talking. I be on his live too.
Yeah, I know him for a minute. He be coming on my live every now and then.
He be cracking me up.
I know him since like last year, sometime last year, when I
Mm.
first started doing these live. Him and Lovely. Not much, man. We in here chilling, man, vibing, preaching up in here. You know what I'm saying? Well, it ain't Sunday no more, but we acting like it's Sunday.
You know what? These days and weeks are going by so fast.
Yes, it is. That's super fast. I swear this year just started like 2 months ago. Swear. I feel like I'm about to raid somebody live real quick, man. What time is it? Oh, I gotta
Yeah,
call it at night.
I'm probably about to go shower and then I'm about to go to bed.
You about to shower and go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Well, it was nice talking to you. If I see you on live and I see it's not a lot of people, I'll stop by. But I
Oh
stop by
yes.
when you have a lot of people, but I won't come in because, like I said, y'all be getting it in.
Get it in. It depends. Like them be the lives that go to bed. Go to bed. Don't even think about putting your 2.0 in here. You went. I know you went. What you call it live? You went. I was about to go over there anyways. Gonna come with your backup and talk about go to bed. I got y'all first. I went in there and said go to bed with my backup. She gonna come in here with that. How did jump the room gonna jump to 24 as soon as I'm about to get off? This jump too funny to me. Wait, hold up. Hold up. It's over? Dang, I was just about to shut down to go over there. That's crazy. I guess I'm here then. I was literally about to go in there to shut down and go in his room just to see. Guess that's crazy. Don't go in the shower, come back. Oh man, I was literally about to go over there with y'all. That's crazy. And he just shut down. I literally just left his room with my backup. Mm-mm-mm. That dude had like 400 and some people up in there. Oh, they always got me.
Gotcha.
Yes, man. How you feeling, Broderick, man?
Man, I'm good, man. I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Had to, you know what I'm saying? Had to talk personally to some people earlier, so you know what I'm saying? You know how it go.
Mhm.
You know how it be, man. People need words of wisdom all the time. I just give it to them, then I just let it lay where it's at.
Mhm. Gotta be like that sometimes, man. Got to, man. Some people be
Got to
needing
all
that in
the
their
time, man.
life.
Exactly, bro. I just wish people would just learn, bro. Like you can't just all the time, man. Like what you try to do and what you want to do, man, you really hurting yourself sometimes, man. Just sit back and just be regular, man. Golly, man. Folks, man, I don't get it sometimes, but it ain't for me to get though. You know what I'm saying? But how was your day, bro?
Oh yeah. That's good, man. I make the best out of all my days, man. It was chilling though. Chill mode for real. Uh, what I do today? What did I do? What the freak? I think I chilled with the TT. You going live, man?
Yeah, we can bum rush somebody else's live because I know you said you was finna get off or
I
go
was about
somewhere
to
else.
get up right and everybody who came over here and I'm trying to raise some. I'm trying to chill and sit back. I don't want to be a host.
I know how
I
that
got
be,
a
man.
whole different.
Every time I go live, man, I get to talking for about a good 30, 45 minutes, man. They come in and they cut me down. You know what I'm saying? I don't even be saying nothing for real, for real. Just common sense stuff, but
Hmm.
that's how it be, man.
Come on,
They don't
TT,
want
go
to.
live. I'm gonna go over there with you.
Yeah. I follow you.
Or always. I ain't never say her go live. Let's go live. Let's go ahead and make your page big real quick, you know?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm up for the chit chat tonight, bro. I'm on 10 right now for
You
no
talking
reason. I'm on 10 for no reason.
it be like that. I already know.
I'm on 10, bro. On 10 for no reason, man. Well, I got a reason for it, but it ain't. You know what I'm saying? It ain't welcome. I keep that to myself. But
Hmm. Said he had to get somebody that get straight. That get straight.
yeah, bro. Had to, man. A lot of stuff, man. People go through, man. A lot of problem situations that should be caused by other people, and when they figure that they can't get no more energy from you, and definitely when you quiet, bro, people come out the woodworks, bro. They come out from everywhere.
Hmm.
And I had a chill day for real, man. I slept in to about 10, 11. Me and my daughter, we went and sat down and ate or whatever, but it was like after I got done from doing that, man, everybody would just hit me up on some BS. I was like, man, I'm not fooling with too many people no more. So I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, you gotta pick and choose who you connected with, man, and
shut it down
who
from
you
the
gonna waste
start,
your
man.
energy on and whatever. Even though I don't
Got
believe
to.
in waste anyways, waste or
Nah,
mistakes. That's two things I don't believe in. 'Cause I believe whatever energy you put into some situation, that's whatever it was meant to be.
bro, I don't even
You know?
waste. I don't even waste leftovers, bro. So, so wasted energy, bro. I don't know nothing about it. But shit, man,
Yeah.
yeah, y'all. What you finna jump over somebody else's live
I
or?
would. I'll try to see if Oh, I gotta get that first. And there you go. Good look. Try to see if my TT trying to go live. Oh, there's that Matthew man. Is you going live? I'm about to go to one of y'all lives. I don't want to be a host.
Shit, I shut it down and go live on mine, man. It don't even matter.
You say you about to go live?
I will if I have to. Yeah,
What the
you
heck? Now
you
my
got
room want to jump up to like 30s. What the heck going on now?
yeah
Everybody want
people yeah
to.
people here, man.
What's the deal, Matthew man? How you feeling, my brother?
Yeah, you got the vibes,
Unless
bro.
y'all trying to all hop up in the box, then man, we about to get something going, man. Let's get to talking about something, you know.
Yeah,
I
hell,
really drained I feel like I done drained myself out because that hectic live from last night, man. That junk was crazy. That my
what
brain was getting twisted.
what
People
what
was
you what
over
you go
there
live
trying
about
to
last
that
night, bro?
deflecting give you a headache. I swear deflecting give you a headache.
What
You
you
said,
go
how can
live
you be
about last?
optimistic and pessimistic? Somebody told me you could do that. I was like, what the heck?
Oh no, you can't do that.
You do both of them. That's like an oxymoron.
Oh God, is this what you had up last night?
No, I was talking about Kevin Samuels last night. I'm
Oh,
gonna do
okay.
that every out of the blue too, because I just want to. I notice a certain group of people I get with that, and I actually notice I get along with people more that people that actually tried to understand Kevin Samuels. I actually get along with them more better.
Yeah, I,
Uh,
I actually I like Kevin Samuels. I'm gonna be honest with you about it. I ain't really like him at first because I guess I picked on to Kevin Samuels a little later on.
hmm
It was like the tail end of him. You know what I'm saying? Like telling men what to do. And then by the time I caught him, I caught that last little tidbit. But I respected where he was coming from because you know how it is, man. A lot of dudes just be all over the place doing whatever. And then when he got into the women, it was like, you know what I'm saying? I vibe with it. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of stuff I really didn't fool with, but I respected him though because he was the first person I actually saw get on here and actually just call a spade, bro. Like,
yeah, he
no, you got a lot of people
unlock
that
that
bait him.
delusion that everybody got.
Because a lot of women got this fairy tale shit in them, bro. Like, for real. Like, you want to do with good credit, a good job, you know what I'm saying? And look good and all. You ain't going to get everything you want.
hmm
You know what I'm saying? I talk about it on my live too. Yeah, you go out there and get you a Boris Kojo or a motherfucking Shamar Moore if you want to, and they don't want to work. You just got a good looking motherfucker in your house. That's what you got, because they ain't gonna work. They ain't gonna pay no bills. You know what I'm saying? And then you gonna have to worry about what they doing while you at work. It's just one of them things. But that's what he was trying to warn us about.
Tell
You know
a
what I'm
woman
saying?
how to be a woman is weird. Hmm. I don't know. I don't feel like doing this back and forth. So everybody
Hey,
got
Hey
their
Mr.
own
man,
Product, you just said thanks to COVID, that exposed a whole lot of them situations.
belief.
exactly. Exactly.
Right.
He did. I saw it for what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like we all want I put it to you like this. Every man, you know what I'm saying, like if especially if they just now getting out there within themselves, they want somebody that just a beautiful trophy piece of whatever the case may be. A woman may want a beautiful, handsome man, whatever the case may be, but I tell people all the time what you want may hurt you and what you need may destroy you. So I ain't trying to like downplay nobody behind what they want, but sometimes we see how them situations go. We look at
Facts.
beauty. We look at beauty. You can look at like, what I'm saying, like Holly Berry. You look at people like Eric Benet. You look at people like Beyonce. Beyonce is one of the most gorgeous women that we've actually seen, within our time frame, right? But these women and these men have all been cheated on, and they hold that expectation of beauty. So beauty ain't gonna really get you nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
money, these people got money like out the wazoo. So if you take their beauty and that get manipulated, and then their money don't matter at the end of the day, what are we fighting for? You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I had a partner say it best. For every beautiful man and every beautiful woman out there, there's somebody out there tired of they bullshit.
On God,
Facts.
on God,
And the thing is,
God.
I noticed that the people that's so used to being living this life of beauty or being they be the most people that don't know how that they the main ones that play victim, right? Because they never been checked, they never been held accountable. You know what I'm saying? That's the people that always gotta use their beauty, right? Or their booty, right? They gotta use all that to get by in life, and and they don't know what reality is. Them be like most delusional people if you actually think about that. Because who
Hell
gonna
yeah,
check a
it is.
good looking person because they know what they want out that person, so they're not gonna really check them on that.
On
And that's
God,
why I
bro.
appreciate Kevin Samuels. Let's go back to that
Hey,
again.
hey,
You know what I'm
Kev,
saying? Because he ain't care about the way you looked and you had a fat booty and none of that stuff. He just cared about how silly you was sounding. And, I deserve this and that, whatever. Or you call yourself a 10 and all that. That junk be crazy. Ain't nobody on this earth perfect. So why is we saying that?
And the funniest
hey,
thing
Kev,
is
I just
when
realized
he
the
checked the
other day
dude and the
that,
woman about their credit, bro. When he went to checking people about where their finances was at,
Hmm.
and he started checking people about, what I'm saying, like this whole little facade behind six figures, bro. Me
Yeah.
myself, if you making six figures, unless you like promoting like real estate or stocks or something like that, that's like something that you can actually gain from, bro. Ain't nobody on here making those 6, 7 figures on here on a kids app talking about that for real. It mean something serious behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And for me personally, when he went to checking people behind finances and credit, men and women, then
Six
it
figures.
opened my eyes more to be like everybody's living a facade when they get on here, because half of the people you don't really see, and the ones that you see, they full of shit. It just that's how I look at it. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
let
But
me
that's just
see
me though.
something real quick.
And she's right,
Oh, this
six
makes
figures.
sense. Oh, she one of them pretty girls I was talking about. That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah,
Talking about
six
some
figures
six
ain't that much, bro.
six figures ain't that much. Oh, okay. This
She
makes
talking
sense.
about
That's
Kevin,
why she
Kevin
said that about
Samuels
Kevin Samuels and all that. Okay, it makes sense.
ain't
So
spreading
she
hate
never
and
got
everything else.
got the
She was probably one of the
reality
ones that
check.
celebrated it. She was probably
Six
one of the ones
figures.
that
That's
celebrated it. For real, for real.
probably
I
so.
was
It
shocked.
sounds like it.
the way things inflate
But I could tell
nowadays,
she one of the ones
six
that
figures
got
like
probably
basically
got
minimum
about. That's
wage
crazy
still.
how I mentioned that. I just said that a lot of people got around in life based off their beauty and stuff, and they never had a reality check. And this make a lot of sense though. So I'm looking at her profile, and then she got what? Oh, she got 61,000. So of course, so she got a lot of stuff to validate her. Okay, I can understand that though. So of course she probably ain't gonna understand. Oh, okay. And then she turned around with the booty on that part. Okay, we
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
what I'm saying, bro. Like
Okay.
that's what it boiled down to. Because a lot of people, what I'm saying, we know it, and we can just state facts for a second. a lot of these people that get on here, you know what I'm saying, show way too damn much, and then the numbers go up, and then when you look at the followers behind who the fuck they following, it don't add up, bro. Don't add
This
up.
makes sense. It makes a lot. Let's make a lot while she's saying it. Okay, it make a lot
It
because I'm
don't
just
make
looking at
sense.
even just her profile. Yeah, she the one that lead by her beauty and stuff. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, now
Can't
I'm
wait
done.
for All
I
Star
guess I have to
Weekend.
say nothing less. You know what I'm saying? I don't have
Yeah,
to say
can't
nothing.
wait for All Star Weekend type shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, look, I mean,
She
shit,
said,
people
"I
getting
gotta
hits.
hop up in this box for this, huh?"
Wow.
That's just. I mean, it's just reality, man. I'm pretty sure. That's that privilege, though. The pretty privilege. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
I mean, I feel like
Hey,
you're
Ken.
being a little judgmental and you don't really know me, so kind of like how Kevin Samuels was, but go off.
Oh no, it
Right.
ain't about that, huh? It's just about what's being said and being stated. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? I'll never be judgmental about anybody. I won't do
But I
that at
stand
all.
by
But
everything I said. Six
that's
figures is
fine.
not that much in this economy. That's
It
facts.
really ain't. It,
It's
it really
facts.
it's really not.
You ain't lying about that, Miss Terry.
We
Yeah,
we
like
That
can
I'm
might
all
not
well
sit
trying to
be
up
put
and all come to
down.
that conclusion. It
I'm not
really
trying to
ain't.
put anybody down or be like, oh, you don't make six figures, you suck. Or that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's really not that much when you think about it. In this economy, rent, car, that's like, it's not back in the day when like apartments was like $600 no more.
Oh
An
yeah.
apartment is like 2,000 a month now. So six figures is just not that much anymore.
So, what jobs out here giving us six figures?
For men, I don't know. What are y'all doing?
I'm
It's
trying to find
not.
that. So, I'm not
It's
making barely near that, and I'm living a good life. But
I can
I'm
tell
trying
you
to
right
see
now
like what the
I'm
heck.
living a
If
good
that
that
ain't
life as
that much, then why
well.
minimum
same
wage
here.
so little?
I'm gonna tell
That's
you
what I'm
right now,
saying.
the only jobs that's really giving six figures right now is governmental contracts. If you've had any type of experience in the military, you can always contract to go overseas. If you get your CDL here within the United States of America, you can
Mm,
actually get a passport and work overseas, and you'll be making, you know what I'm saying, seven figures. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? If you know how to get those jobs or secure those contracts. I tell people all the time, the best way to come up on some good money, for real, is save up $5,000. You know what I'm saying? Get your CDL, go overseas, start working through some type of government contracts or something. You can get online and look up. They need people to transport all day long. You can go over there, buy property, uh, and actually, once you get that contract secured over there, because they need people, you can start bringing in a lot of different money, and then you can actually apply for joint dual citizenship between whatever country you want to go through. If you're a
So is
teacher in
that what you're
education,
doing, Broderick?
is that what I'm doing?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not what I'm doing, but I know how to do it. I don't have time to do none of this shit. I'm comfortable with what I'm doing right now.
So you're
But
already making six figures.
I try to give people options.
Okay. I like that, but the host had asked, he was like, what kind of jobs are making six figures? And I personally don't know. I'm not saying that I make six figures. I'm just telling you that six figures is, I'm close to
It's,
it. I don't make six figures. I would want to date a man who does at least make that. Because really, that's not that, I don't think that's really that much. It is a lot, but it's really not that much. You got to think
so
about
why
it.
date why
not that
date a
much
man
for
that
what?
makes six
Okay, I'm
figures?
trying to see what the lifestyle you talking about. It's not that much for what?
It's really not that much just for like, you can live off of, I don't know how much you make, host, but okay, I'll put my business out there. I make 60K at my job, right?
Yeah.
I'm making a livable wage. I'm cool. I'm content with it. But
Okay.
and he asked something about like, oh, minimum wage is still $8. Like that's a problem. Like this economy is so flawed. Minimum wage is like $8 or whatever.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, rent is like $2,000. Like, are
Okay.
we not seeing the flaw? So just because this
Of course.
economy is flawed and messed up, you got to think about it. $2,000 of rent for rent 12 times out of the month, and you're making, you got to at least make six figures: rent, car insurance, car payment.
livable expenses. Like at this point, 100K a year. That's like
Let me
it's
ask.
livable.
Can I ask you a question?
hmm
Where do you? I mean, where do you live? Like, what state do you live in?
I live in Pooler, Georgia. It's close to Savannah, Georgia. It's like 3 hours
Okay.
from Atlanta.
Okay.
I think they
Okay.
said like
I
only.
want to jump in real quick.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Like the misconception, like at least for like a lot of men, ma'am, is that like we are required to have like 4 or 5 times her salary. And I'm like, baby girl, if you want to live this privileged lifestyle, but I can't even get you to like, run an errand for me without it being a problem.
Well,
Like
that just
I'll
comes
actually do,
down.
you know what I'm saying?
That comes down to the girl
It,
that you choose. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a problem running an errand for somebody that I care about because I personally like acts of service. So that's something that I do for my person and they do that for me. We do things for each other because that's my love language. So I will do things for you and you'll do things for
now,
me.
see, that's where that misconception come from because at least from what I'm seeing, a lot of men can actually contest to that you being compatible is all depending on how much money I make, not who I am as a person.
Yeah, because you just
I
said you
agree.
wanted to date a person that made 6 figures, so that means
And
that.
that's true.
But my thing is this: it's like why, if you're comfortable doing what you're doing, right?
hmm
There's ample people out there that make 60K. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you have
why
to
would
have
you?
standards though, because why aren't you
But
comfortable dating a woman whose body looks hella sloppy? Why aren't you comfortable with that?
Because we get
why
to
am I
a
not
body
comfortable, or
shaming
why am
behind
I
that.
comfortable? Because
What?
I think you have your conception of life all the way messed up at this point,
Why do you say that?
because for a lot of men, we don't really truly give a damn what you look like. How do you
That's
treat us?
crazy.
How do you
You could
treat us?
fix your
Because
body. You can't fix your pockets.
yeah,
Yes, you
you damn for sure
can.
can't fix
You
your
can
mind.
fix your pockets. What do you
You
mean?
can't fix your mind because
That
I'm gonna tell
take
you
that
right
takes
now.
You
super
can
hard
fix
work.
your
I'm gonna
mind.
tell you right now, if a woman makes 30K and I make 60 to 80, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can go out here and say I meet a person that makes just like yourself. You know, you said you make 60,000.
Mm-hmm.
You might not treat me like I ain't worth a shit, but this woman that makes 30K will do everything that you won't do.
Facts.
Right. And
So
that's who you
who
should
do
be
you think
with.
who do you think is more compatible with me? A pretty face or a well put together woman?
So
Because
why is it
you look at beauty as far as
I
like I'm
don't.
this and I'm like this, but
I
I'm
actually
getting more
don't.
I'm getting more not just you, but a lot of women do think like that though.
And I understand, I agree. A lot of women do think like, oh, their beauty is everything. Don't get me wrong. I know I'm beautiful, right? But I don't think it's everything. But also I have standards. And so should you. As a man, you should have standards.
Of
You should
course.
say, I want a
And
woman
be
who is
little
A, B,
realistic
C, and
too,
D,
though.
right?
Yeah, you got of
Yeah,
course. But
but
the
Miss
thing
Terry,
about
You
it
should
is
have
like
those standards. I'm
we're
Do
never
you
living
going
know
to
in
tell
only
you,
6% of the USA makes over 200K?
I never said 200K. I said the bare minimum for
Just
six
imagine
figures
a
is
million though.
100K.
You just said they gotta have
but
six
that's six
figures, and
figures, huh?
nobody.
hmm
That's like one
That's six
percent,
figures, huh? It don't matter whether you put a one or a two in
less
front
than
of it.
1%.
It's six figures.
Six
Like,
figures is six figures. That's not like something that's extremely unattainable. That's just in my opinion.
but
But
you do realize that women are the only ones that look at 6 figures. Men don't look
Kevin,
at
we
six.
and
need you
men are the
back, Samuel.
and men
We
are the
need you,
only
brother.
one that look at, oh, I want you to look this specific way or I'm really
No,
not interested
no,
in you.
no,
I don't
no,
no,
want
no,
you
no,
no,
to
no,
baby,
no,
date
no.
Miss
and
Terry,
I
Can I
want
that's
you
a
to.
false
can I
narrative being pushed about men.
yes, I'm
So
We
gonna tell
let
you
me
believe
something.
ask
don't
you
care
this,
Men
what you
weren't the
look like
ones
as
that
long as
actually
you look
started
decent.
CD
this.
CD
Men weren't
Cheney,
the
let
ones
me
that
ask
started
you
that.
something. If you saw a woman and she was not physically attractive to you, you would date her. Yes or no?
You asking
She
me
Say
or
was
that
not
question one more
attractive.
time.
Her physical was not attractive. Would you still date her?
you asking me or who are you
I'm
asking?
asking the CD Cheney, the dude that's below me.
Okay, I look at things a whole lot different as far as you being physical.
It was just a yes
Because,
or
like, at the end
no.
of the day,
Because men are
uh,
more physical creatures, and so I've been told by
no, no,
men.
no, 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 no. You see, that's a misconception about us. Because at the end of the day, Like those BBLs and stuff like that. That's what women do to compete with other women. We really don't care
No,
about the BBLs.
I wasn't talking about
I
BBLs.
can't
I'm
wait for
talking
gravity
about
to catch
whatever
up to
you
you
find
motherfuckers. Honestly.
physically attractive. You have a standard of what physical attraction is to you. You see a woman, it doesn't have to be BBLs. I'm natural. I wear natural hair. So it could be you see a natural woman with natural hair and natural body. That's what you find
Oh,
attractive.
I'm going for that.
My
Of
question to
course.
you
And,
is, you see
and
a
she,
woman, she is not physically attractive to you. Are you going to pursue her?
no, because let's be honest.
Exactly. That's my
If you're
point.
not physically attractive to me personally,
Mhm.
see, the thing about it, folks expect men to look at the same thing. Like, cause think about it. How many Instagram models that you know of or you see on Instagram and they single, but you got a girl that's regular degular.
Right.
She got a
Instagram
husband
model.
and she got like, and that dude would do anything that she want, no questions asked. Like,
Okay,
I
so
hate to say it, but women have been programmed or think that we actually really care about all the fake aesthetics of women.
I'm not
When we
programmed to
most
think
of us,
that. Like I said, I have natural hair,
I
growing
ain't
on
saying
days.
you, I said too many.
I
That's the
know,
difference.
but I'm a woman and you're speaking on women and I'm telling you I'm not anti BBLs. I'm pro women. Pro do whatever you want to do with your
Yeah,
body. It's
so
your
am I.
body.
It's not about that.
If
100%
if
it's
it
not
if
about
it
My
that.
don't
thing
apply,
on
let it
that
fly.
is
Exactly. The thing about it is
what?
this. We all
When
love
I'm saying
natural
that
beauty.
narratives are being pushed about
Yeah,
people.
we all love natural
Well,
I'm
beauty.
let
saying
It
me
doesn't
say
narrative.
matter.
I
Like
want
you
to
can be,
respond to what he said real quick because
yeah,
the thing
go ahead.
is, okay, so the BBL culture used to be like a stripper culture type of thing, right? That
No,
used
it
to be
wasn't. No.
strippers. Yes, it did. It used to be strippers and entertainers that would go get these bodies done because it
No.
made them more money. So it was a certain type of girl that was
Mm,
pursuing the BBL body. Now it's the average everyday woman is out here pursuing a BBL
they
body.
was shaking that
You're
No,
thing.
not an
Man.
your
influencer.
timeline is
You're
messed
not a
up because
stripper. You're not, I don't want to say you're a
She
nobody, but
young.
now
She
it's
must be young.
average
she young as
women
hell because
pursuing
the
a BBL
BBL just
body.
happened like within the last two
I didn't
years.
say it just happened. Like, y'all not listening to
Okay,
what I'm
if it's the
saying.
average woman pursuing that body, who
What?
Y'all are
put it in
competing
your
with
mind
other
that it needs
women.
to
Y'all
be
not
average?
competing for attention from men. Y'all are
I
competing
can't
with each
share
other.
with both of y'all. What did you say?
Okay,
Y'all are
if
not.
that's the average, hey, you go ahead, my boy.
No, you got it, brother. You got it.
Okay, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm from the area of like pretty faces with no makeup and like bamboo earrings, and they ain't had nowhere near like these BBLs and stuff like that. Now, me personally, I don't get behind the narrative or concept that y'all have been tricked into believing that you got to be a certain way physically. There's nothing wrong with you being, a regular girl who
Okay.
just,
Can I
you know what I'm
ask
saying?
you a question? Who do you think tricked us into believing that this is the ideal body type? Who do you think tricked us into believing that?
Women,
Feminism.
You
women,
Social
think
media and other women.
so?
women.
So my question to you is: you believe that women are the kind of like creators of society? Do you think women control society or men control society? Because in order for women to be the ones to push that narrative and make it the norm, first of all, the women are getting these bodies because they think it attracts men. They're not
No,
getting
women are
these bodies
listening to
to
Right
and
attract
there.
seeing other
women.
women.
You think it attracts. You
Y'all
think.
control the
No,
You
I'm
narrative.
not
don't
Y'all
saying
actually
it
spin the
does.
does.
women
I'm
spin
not
the
saying it
narrative.
does. I'm not saying what it attracts or what it doesn't attract. What I'm trying to explain is what you're trying to say is that the women are getting these bodies because they think it attracts men. So clearly, there are some men out here who have conditioned these women into
Weak-minded men
thinking
want that.
through music,
Weak-minded men look
through
at it and they be like,
media, through stripper culture, through influencer culture. These women are out here doing this because they think that it attracts men. They're not doing it to attract more women.
It
They're not
attracts
doing it to
money.
get
That's the
more money
difference between
from
attracting a
women.
man and attracting
They're
money.
not
we're
doing
talking.
it to
Can I
get
say something
more
right
views
quick?
on their OnlyFans from women. They're doing this for men. So
Can
it's
I
not
say
for
something right
women.
quick? Can I interject right quick?
Go
We're
ahead.
taking we're taking the stripper culture and
Exactly.
we're taking the stripper culture and
And
then we're applying that
to
to
everyday
natural women.
women. That's what
And
I'm
then
saying.
okay, I got you, right? Okay, now we on the
That's what I'm
same page,
saying.
right?
Yes.
But
Yes.
let me explain something to you, right? just like the brother just said, he grew up with natural pretty
I'm
faces.
not saying it's
Wait a
okay.
minute. Hold on. Let me say something right quick, right? The narrative of how women should actually look did not start with men. If
Okay.
a man is telling you, now think about it like this. You look at history, right? You
Okay.
look at history, and then you look at something that we can't control. We didn't have no control over that, right? Now you look at from whenever we came into like we're here now, right? We never told any woman, and there's been
Mhm.
a lot of men that can contest to this. We never told women that they had to have the biggest butts or
What?
the biggest breast or anything else. We never told them that.
Are you serious right now or are you
I am
joking?
so dead ass serious that I
I'm
know for a fact
so
that
Broderick, you
yes,
personally didn't tell women this, but if you listen to music or any type of
I can't
entertainment,
control the music. I
I
can't
Sir Mix a
don't
control
lot.
it.
say that you do. I don't say that
I
you
like
control
big
music.
butts and I cannot lie.
I'm
Thank
not lying.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
natural big
Thank
butts.
you.
They didn't have
And that is
BBLs back then, did they?
men.
They ain't say
That
I
is
like big
men.
BBLs and I cannot lie.
Yeah, they
Right.
said they like
No,
big
and I'm
butts,
not
big
saying
natural
that they
butts,
said that. Do you
big natural
understand?
butts. See, hon,
What y'all,
you're
I
think
don't know why y'all can't understand the fact that this is pushed through music, it's pushed through media, it's
Yeah.
we
pushed
already
Sex
through
know it
sales.
is.
Sex sales.
entertainment, through stripper culture, all of this stuff. Why
And
are the strippers getting BBLs? To get more
Who the
money
fuck?
from men.
Who
Why are the girls
cares?
getting their bodies
what,
done? To get
what,
money
Miss
from
Terry,
men. Like they're doing
Miss
this
Terry,
for
what,
men. And it's
no,
not
no, no, Miss Terry. There's a difference between you trying to attract a man and you trying to attract money.
right, but
Exactly.
they think that men have money. Like, I'm not, and let me just say this, I'm not agreeing with none of this. I don't have a BBL. I don't wear, ain't nothing
But
wrong with wigs, ain't
I don't
nothing
think we
wrong
think
with,
that.
no, but I'm just
but
making
see
it clear
that's the
because
narrative that you
Yeah,
you
right. You
want
ain't got
you
nothing to
want
what?
prove.
I'm not
you want to
proving
argue against
anything.
something that has nothing
I'm
to
just
do with
saying the
you.
fact that you explaining yourself, you don't have to
I'm
prove that.
explaining
You don't have to do
myself
that.
because whenever I say the women are getting BBLs to attract men, you're
This is
thinking,
not
oh,
your
she
fight,
got a
huh?
BBL, so she's
That's
Who
trying
not
to
your
said that? That's why I
justify.
said nobody's thinking that. You
that's
Right.
not
are.
your
But I'm
fight,
just
huh?
making, I'm putting that out there. I never did it because anybody was saying it. I'm putting it out there because I wanted to say it.
Exactly. So the thing about it is you can say it and we're telling you like, no, we're telling you now like that shit the ass don't match the legs. That when we see it, it's like, what the fuck did you do to yourself? I
I
question
agree.
it
I think the
all
same
the time.
thing.
Like so think about it like this, then the narrative can be switched that women will say, "Oh, well, now you're body shaming me." No, I want to know if you're physically healthy because over the last 2 years that this has existed, that people have been augmenting their bodies to look a certain type of way. Men have actually sat back and said, "Wait a minute, that's not. What are you doing?" And then when we say something against it, now we're body shaming. We never told you to go out and do that. You saw
Who told them they
somebody.
gotta wear makeup?
We never said that either. Because if we grew up in an age where our parents wore light makeup, when we get older, we're looking for something that will never exist ever again within humanity. Because now we know that through all these commercials, through all this music that we don't listen to, and that we'll actually skip to another channel, it doesn't apply to us, just like it shouldn't apply to you. If you're a natural woman, then you should be promoting the natural woman, not having a dog in a fight behind something that you don't even understand yourself.
No, I'm pro woman. I'm not pro natural woman. I'm not pro natural
How can
body.
you
I'm
say
pro
that
woman,
if you're
period. That's
natural?
that's what I keep
Hey,
saying.
Miss Terry,
I'm pro woman. I'm not pro a
I got
specific.
a question for
I'm
you.
not only pro women that look like me. Okay? I'm a dark skinned black woman, natural hair, all that. I'm
And
not
I
only
love dark
pro.
skinned women.
That's
I love
great, but
women,
I'm not
period.
only pro women that look like me. I'm pro woman, period. So I'm pro woman with BBLs. I'm pro woman with wigs. I'm pro women who want to live whatever lifestyle they want. That's what being pro woman is. It's not only pro
That's dangerous.
a certain type of black woman
That is
that
dangerous as hell. That that
no,
is
it's
that is some
not. No,
that's
it's
Man,
not.
please
narcissistic
Be
stop
as
real
hell.
with
doing
this.
Because if you feel as though you have to look a certain way and you're in competition with another woman
But I'm not.
behind how she looks, or you feel as though the way women are living their lives right now, they're in competition behind something is a false narrative that was spent behind women, then that means that you have a narcissistic approach behind your own womanhood and trying to promote something and
What are
saying
you
that you're
talking
pro
about?
when you're really anti.
How are you saying
Hey,
that I'm
Brian, let me
anti
jump in
something?
real
You're
quick.
telling
Right,
me,
that's what I'm saying,
hold
taxpayer. You
on,
ain't gonna agree with everybody because they just a woman. And that's
that's
crazy. That's
fine,
like
but
me
can
trying to
I?
agree. I'm pro men, so I'm gonna go with everything men say.
Hey,
No, absolutely
That's
not.
hey, Miss
dangerous.
That's
Terry.
like
But
saying
that's what
that
you're saying,
I
though,
feel
huh?
like I need to go get a BBL to be pro women who have BBLs. I don't have to go get a BBL to say
Th-
I am pro woman, I'm pro choice. If you
Then
want to
you
go
don't
get a
have a dog
BBL,
in the
go
fight,
get a
huh?
BBL. I don't have to get a BBL to say I am pro you doing what you want to do with your body. Why do I have to go get something to be like, oh yeah, I'm pro you doing it?
Nobody
I don't
told
care
you
if
to
you want
do
to do
that.
that.
Nobody
Ma'am,
told you
if
to
you
do it.
going out and getting
It's,
surgeries, that's putting your life at risk.
Okay,
right.
Exactly.
that's my whole point. I don't have to go get a surgery and put my life at risk to say for
Nobody's
the
That,
telling you
next
to do
woman.
that.
Okay, but for the next
it's,
woman, that's what they want to do with their bodies. Why am I going to sit here and
and
be like, I'm
Then
anti
okay, so then
BBL
why
because
don't
I
you
don't have
advocate
a
for
BBL?
how about then instead of you spinning the narrative the way that you spin it, how about you start your own thing and tell women that it's okay
No,
for them to be natural?
absolutely not. It's okay for a woman to do whatever she wants to do. Why
Okay,
do
then
I
y'all
have
live
to
in
so
that
why
tell?
fantasy
would
world
you
that y'all live
okay
in.
someone doing something that could
Okay,
possibly kill them on the table?
because
I'm sorry.
that's
And
what
alive.
she wants to do. Who am
Uh,
I? Who am I to tell a next woman how to live their life?
So
And
who are
that's your
you to
it's
tell
not
problem.
a
That's
about
next
why.
woman
living
That's
that
how
why.
life.
to
And
live
They're
you
their
actually
say,
life?
look,
supporting
look,
them
look,
in
look,
life
hold on real quick.
going
Hold on
through
real
this
quick.
risk.
You say that you don't want a man shouldn't hold another woman accountable, right?
No,
And y'all not even
Hmm.
holding each other accountable. That's the reason why you that. And I'm glad you
Because
saying it. So it shows more women that's like you that's saying that I'm so pro woman that I can't. Who am I to tell another woman what to
no,
do?
if
That's
a
the sad
woman
part. Why we
is
can't hold
doing
each other
something,
accountable?
there's
And yet y'all
nothing
want to be the same
wrong.
ones to tell another man to say y'all need to check each other and stuff, but y'all not even checking each other. Or you at
So
least ain't
you
doing it because
expect
you so
me?
pro woman.
No, you're
That's
completely
dangerous.
both. All three of y'all are misunderstanding everything that I am
Oh my
saying.
gosh.
If
okay,
it's
Don't tell
okay,
me
some
you
we're gonna let
another circle talker.
listen,
I
hold on a
ain't
minute, hold on a
no,
minute, hold
I'm
on a
misunderstanding
minute,
what
not.
you're saying
hold on a
No, I'm
minute, hold on
because
a
not.
minute,
All
hold
right,
on a
I'll
but
minute.
let y'all
you
talk.
going
Y'all go
one
ahead.
way
No, no,
and
no,
going
no,
the
no.
other
Hold
way
on
at the
one minute.
same
Hold on
time.
one second.
Y'all
Hold on
go
one
ahead.
second. Just hold on one second. Okay, Miss Terry, what would you like to see change as far as how can we resolve this issue right now? Like what would you like to see done as
Okay.
you look at it?
She don't see an issue though.
Okay.
No. Let's just
Can,
let her get it.
all
Let's
right, you
let
go
her make
ahead.
that clear. How would you like this resolved
There.
to be?
First of all, I don't know what issue you're talking about, but I feel like this is what I feel like and this is what I think. It's always a lot
Okay.
of judgment because I am in this box, right? I'm in this
Yes,
box
ma'am.
of natural
Yes,
hair,
ma'am.
dark skin, this, that, and the third. I am
Mhm.
expected to also put everybody else in my box, and that's how you guys see accountability. I don't have to try to put every single other woman into the box that I fit in. I don't have to get every woman on earth to fit into the box that I fit in. And that's what y'all want to happen. It's not going to happen. There's there's a million different boxes out here, and whichever box these women are in, as long as you are healthy and happy in your box, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to try to change who you are to fit into my box. Do y'all get that?
Okay, I do understand.
Do you understand
So
that?
I
So
do
if a
understand
woman
that.
has a BBL or is thinking about getting a BBL, and if it's first of all, if it's dangerous, I'm gonna be like, girl, that's really dangerous. Are you sure
But
that's something you want to do? She's gonna
okay.
be like, yeah, I'm dead set on it. I'm gonna do it.
Hmm.
I'm insecure about how I look. I'm gonna tell her, well,
Okay.
you know, therapy is cheaper, and just because you change the way you look on the outside doesn't mean you're gonna change your mental. You're still gonna be effed up in the mental about how you look. Changing the
Okay.
body don't change the inside, right? The outside, it starts inside. So changing
Yep.
your outsides and expecting to feel better on the inside, it's probably not going to work. So I'm going to put in my 2 cents, even though she probably didn't ask. But at the
Okay.
end of the day, that woman is going to do whatever she wants to do.
Of
She's
course.
not going to do what I tell
Man,
her to do.
Okay.
So
So
I'm
let me
not
let
going to
me
sit here
you,
and be
you
like,
just said what we're
ew, she's
saying.
so anti BBLs because she got
exa-
one. No, I love that for you. You did what you wanted to do. It might not make you feel better at the end of the day, but I'm pro choice. I'm pro do whatever you want to do because you're going to do it
okay.
because you're
So
grown and it's your
So
money.
so
so
let me
since you
so let me
so pro
so,
woman, you say you that mean you have to what's the word? That mean you have to support
Accept.
everything a woman do.
I don't have to support it. And if it's something that
You
I
don't feel
don't
like some
support,
stuff is wrong and right?
absolutely. I just said I don't have to support it. I do not have to support
Okay.
every
So
single
so
thing a
can
woman
so
does.
can I say
But
something
at
right
the
quick,
end of the
Rose?
day, I'm not going to try to put you into my box of what I would do. I give people
I
advice
don't
if
think
they ask
nobody
for
trying to
it,
do that.
but that's
So
what
so
you're
may I
trying to
say something
say.
right quick? Hold on one second. We don't care about BBLs at all. We know the health risk of it, and men actually look at it and say, you know what? I hope that everything that whatever you wanted to pay that amount of money to do, just like the same way with breast augmentation and everything else, we understand why women do it sometimes, and we understand that sometimes it's them trying to fit into a social norm. What we're saying right now is that we see the health risk to it, and you can do it. We don't care about it.
Right. And I love
This
that
whole
for y'all. Date
okay,
natural
so
women.
this whole spin that you want to do is you trying to push forth a narrative with men here right now, and we're telling you we like the natural. So are we wrong for liking the natural? Are we wrong for that?
Did
Because
I
every man
say,
has already said that they like it here, and it's a
when did
lot of
I
men.
say that men are wrong for liking natural women? Have I ever said that?
Yeah, you just did.
Mm.
How?
Okay,
Everybody
how
that's
did
on
we
the
even
panel,
get to this point, anyways? Though, didn't you
I
say
don't
so?
know, but
You said something about. So I think we was talking about Kevin Samuels first, but you were saying something about
Yeah,
that
we was on Kevin
a
Samuels.
man don't like a woman if she's big or something like that, right?
I
Exactly.
asked them the question. I asked
I never
Stevie
even got to
Shaney.
answer that
I
one.
said, "Would you date a woman if you did not find her physically attractive?" And it doesn't matter. And then that's how we got on the topics of BBLs and whatever. It doesn't
Shit,
have to
would a
be a
woman date me if
BBL.
she didn't find me physically attractive? Hell, it wouldn't even be about the attraction. It'd be about the money, the style of clothing, the
Exactly.
everything. It didn't have anything to do with me. It would have to do with my financial what I actually presented as far financial appearance. I could leave out the house in sweatpants and DC skaterboard shoes on and have a bank account full of money. But if I don't look appealing or attractive to her, she wouldn't do it. So you mean to tell me that if a woman has the same type of qualities, may come out the house looking a certain type of way, and I say, oh no,
Hmm.
I'm not gonna talk to her, I'm not gonna date her. I'm wrong, but then she's right.
You're not wrong. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make is that you're not wrong for saying, I would not date this woman that I don't find physically attractive. And a
So what do
woman
you
is
mean by
not
physically
wrong.
attractive?
Like
And I'm going to
what are we
finish.
talking about
And a
as far as
woman,
physical attraction?
so he's not wrong for saying, I would not date a woman I don't find physically attractive. And a woman is not wrong for saying, I won't date a man who I don't find financially attractive. His pockets ain't right. I'm not dating him.
That
How
Whatever
do you
makes
know
his
that
sense.
if you don't
reasoning
get to know
is,
the
Financially
man?
how does that
attractive.
not make sense?
That's a
This
gold digger mindset right there.
How does
this
that
is
not
the
make
most
sense?
The pockets
bullshit
are
ass
attractive. Look how
I'm
conversation.
so
sexy that Benjamin
serious.
look.
Literally.
Like,
So
what the
you're
fuck?
telling me that a man who can't afford his rent, can't afford a car, rides a bicycle, that I'm supposed to be like, okay, you know what? He's financially attractive. He's financially
No, see,
stable. He got it
see,
going
that's
on.
that fantasy
Like,
shit that
what?
all the women that talk about that type of thing, that's the main man that they want. Let's just be honest right quick.
So
You have a man out here that looks bummy. You won't talk to him because he doesn't have on the latest designers. He
I don't
doesn't
care
drive the
about designer.
fanciest car. He doesn't. He could be just coming out the house and not knowing that you are even present. He's not even looking for a type of woman like you. But you have a man out there right now that has $2,000 worth of mismatched fucking tattoos. He has no car, no job, no ambitions, no goals.
Right.
And
That's
guess
not
what?
financially attractive.
And guess
That's
what?
not financially
You will
attractive.
still talk to him. You will still talk to him, and you will
What?
disassociate yourself with the person that you just look at and be like, oh, you know what? Nah, he's lame. He's a lame. He's this. He's that. But you
What?
at the end of the day, most women will find themselves in a relationship with a whole dumbass, and they'll sit there and they'll waste 2 3 years behind a dumbass when they could have got with this guy over here with the sweatpants and maybe the Honda Civic, but guess what? He knows how to save his money. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to treat a man. He knows how to respect people. He knows how to go above and beyond at his job, because we know the people that most women attract can't get a damn job. That's the battle that we're going through right now. The ideology behind thought upon perception. And ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but you are overly delusional with your thought upon perception.
Okay,
You
let me
just said
ask you
you just
this.
said
What did I
that
say?
you just said that you wouldn't go out here and get a BBL, but you will support somebody knowing the health risk. We can sit back and say the same thing about men. Hey, bruh, you ain't got no job,
May,
but you out
may,
here
may,
making babies and shit. You think men
may
gonna
I
have these?
speak? May I also speak?
Yeah, go ahead on.
All right, good.
Go ahead on.
I agree. I wouldn't get a BBL as well, but also, I wouldn't go against my man.
So you're in a relationship, correct?
Of course I am.
Okay, then because you're perfectly happy with your body, your man is perfectly happy with your body, and you're living your best life at this point, correct?
No, I'm just trying to
I know
explain
exactly. I get
how,
you.
you
This
know,
woman is delusional. She's delusional as hell, and
So
it's
it's
just that simple.
how is
delusional.
she delusional?
That's he
Because
likes to just throw out words
she's
to
trying to put the
What I
berate
weight of the
missed?
people.
world. She's trying to put the weight of the world of society on men that have already said
What?
we we don't fuck with it. We've already said it. So why are we still talking about the same
What
thing?
I miss out on? Cause
What is
my
this
phone
woman
shut off.
talking about?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
Coffee
don't know
makes
what she
weak.
did wrong to you, but I don't
No, she
think
Nothing.
didn't do anything
she's
wrong.
a
But what I'm
bad
saying is,
person.
Thank you.
what I
And
said
to call
was,
me
what is the
delusional is
resolution to this? What
hilarious.
is the
Dang,
resolution
I
to this
wish I
thought
knew what I
upon
missed
perception?
out on. My
Can I
phone just shut off.
What is the
pause for a
resolution to the
second?
thought upon perception? If
Laugh,
I
laugh or learn. So what you missed out on was he called me delusional because I said I'm a natural woman who would not get a BBL, but if another woman chooses to get a
that
BBL,
had
I
nothing
would
to do with
support
it.
them in that decision. So he said that I am delusional for
I
supporting
didn't
a
even hear
woman
what
to
you
do
said
what
because y'all was
she.
talking at the same time.
Can you
Say it
hear
one more
me?
time.
You're not
Can you hear me?
delusional. You're not delusional if
He
you
said
wanted to get a BBL or if you don't want to get one.
that's your choice.
Why?
Who
Yeah,
are
exactly.
yeah, who are
So
we to
I
tell
So
am confused.
who are we
hold
to
on real
tell
quick. Let me just hear
somebody?
what happened again?
Okay, can you hear
The
me?
same stupid shit.
Can you
The
hear me?
same stupid shit.
Go
We
ahead.
all
Why
said
are
He
why
said
are
stupid.
you being
We all
so
said
I'm
we didn't fuck with
upset.
it,
disrespectful?
He's
and then
so
the
upset.
conversation keeps going up the same way. The problem is this: you
No, but
brought
you're
in your
being
opinion
very
about something, and we all
disrespectful.
said
Can
that
you be
we
a
didn't fuck
little bit
with it.
more
All right, so
understanding and
let me
less
just see real quick.
disrespectful?
Hold on real quick. Hold up. Go one more time. What'd you say, Terry?
So basically, what you missed was remember when I was saying that I am in a certain box. I am in this box, and this is my box. I love it over here in my box.
Right.
I love it. If a woman chooses to do something over there in her box, that's her business. I would tell her my opinion on it if she asked me to, but I
Right.
would never try to control what she's doing with her
Exactly.
body. I can't
Exactly.
control what she's doing. I can't force her to come in my box. I cannot pull her ass over and be like, get your ass over here. We're natural. We don't do BBLs. So basically,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
saying that I am delusional for saying I would support her doing whatever she wants to do. That's delusional to support her doing what she wants to do. Is
Exactly.
delusional.
She is
I
That's
mean, I guess you're right.
crazy.
a
Everybody got their
That's
choice,
person.
though.
hilarious.
That's their choice. But
She's a person that wants to actually understand and listen, etc.,
Absolutely.
etc.,
I
right?
got you. I got you.
So why are you guys ganging on her?
Well,
She
this is
has
a
not
gouge. I
done
just got back.
anything.
What are you talking about? So,
No
anyways,
man,
I
let's
mean,
not
she
gang
her
up on
own
nobody.
situation. It is what it is. So, I was just trying to go back to what she was. Okay, so she said because she was somewhat attractive, right? She's comparing attraction to a dude's pockets or whatever. I guess.
Hmm.
I'm pretty
Um,
sure
and,
she's gorgeous. She's gorgeous.
who? What?
I am pretty
Can I jump
sure
in
that
real quick?
the lady you just spoke to is absolutely gorgeous. Of course she is.
We never
Who?
denied that.
Who are you
We never
talking about?
denied that.
hold on real quick. Who you talking about?
Terry.
Well, I already acknowledged that a while earlier ago, but
We
that's why I
been
can
did
tell why
that.
she talking the way she talking. But
I wish
I
I could be
mentioned
on a
that
ghost
because I
account.
see why she got so many followers and all that stuff. But I just realized how she was talking. That's the reason why she kind of came up because I was saying how she was talking against Kevin Samuels and stuff.
I am just
But
speaking on general.
okay, I got you. I feel you. She said so you was saying that you was comparing
Hmm.
the money to the way a woman looks or something like that.
I was comparing physical attraction to financial attraction.
Financial
And
attract.
I
I don't
said
know
Okay.
what the heck this financial attract. I never heard that in my life.
financially attractive means that is this person financially stable? Can this person support their household? Because if you
Thank
can't,
you.
Yeah, that sounds
if
like
you
a
can't
gold digging
Absolutely.
support your
mentality, though. I
household,
never
Absolutely.
heard of a financial.
Absolutely.
well,
Hey, can you?
your
Absolutely.
Yeah, bro.
household
Hey,
is
hey,
your
who is
That's
this
why
wealth.
I said it
call?
was delusional.
Can you stop doing
When I
that,
heard
man?
that,
Can
that's
you let you gonna get your turn when you get your turn? I can't hear two people at one time.
I'll coin the
I
term.
I'm gonna be quiet, but I have been married 15 years now.
Nice.
Cool, that's sweet. So what you like? So all right. So that, like I said, you said money, financial attraction. That just sound
Right.
like some gold digging stuff or whatever.
That's
I've never
fine. You
heard that
can
in my
call it what
life.
you want to call it.
But I
I'll
can
coin the
understand
term.
that you saying financially stable, right? I
Right.
understand that.
But that's
But you,
financially attractive to me. Financially stable is financially attractive to me. And I would hope that
you,
my
Absolutely.
man looks at me and says, you know what? She's doing really well financially. Now, imagine if I was like out here, like credit score 100. You know what I'm saying? My man would probably look at me and be like, God dang, this girl has terrible financial habits. Like, that's not somebody that I would want to be with or start a family with or, date, and
mm.
that's okay, and I would understand that and respect that. Like, he does not see me as somebody who's financially attractive. I would not be a good partner for him because my finances don't align with his, and that's okay. And
So
it's
he
the
got look.
same.
Hmm. So you said he find you financially attractive too?
No, unattractive. Like, I'm saying, if a man were to say, dang, she has terrible spending habits, she spends way too much, she eats out too much, she doesn't cook, her credit score is a 100, whatever you consider
I don't think
financially
men look at that.
unattractive.
Men can care
No,
less
it's
about
fine.
like your
They
money
don't
for
have
real.
to. But
But
some men would and be like, dang, she can't save money to save her life.
yeah, them the
She's
men you don't
terrible
want
with
anyways, though.
finances. No, I'm really good
facts.
with finances and I'm really good with money. So I actually respect like a man looking at that and be like, you know what? I give her this, she flips it and does this. You know what? Like that type of stuff. I would like for a man to see that. But that would be somebody
Yeah,
that
I
I'm
don't know.
dating
That, like I said,
seriously.
most of the time that'd be a man that you're not attracted to, like because men and women they like two different things. Just like you said, you was right about the physical
Thank
thing,
you.
right? We go
Exactly.
off of views. Y'all like what y'all hear. Like we attract two different ways.
Thank you.
Um,
And that's why I
you,
had to ask him that.
I,
I was
uh, I was saying that like we don't care about really the somebody because you got degrees and stuff. Men don't care about your degrees and all
exactly.
that stuff.
Thank
Men don't
you.
care about how much money you make. Because at the end of the day, he gonna be the one that's trying to protect and provide for you anyway.
Thank
So like
you.
even your money is your money and his money is your money. So that's just how I
Thank
usually be
you.
anyways on that
And
situation.
that's
So
why I
Kidding
asked
me.
him. I was like, would you date a woman you were not physically attracted to? Would
yes,
you
and
date
then
her?
like that's a broad
Probably
statement too.
not.
So physically attracted in some what type of way? You mean like what they
It
just
doesn't
got a
matter
brick face or
because
something like that?
that's subjective
I don't even
because
think a woman would try to date a man with that they not physically attracted to. So
but
I don't
that's
get that one. That's not a
subjective.
good one.
So when then he asked me, he was like, what is physical attraction to you? I'm like, that's subjective because what I find physically attractive, the next woman won't. I have a homegirl, she loves bald men. I'm not really attracted to that. Like
Yeah.
she loves bald men. That's
So
her. She is so
that's
attracted to
weird. Then
that.
why would you ask that question?
What do you
Because
mean?
if of course you're not going to date somebody you're not physically attracted to, and a man is not going. That's
Exactly.
that go both ways. So that wasn't a good comparison. So we
Exactly.
got to go
That's
back
my
to
whole
your
point
pockets
though.
about them sexy pockets you said you talking about. I don't
Exactly.
think a
So
man
for
ever.
me
I
personally,
never
I'm
heard a
not
man say
dating
that they want a
nobody.
sexy pocket from a woman.
Why would a man
Ever.
say that?
Huh?
Why would a man say that?
I don't know.
Exactly.
You tell me. But I'm just saying, it's
They
like I'm
wouldn't.
trying to see what you can compare to that because you talking about if you physically attracted, that go both ends. So you need something else to
Because
maybe a
it's
bad attitude
subjective.
girl or something like that. I don't know.
It's subjective, but also the financially sexy stuff is also subjective as well. Because what I see is like, oh, he makes
Sexy.
$50K a year. He has a good job at Walmart. That's financially sexy to me. Is not going to be sexy to the next girl. You get what I'm saying? So that's subjective as well.
That's correct. That is
Do
some
you get it or
gold
not?
digging
Like,
mentality. What the heck?
how
How
is
could your
that?
finances
So,
be sexy? That's wild.
how is that gold digging mentality
It is though,
when
cause you
so
you
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 could
saying
be
based off their money, that's what make them sexier. Ooh man,
what?
you make 50,000, 50K, man. You can put me together. So I don't know.
So
That's
what? So you said a man was a provider and a protector. So if you know a certain man is not able to protect you, are you gonna
50K
find
at
that man?
Walmart. What are y'all
What?
working? 50K is a lot of money. I'm
50K
doing
is not
overtime now
that
at which, and
much.
I'm making a nice little living too with the little bit I got. Right?
And
Do
that's
y'all?
why
I
I
don't know what the
said
heck
Bruh,
type of money y'all
that's why
making.
I
Where
said
y'all
that
live
it's
at?
subjective. I told you it was
bruh, this is
subjective. You
may I say
think
something right
50K is a
quick,
lot?
please?
I think 50K is
The
not
average
that much.
person makes. They said the average person make 30K
30
to
something K.
some
30K.
something. So what the heck is people making 50K and and let alone
But do
she
you
said
get
she
my
makes
point now?
60K. Like, bro, what the freak?
That's what I'm
Bro,
saying. So you get
I
my point.
contract, bro.
So
I
50K
contract. I
is
make
not
Uh-huh.
more than that.
attractive to me. It's
I
not.
make more than that, and I dress bummy every day.
Yeah,
Are
You
you
know what I'm saying?
single?
yeah.
Am I
You
what?
taking care of
Are you
family and all that
single?
stuff too. That makes
Yeah,
sense though.
on God,
Do
you
you
know
got
it, Zach.
kids, Terry?
I'm asking if he's single.
Hell no.
He got a whole family. Yeah, he got a
A
family.
whole family.
And you up at 4 in the morning on TikTok?
What the
I don't work
what that got to
tomorrow,
do
huh?
with what the
Tomorrow
heck?
is a
Okay.
holiday.
I'm just
Tomorrow is a
asking.
holiday.
Why I can't ask questions,
What's
No,
y'all?
the
you.
point? I don't get it. That's all the
I,
off topic. What is that for?
I
You
answered it.
deflecting
I
us off?
answered it. Yeah.
So, I was actually asking you, well, did you have kids and stuff or a family?
Me?
Yeah.
No, of course not.
What?
Then you have no
So
dog in
how
the
you
any fight.
saying? So I'm going all the way back to you saying that a 1 million is not enough. What the heck you doing? What type of
No.
lifestyle you living to $1 million is not enough?
I mean, I like to do a lot of nice things.
Spending,
What the?
spending of other
No,
people
no, no,
money.
no, no.
Oh
Because
my
when
I
she
love
came
gosh,
in
I love
here,
Kevin
spending
when
Samuels.
she
I wish I
came
could
in
wish
here,
you
I
she
alive,
love
man.
said
spending
What is
that
going
OTN.
she
on?
wanted to date a man that made over 6 figures with her 60,000, just so she could pocket her money. And then now that's why I said it was delusional. Now do you understand what I'm talking
No,
Now
about?
you
we
said I
It had
getting
was
nothing to
somewhere.
do with
delusional off
Now
body.
that's
something
the
else.
part that's getting to me.
It had nothing to do with body because
Yes,
we
it
all said
did.
we don't fuck with BBLs. We
So
already said that
six
if
figures
I'm not attracted to you, I'm not attracted to you. When the hell did it become cool to not like something? Okay, cool. I'll put that on the
is not
side too.
enough because it can't feed my wants. That's
What?
crazy.
Exactly. It
Oh
So
man, I need
I
Kevin
make a
exactly.
Samuels
certain
here,
amount a
man.
year. Have
Where
you
is
ever heard
he
of
at?
hypergamy?
This makes all the sense, and that's what I be saying. That's what I be talking about, man. That
That's why I jumped in here. That's why I jumped in
You've
here because
been
I
up
knew it was
here,
gonna be
but
some
do you know
shit.
what hypergamy
the
is?
prettiest women get to say what they want because they never get checked. That's
Oh my
funny than a
God, I
mug
wish
to
my
me, bro.
profile was
But
blank.
um,
I wish my profile was blank. Because
no,
it's
I
all gonna
no, I
be
can actually
based
tell
off
the way
of
you was talking. Actually, I was talking about that before I even seen your page, right?
that's fine, but
And I
it's
was
like
talking
so
about that.
much
I said, and the
judgment.
privileged people don't know they privilege anyway. That's another thing too. That's why
That's
people always
fine,
think
but
that
it's
they're
so
struggling. They're
much
not really struggling
judgment.
for real.
It's so
That's
much
their mentality that
judgment.
make them struggle. But
I don't have a
and
struggle
their
mentality.
lifestyles
That's
too.
why I don't want to date nobody that makes a certain amount. I don't have a struggle mentality. I actually live a really nice
The
life.
fact that you
And I
said
would
1 million is not enough, that is
I
wild to
didn't
me.
say it's not enough. I never, ever, ever once said 1 million was not enough. When did I say that?
Said 6 figures wasn't enough.
6 figures, my bad.
I said
But
six figures. That's not
is uh,
But you want to date a person
a
that makes
hundred
six
thousand.
figures.
That's
Why
not.
would you
Of
why
course.
would you want to
Why
date a
wouldn't
person with
I?
six? But that's what we're trying to get you.
I
That's
mean,
why I said what I
I guess it
said.
makes sense.
I
That's
You know
something
know
she
what? Can I
wants. I
ask
guess
y'all
that's
a
something she
question
wants.
real quick? And this is just like I just want to understand something real quick. Are y'all all American?
of course
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. All right,
we live in America.
right. I'm
We
asking if you're American, like born and
yeah.
raised. If your
You
parents are
American?
Amer,
Alabama. I'm
I'm
from
not
Alabama.
American. No,
From
I'm
all
not.
the
I'm from
way.
Oh, I'm about to
Alabama.
say if you from another country, this makes sense then.
I'm
All right.
not from America. So it's, a lot of Black American men now, and this is not like an offensive thing to say or anything, but it is like this thing where you think that women deserve less, and it's like the
Deserve?
audacity.
Nobody deserve
No,
anything.
but hang
The
on, let
Yes.
freak?
me just finish. It's like this thing where a woman says, I want better, I am gonna aim for better, and I want to do better. And it's like,
Okay.
oh my God, the delusions of her to think that she could do better and wants to do better and wants to get more out of life. What type of
Now,
delusion is she living in? That's
That's that,
your
bro. You
mentality.
don't see it. Like I said, uh,
let me explain
privileged
something.
people don't see know that they're privileged though. That's the
May
situation.
I say
But
something?
it is. But what you
Can I
say,
say
Project?
something right quick, man? It's not the fact that here's the whole deal. When I said that you're delusional, I meant that to a T. What you want is gonna hurt you one day, and what you need is gonna destroy you. I say
You
that
said
all the
that
time,
like
and
three
now,
times.
and now, when I make this point now, because you've heard me say this, Kevin, a lot of times, right? You want to use the physical aspect to obtain something financial,
I
and
don't.
what's gonna wind up happening later on?
Makes sense.
That that beauty is
Beauty
gonna start
fades.
to spread thin. Now, I'm not
Absolutely.
attacking you, but I'm saying this for people that have that same mindset. Hun, we want what we want and we need what we need. Unfortunately, sometimes what we want and what we need comes with the attitude that you have, and that's what we stay away from. At this point, we don't know as men. The only thing that we want for women at this point, if you don't make a lot of money, that's okay. How do you budget what you have? Because, like he said, my money is your money, and your money is going to be whatever, right? But how do you treat us? How do you talk to us?
Have I mentioned anything about treatment, talking to any of
So
that yet? And you're already judging me and saying that,
I'm not judging you. I'm
oh,
so
stating a
I want
point.
to hit this
See,
this
see,
comment real quick. She said there's nothing wrong with wanting good things. Okay, I can feel that, but you shouldn't stress over it either, or look at it as
but
in
exactly.
have I
this is
given
not
y'all,
enough.
have I given y'all the, that like I'm stressing over it or anything? Didn't I say I'm
No, I
comfortable
didn't
No,
say that. I'm
with,
talking about her comment. I was just saying
no,
in
yeah,
general that
no.
people is actually stressing over their wants.
right. And
Yeah,
I've
they were
never stressed
stressing.
about that because I'm not
And then
stressing
say you
over,
you keep making everything
no,
about you.
Think about you.
because
You
bro
you
called me
brought up
delusional.
your
He didn't
natural beauty, and
call,
we said
I
it was
didn't call you
cool.
hold on,
delusional. He
not
did. So
you.
you
Oh
keep
my
putting
Why
God.
did you
everybody
call
else
me
situation
delusional?
in one thing. You put
You
me in the
not,
box now. You talking about putting all the
what?
he's saying what he's saying and I'm saying what I'm saying. It's two different
Absolutely. You
people.
didn't call me delusional, so I'm not talking about you. If I
I
said
know.
bro
So
called me
why
delusional,
are you okay? But what I'm saying, if I was addressing a comment and then you put me in it, and then you said that he
I was
called you,
talking
what
about the
that got
other
to do with
dude.
me?
I was talking about the other dude. I was not talking about you.
So,
You didn't call me delusional.
bro, okay, you confusing me now. All right, okay.
It's
I'm
delusional.
talking to Broderick, the one that said that my
Thank you.
mentality
Thank you
is
for pronunciating my
delusional.
name wrong. That's actually how you say it. Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
I guess
I'm gonna,
maybe I have a piece of a brain. I know that's crazy from
I'm
delusional
gonna,
people, right? But
no, I'm actually gonna follow you.
Delusion don't mean that. It's just actually having these high expectations or
Yeah,
unrealistic
that's
expectations.
all it
That's what
is.
no, how is
delusional is.
having
That's where the
high
conversation came from.
expectations delusional? How is that
Because
delusional?
okay, because my thing
Hey,
is
hey,
this,
Miss
and
K, I
I'm
do
gonna
got
So
say,
all
a
right. So
question
since
for
you
you.
say you want to, okay, let's see this then. Let's see. Okay, this the delusional meter right here. That's why I said I need
Hmm.
Kevin Samuel. So I need you so much, my brother. So you said you want a six-figure man, right?
I've only
So
dated men who've made that though. That's the craziest part of this
uh,
whole thing. And
so
to
why
oh,
aren't
this
think
you
that
makes
I'm
dating
sense.
them
Why
now?
you okay?
delusional.
Okay, makes sense. So why you not still with him?
Do you want to? I'm not really gonna get into why I broke up with my ex, but I mean, we could. The long story short, he lied about something really stupid, and I don't deal with liars.
Well, that's what come with them six figures. There you
But
go.
but
But I'm
but baby, bums be lying too. What do you
huh?
mean? I've dated a bum when I was about 18 in college, and
Uh,
obviously we're in college, so we're both bummy, like we're both broke,
What is
no
a
jobs.
bum? That's subjective too. A
Okay, a
bum to
bum
you
is
probably make
somebody
about
with no job.
two
We're
hundred thousand. He's
no,
a
no,
bum.
no. He wasn't making 200,000. We're broke college students. We're both bums. And he was still a liar. So that does not mean you can have somebody who doesn't make much and they're still lying, and somebody who does make a certain amount and they still lie, but it's up to your standards. If your standard is to stay with a liar
Exactly.
because he has money, stay with a liar because he has money. That's not my standard.
Is it delusional, optimistic? No, we gotta get this. No, okay. Optimistic, you gotta be least realistic with your optimistic stuff. Like,
But I am realistic
we
with
gotta
mine.
understand this definition. So, what I was about to say is, so all right, since you say you want a
Six figure,
6-figure man, right? Or you say
honest,
you can get him, right?
respectful.
What do you I guess I gotta say that then. What do you bring to the dude's foundation to get a 6-figure
I
man?
don't answer that question, and I would never date a man who asks me, what do I bring to the table? Because I'm not bringing nothing
So
to
you
your
want to do with
table.
all this money and what you got nothing
I
to
already
put into
told
it.
you. I already told you how much I make. That's all.
What
Six
that
Put
mean?
that
A
figure.
dude,
aside.
a dude that makes 6 figures can care less about your money.
That's my whole point. So if a man is already making enough, the question, what do you bring to the
So you
table?
just go.
What you're asking is, how are you a valuable person? Start to list off skills
I
and
miss Kevin,
values
man. I
that
miss
can
him.
benefit my
Bro,
life. I'm not
I'm
about to start listing off these skills that can benefit your life. Why do I
I
need to
miss
come
Kevin,
in
man.
and all of a
hey,
sudden make your life better? Is your life
CD.
not good where it's at?
Hey, CD, go on, say what you got to say, bro. We've been over talking it, man. Just like she said in the
I think
comments.
yeah, CD, and then she been in here for a long time. I ain't get to hit her up yet. Oh, unless she fell asleep in the box. I don't
McCray,
know.
I ask you a question.
Hmm?
Would you want your son dating? I asked you a question in the comments, but I'm gonna say it right here. Would you want your son who went out, made something of himself, to date a woman who only thing she's bringing to the table
I
is
would pray to God that my
pussy
son.
and bill?
Okay, go ahead, finish. My bad.
Now, the only thing she's bringing to his life is bills and nook. If you get what I'm saying,
I do. I
that's the
would
only,
pray to God
that's the
that
only
my
thing
son
she can
would
offer this man.
never grow up to ask a grown ass woman, what can you do to benefit my
Ask what?
life? I would pray that his life is already decent enough to where he don't need a woman to come in and somehow benefit his life because his life is doing good enough already. Okay,
So,
that's first
so
and
that
foremost.
brings up the equation that if she's only bringing nookie and
Who
more
even told
bills,
y'all that was being brought to the table?
what's the point of her even bothering with your son?
My, I hear what you said, but who even told you that was coming to the table? Who even told you that was on the
Now you
table or
see,
coming?
here's the thing: if we're married,
Who told y'all that was
go
coming
ahead.
to the table? Like, who told you that I was bringing that to the table?
That's
Like,
the point of
I'm
my
just
question.
curious.
Do you want your son dealing with somebody who ain't gonna add nothing to his life other than more bills?
What does this woman need to add to his life?
Because based on what you said, financial stability is attractive to you. I'm
Right.
not
We're
trying to
talking
twist
about
your
that
words around.
standard.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm asking you a direct question. Do you
Hmm.
want your son dealing with a certain type of woman? And
I
the
want
only
my
only thing
son.
she can offer him is nookie and more bills for him to take care of.
So, is that what you're saying that women offer?
What?
You didn't say anything you
Well, I'm
offered.
saying
What the freak?
Because you
You
keep
just
no,
bringing
asking
I'm
the
me
about to.
what
exactly.
what
I gotta
I'm
switch to
asking you,
another
do you want
person,
your
man,
son
because I ain't
dealing
about to
with
get my
somebody
head hurting today.
who
I was
don't
trying to
bring
prevent
nothing
this.
oh
but
God,
I
pussy
was just
bro.
about to go
and
to
my
more
bed
head
bills?
too.
hurt.
Hey,
I
it's
said I
over
was gonna
with.
hurt my. Hey, who the
It's over
blurry
with,
screen? Did you
bro.
fall asleep blurry screen? I don't know who that is.
It's over
Uh,
with.
the
It's
first
over
woman
with.
that was up here. I don't even know her name.
It's over with. It's
Blind, you
over
fell
with.
asleep. You up?
Cause I swear for God, bro, that response right there was just enough
I guess I
to
dropped her
Miss
let
there.
me
Rashida,
know exactly
Rashida, what's
what
the
was
deal,
really
man?
what
Welcome
was
to the
really
Yeah.
room.
going
Can
on.
Welcome.
I
The whole thing.
can I have a woman to woman conversation and it's not controversial at all? I just want to understand it better.
Go
And
ahead.
That's all.
Terry, which generation are you? I'm Gen X. I'm 45.
I'm 26.
Okay, so that's a difference there. I respect that. And you said you mentioned earlier how much you make. Do
Yes,
you mind repeating that?
I make 60K.
60K?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you only date men that make six figures?
I wouldn't say I only do, but that's the past men that I've dated. But it depends on how far back you go in the past, to be real
Would you
with you,
date a
because
man that makes what you make?
I would prefer to date somebody that makes more than what I make. I
What
do
would you
believe in
consider?
hypergamy. I do believe in dating up.
Okay. Okay. And that's most of, I mean, I'm hearing that a lot from your generation, so I'm not gonna knock it. Um, um, if a man, okay, so what do you value more, his character or his income?
I value character.
Mm.
Okay. Would you eliminate a man with good character to date a man that has six figures?
No, I'm not gonna settle on any of my standards. I've done it before and it's ended horribly, and I wouldn't do it again.
So as you date more men, you're learning the value of the character over the money from that
I
experience.
would say I wouldn't say I put a value over one standard over the other. I have a list of standards and they're all pretty much equal. I wouldn't say, oh, he's a liar, but I'm gonna stay with him because he makes good money. I'm gonna leave you if you're a liar and you make good money. I don't care. So it's not like character over money or money over character. It's if you're not meeting my standards, you're not my person. And I'm not going to stay here and try to turn you into my person. I'm just going to be like, we had a great time, but it's just not what it is. And I'm going to move on and you should do the same.
Gotcha. This is my advice. I'm not judging you at all. I think each generation has different views. I don't think that my view is necessarily better than your view, but this is what I will say. Um, how do I put this? After enough bad experiences, because in the beginning, you do know the income before you know the character. We do select by the income, and you've already expressed that's your way of thinking before we know the character. We do that.
I
Um,
wouldn't, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't necessarily know your income. But
you
I do
know.
know how you're treating me. So if you are treating me a way that I like to be treated, I don't necessarily know exactly how much you make, but I
You're
know
not going to
that
give
you're
a bus driver the
capable.
opportunity to treat you right before you, as quick as you would give an investment banker. So I'm just being real with you. That's why I asked you these questions so that I didn't judge you.
Hmm.
You told me where you stand, and it's okay. But I'm making a point based on that, but I haven't made the point yet.
Okay.
So the advice that I want to give, and again, I'm not judging you because if I was your generation, I probably think the same exact way. You're a result of that culture, which is okay. Um, I would definitely prioritize the way that a man treats you. I would take the occupation off the line because this is the thing. We had a recession, everybody out of work. Men that can change tires or have a trade or can use their hands or have a hustle mentality but just haven't got that opportunity yet will probably surpass the corporate dude. So a man is not his money. He's not his salary. He's not his income. I would definitely look at foundational principles, how he was
So
raised.
my question to you is, you don't believe that if recession hits and you date an entrepreneur and let's say their business goes under, you don't think that entrepreneur has the mindset to say, you know what, one business failed, let me do another?
Oh, definitely. That's my whole point. I'm
That's
looking
my
at
point as
mindset.
well. So that's why I would date somebody who is accustomed to being at a certain level. If you're making 100K a year, a recession hits, and all of a sudden you're out of work, who is more likely to figure out another way to continue to stay where they're at? The person who is accustomed to being at 100K or the person who has never seen 100K ever? Who is going to be more likely to figure out a way to get back to 100K more quickly?
For me, we're talking about mindset now. We're not talking about money because
That's
I can meet a.
mindset as well. But that is also a mindset because if you have a lack mentality and you have a mentality that tells you, I'm comfortable at this bare minimum, versus somebody with the entrepreneurial mindset that says, the sky is the limit and I can make, whatever I can make, right? Like there's no cap on how much I can make. So you're saying that the person who is accustomed to working these skilled jobs and making this amount of money, that they have a better mindset than somebody who has, but that person really has like a lack mentality. versus the other person who has this mentality that there's no cap on what I could do. That's the mentality that I have, and that's the mentality I want my partner to have. I don't think there's a cap. I make 60K, I'm 26, whatever, that's cool. But I don't think this is where I'm going to stop at.
I have nothing against what you're saying. I think you're making a lot of assumptions about where I'm coming from because you didn't ask me the questions that I asked you, which is understandable. But we didn't have this conversation based on mindset before. And when I was listening in the comments, mindset wasn't a topic. It was about the income. So I'm not comparing a man with the mindset versus income because I don't compare men. What I came to do is give you advice. If I see a man outside cutting grass and he's flirting with me and he's just cutting grass, never made six figures, the type of woman that I am, I'm going to help him get his own business, cutting grass if I like him. I'm not going to disqualify him based on his cutting the grass versus the man with the six figures selling me insurance. Because I know as a woman, if he can have the mindset to cut the grass and to be a six-figure man, I can fill that gap. That's easy because I'm already there.
Absolutely. And I
Mhm.
love the fact that you feel
You
like
need
you
some
are
more
the person
Rashidas.
who can build up a man. I think that's amazing. I
I
want a
wouldn't have to
man
build
with
him
the
up.
mentality that they can build themselves and
I
they
wouldn't
didn't
have
need
to
me
build him
there
up.
to build them up.
I wouldn't
You
have to
didn't
build
need
him up.
me
I would
there
compliment
to
him.
start your business. Now, I agree with you in the case that women are there and we enhance men's life greatly. We really do. So if you have a man who's mowing the lawn or whatever and you see him
I think she got a call.
Look at God. It's like, no, let me stop.
I'm gonna land my plane. I respect where she's coming from. I don't think she fully understands where I'm coming from, but I'm gonna
I
land my
do.
plane.
All right,
You could go ahead.
chocolate. What's
Why
the?
did she leave?
No, she already said her point. That's all she was
Oh,
wanting to say her point though. Chocolate. What's the deal? Welcome to the live.
Hello. Sorry, I just had to chime in a bit because I agree with what Terry's saying and I disagree. Um, because at the end of the day, it's not about it is about what both of you guys bring to the table. If he asks you what you could bring to the table, you should tell him, "Hey, I bring this, I bring that, I bring that." Same thing
Right.
you want him to do.
oh, I would never ask a man that. I don't have to ask you, what do you bring to the table? What can you bring to my life to
You
benefit
already
me?
asked for 6 feet. What the freak?
No, but I'm not. You think, listen, okay, I never asked a man to bring six figures. I never ask a man to bring anything. If we're on a date, I'm not asking you, what can you bring to the table? I would never ask anyone that question. I'm not going to ask anyone, how can you benefit my life? That's weird. I would never go on a date with a man and say, how can you benefit my life? What can you bring to my life that's going to benefit me? I would never do that to anyone. I wouldn't. That's some narcissistic stuff to sit on a date with somebody and say, what can you bring to my table? Now list off your skills and values and things that can make my life better. That's narcissistic if we're being real.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
well, don't
don't you
ask that
take
on the
the
first
time to
date.
understand your person that you talking to though? Like I think that's like a
Absolutely.
preparation instead of being blinded. I mean, blind in
Absolutely.
love, like a you know what I'm saying? You
I'm
gotta
going to
figure the
ask you
person out.
questions about yourself. I'm going to see what's your relationship like
It's
with
the
your
way you
mother.
ask it though. You ain't gotta just be like, "What you
Absolutely.
bring to the table?" You just
I
like,
want to know you as a
what you doing with
person.
your life or something
I
like
want
that,
to
or
know you as a person. I don't want you to list off some skills and assets that you will bring to value my life because then I'm just seeing you on like a little spreadsheet and I'm saying, "Oh, they have this, this and this." It's like way too analytical and not actually like human. That's not human. I'm
it's
not
the
getting to know
timing, man.
you.
It's all part of the vetting process. It's just you ain't gotta go straight to certain situation, but you still want to figure out who you talking to too.
Absolutely.
Also,
There's different ways to vet people. And one of the ways that I would never do is say, what are you bringing to my life to benefit me? You think I'm going to
I
sit
don't
on
think
a date
nobody
across from
asks
a
that.
man?
They don't
That's
ask that.
when you ask, what do you bring to my table? That's what you're
No, we
asking.
asking that not 'cause we online. That's the reason why I asked you that when you asked for a 6 figure guy, or you said you wanted that, and I'm like, to want that,
But that's all
what you
that
got to
I'm
give for that
dating.
want?
That's
Yeah,
all
what do
that I'm
you want in
dating. So
return?
why?
Could
That's
I
all. Go
could I
ahead.
interject a minute? Okay, first of all, hello to all. I hope
What's the deal?
you're having a good night. It's
Yes, it
it's
has.
it's early. I woke up at 2 a.m. But this I'm gonna say this humbly to Terry, and she's a young lady. She reminds me a lot of my past self, and it feels so much like deja vu, because I understand exactly where she come from, and it's her truth right now, and I hear you, been there. Point is this: sometimes with our beliefs, based on our life experience, we go out in the world is like, well, I've been hurt enough. Now I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna say exactly what I think, and I'm gonna ask the question. Point is this: that maybe we when we're young, we're very instinctive and we don't sit back and think, what is the outcome, right? And anyhow, guess what? It can come fire back at you, because there are some people that they are unhealed just like I used to be. That's how I call myself. I hope it doesn't offend anybody. I'm a different person now, and that's why I can talk so candidly. The point is this: we open up ourselves for failure, not only to ourselves, to the people that we communicate, because we put out a narrative that a receptive person listen, pay attention, and they can mimic what they impersonate what we want in a man. And some are very good actors. So you fall for that person because you believe that person. And then when you're hook, line, and sinker, they come up as their real self. Now, not only you have to make sense of why they come out disguised as somebody that they weren't. Now you have to pick up your pieces because you've been fooled and you be severely wounded. And now you're gonna have to pick up the pieces and become a new you, because everything that you believe, everything you were so sure, it was all a lie. So with that said, I hope that that resign with you, and don't discourage. We all evolve. I'm 53 years young and I'm still evolving. I hope it helped. Kevin,
Um,
have a good night. I'm going back to the box.
All
Out
right,
of the box.
Tiz. I'll catch you.
Bye.
that really did
Peace
help a
and love
lot.
Just
to all.
hello
Okay.
everybody. I just wanted to say this one thing. I think when a man asks you what you could bring to the table, I don't think that's the time where he's trying to belittle you. I think he's trying to figure out what's needed. So that's your opportunity to express yourself and say, "Oh, well, I need this or I need that," right? That's open communication right there, because eventually you're going to be asking for it. And he's going to be like, "Well, I asked you that in the beginning, you know." But
Wait,
what if it was the time where so again, we know that the man is the provider and protector, right? So he's trying to figure out what he needs to provide for you. What if you had a family, I don't know, issue or whatever, where you had to fly back and forth monthly, right? And he had to make arrangements for you. What if that was the case? You know what I'm
then
saying? So I just
he
feel
should
like
have
that's just
asked
the,
me, how is your relationship with your family? That's better. How is him saying, what do I bring to the table? Oh, I bring family baggage and I got to fly back and forth
no,
every
no, no.
month.
I was
Like,
just, I
what?
was just using that as I was just using that as an example. Like,
I
what
know.
if you had Yeah, so meaning like what if he had to make arrangements? Like what if you didn't have the money to fly back and forth to wherever your family was at? And he was willing to make those arrangements for you because he was a busy man because he makes all this money. So, you just never know. I just feel like that's your opportunity to talk to him. It's time to tell him what you want and what you need and what you don't have and what you do have. I don't think he's trying to mock you or belittle you or anything like that.
I
And I
don't
think
think so
some women
either.
do feel that way.
I don't feel belittled by that question. I just know that question for me personally, and I don't want it to be on anybody else that that's a red flag. But to me, only to me, to no one else, if I'm on a date with a man and he asks me, what am I bringing to his table? To me only, it's a red flag. You're asking, what am I going to put into your life Start listing off your skills.
Right.
Oh, you're a great cook.
If I
You're a
got $1
this.
million,
You got a
if
high school degree. You got a this. You got a that. You got a this. You got a that. And that's how I will
what if
benefit your life. I'm not doing that. I'm
that's a
not
leader
doing that.
mentality,
what
though.
if he
I
was
need to
running
know what
for
type of
mayor or
woman I'm
something
dating.
like that?
Wait, I'm
You say
sorry. What
what?
was
What you
that?
say? You
Go
go
ahead.
ahead,
Earlier she
Go.
host.
said
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying, because, like, the only reason why that question got asked earlier, you were saying you look for a six-figure man. So imagine, okay, if I'm a six-figure man,
this
why
figure is
wouldn't I want to know, like,
$100,000.
why would I want to choose you out of all the million of women I can pick? Like, what is so
You don't have
special
to choose
about
me.
you that
Absolutely
what
nothing.
make you feel like you deserve $1 million man? Like, you can't tell me not one thing that you can bring to the table,
I don't
right?
have nothing different than a million other women in this world. Either you
So,
like me or you
so why
don't,
would
and
I
you don't
pick?
have to
What the?
like me. That's my whole point. Like
Okay.
y'all think I'm coming from some arrogant perspective of
Do
like,
you? How
oh,
many
I'm the
millionaire?
best.
Wait, how many six-figure guys you think is in this world?
That's for I don't really care personally, respectfully. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Man,
I don't care how many six-figure men
Now
is
we
in this
starting to go back to.
world.
I'm not even trying to say it, but we get into delusional land now. It's getting to
Oh
this
my
time now.
God.
that's what I just said,
So
This
bro.
getting
I,
crazy
someone
I
now,
in the
called
man.
it.
comments
I
It
said,
can
called it
Now
go
you
when I
don't
said
saying
say
it,
you
bro.
want this, and then you saying that you don't even care about how
Care
many
about it.
dudes is
so
like that.
you're
This not
telling
making
me
no
That's what I'm
sense.
saying,
I
bro.
have to know the statistics of how many six-figure men are in the world in order to ever date a six-figure man. Is that what you're telling me?
No, but what you just said before that, when the other lady was talking to you, was
Mm-hmm.
that that's what you dated. You dated.
That's what
si-
I've dated. It's
Okay,
not a lie.
so okay, I'm not saying that it is or it ain't a lie. But the thing about it is this. This is why I said it was delusional from the start of the conversation,
Hold
because my
on.
thing is just
It's
like what
fine.
the other brother said, and
Okay.
just like the host is saying, and like I keep saying, it's a delusional thought upon perception. You know how to get what you want.
Okay.
And
It's
now you're
delusional
in
for me
here.
to date a six-figure man. Yet I've done it
Yeah,
multiple times,
no,
so it's
it's
clearly
not. No,
delusional.
the thing
It's
about it
not
is, you know
realistic
who
at
to
all.
target at this point. Let's just call a
It's
spade a
not
spade.
realistic.
Dating, but dating and marrying is two
It's not
different
realistic.
things.
Yeah,
I'm
Like
not
a
shit.
married,
six-figure guy
period.
would sleep
But
with
I've
you.
never been
Yeah,
married,
you leeching on
and
motherfuckers
I
because you
never
got
even
He about to
national
slept
keep
with
you
TV.
though.
You've
them.
already
Oh my
talked about the
God.
BBLs and every damn thing else.
Y'all
So
keep
now
thinking,
we know who you are as a person. And
here
I'm not
y'all
trying to
go.
personally attack you, but
Here y'all
shit,
go.
the way I'm looking at it, my thought upon perception with you in this conversation is that not only are you delusional, but you're using
Mm-hmm.
your body and you know who to target, you know who to go after. And then now this is why men don't even want to deal with anybody no more.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Now if I'm
My
right, I'm
point,
right. If
no,
I'm
my
wrong, I'm
point.
wrong.
Look, my whole point is like
It's just that simple. It's just
you
that damn
saying you talking
simple.
about if he pick me or not. But the thing is, a dude making with that type of money though, you will have to stand out in some type of way. It's no way you saying, well, he picked me, because you acting like it's a bunch of them dudes. It's not a bunch of dudes that make
Come on, ass in a
six
circle. That's what you
figures.
doing.
And then
You
you
So
doing
just
that
said six
saying
figures
ass
ain't
shit,
enough
getting up
to
there
for whatever you saying. That
flashing
ain't a
on
lot of
people.
money. That's
it's
what you were saying in the comments first. Like what the like
six
that's
figures
regular money
is
that people makes.
okay. It's not like I date a lot of men that have worked in tech. Six figures is really average for most men who work
Okay.
in
I'm gonna
tech.
look at it again. I
It's
just
Okay.
told you. I told
average.
you only
Like
six
I don't
percent
know
of the
why.
of the U.S. only makes
Oh my God.
over only 200K.
Okay, that's great. And I mostly date international men who are
Man,
Nigerian.
get her the
And
fuck up out of
You keep
here.
oh my
saying
God,
dating
why
though.
are you
Like
so
when you gonna
upset?
marry one of them?
I don't
God
know.
damn.
I'm
Like
not
they
into
can sleep
marriage
with you all
minded.
day.
Who said I slept with him? And y'all gonna assume
I,
that it's oh you sleeping with him. This why you. Why are y'all so
all I'm
upset?
saying, I've never said. All I'm saying is they can sleep with you all day, just in general. Dude that make $1 million,
Right. And I
whatever, they
can
can
sleep
sleep.
with them
But it's
too.
about we talking about marriage. You keep talking about some dating stuff. Well, I dated him and I talked to him and stuff.
Because
Well, I'm
I'm
saying
not
that if you trying to
married.
marry a guy, right, or try to
Oh
stay
my
with a guy,
God.
or whatever you want to, whatever, long term, like you gotta have something that, like, what can you do to get this dude's attention to keep
Shit.
him?
If I'm dating a
Sucking dick.
guy, if I'm dating a guy, that dating them, being in a relationship, being mutually exclusive, and we're only dating each other, that's not enough. I didn't get their attention clearly. So what you're saying is every guy that
Okay,
I've
your
dated that
attitude
makes
didn't get
six
their damn
figures,
attention.
I needed to marry them in order for it to be real.
No,
Okay.
you wasn't even thinking
Okay.
about marriage. You weren't thinking
I'm
about
not,
marriage.
and I'm not marriage
Tony, what's the
minded.
deal, man?
So now you're trying to tell me that if I dated a man who made six figures, it wasn't real because we only dated and slept together, so it's not real unless he
You met a
married
motherfucker
me.
with six
Okay.
figures. You
Okay.
couldn't latch in because you didn't bring shit to the table.
I didn't want to latch in because they was a
That's
liar
probably
and
why
I
it
left
was.
them. What's
They were
wrong
a
with
liar
you?
before.
Like, dang, all you
They got
bringing
so
is
many
just.
other options, and you were just the first motherfucker that came along, and then they just did. We know what money does. Money buys.
Baby
So
acting
if
like
you didn't bring
100K
anything to
a
the
Baby,
table,
you
year.
really don't have
you
nothing to bring to the table. Bye bye.
Baby is acting like 100K
exactly.
a
That's what I'm
year.
saying. And then when you weren't putting out, then guess what? You got a free dinner, and you got sent the fuck back home.
A free dinner that I couldn't buy for myself, right? Because I am
I
so
don't know if
broke.
you could have bought it or not. You ain't spending
I'm
your own.
so
You ain't bringing
broke.
nothing to the table. Because if
I'm
that was the
so
case, you
broke.
would have went through all the traumatic
With
shit you
my
went
job
through.
in HR, with all of the
Okay, wow.
influencing that I've done, I am
HR.
so broke that I couldn't afford a dinner, that I
Well, I don't
needed a
know.
man.
You
I
only
needed a
dating guys
man.
with six
I'm
figures.
not done yet. I needed a man to fly me out and buy me a dinner because I was just that broke.
I don't know. Did you?
I was
If
just that
100
broke.
days coming.
I
Right.
made I made so little and I broke
Shit,
up with
me.
him because he lied about going through my phone, but I was
Oh
so broke
hell.
that I just needed him so
All motherfuckers
desperately for a
lie. Hell,
freaking
of course he
dinner.
had
Are
to
you
lie.
you sound delusional.
I'm not delusional. I'm stating facts.
No, you sound
I'm stating
delusional
facts
because
because
you're
I've
trying to
seen
Yeah,
state
this
it
facts
is
happen
on my
pointless,
life
Tony.
that you
scenario.
I
don't
guess we're
know.
just entertaining it right now.
It is pointless. It is so pointless to keep talking to a person that just came in and said what she said before, and then we get on the BBL shit and we just solve that. We if we don't fuck with something, we don't fuck
It
with
makes
it.
sense,
Then
but
that
my whole point of what I was doing is I was just saying a lot of, and that's before she even, I looked at her profile and see how many followers she had, right? I was actually mentioning that a lot of women, they get by off they look because that's why they didn't like Kevin Samuels off rip anyways. They got by off their lips
exactly,
because of their looks or whatever, and they never got checked before. They never got caught on the delusional mentality
exactly,
that they have. And I mean, all that stuff is like kind of true because like if you so got this pretty like I said, privileged people don't know they privileged. So it's like nobody gonna really like if a dude want to sleep, they're not gonna tell you how stupid you sound, or not saying you done because I know you'd always making oh you talking about me no I'm just saying in general like a pretty privileged women or something like that they usually or just anybody you know what I'm saying when people's ran off their looks and gotta show their chest and all this stuff to whatever to get by or whatever like they never got checked you know what I'm saying and especially the simp dudes they don't want to just go along with it so they never got checked on their behavior or their way of thinking and stuff so they gonna think what they doing is right
What's
and
wrong with
and
the
that's
way
why people
that
like
I'm
Kevin Samuels
thinking?
when she came in here was like, oh well, I'm glad that whatever with Kevin Samuels, he's not here, something like that. I'm like, well, that's
yeah,
that's the thing. Nobody gonna
yeah.
understand him when you living in this type of life.
Okay, so I want to make a comparison. So whenever you go into a job, don't they ask you what you can bring to the table before they hire
On
you?
God,
I don't think
on
they
God,
just go
Ooh,
off
I've
of,
never,
facts,
no, my job
Facts.
has
That's
never
nice.
asked me that.
facts.
That was
Of course
facts.
so
That
not,
they,
was a
because
good
you're
one.
a pretty
I mean,
face.
that's
You're a
part of
pretty
the
face,
interview,
and if
right? I'm
somebody
just
want
asking. I'm not ganging up on you. I'm just asking. I just thought about that.
You're asking me
That
a
was a good
question
one.
about a job. A job is not a relationship. You're asking me about somewhere that I will
shit
Dang.
be
me if it ain't.
employed, where I will be getting
Ouch.
Okay,
paid.
okay,
Can I
so the
talk?
older
Like,
ones got it.
dang.
Shit me.
Dang, can I answer your question real quick?
Sure.
Why are you correlating a place of employment to a relationship with my significant other? Where is the
Because
correlation?
it's the same thing, sweetheart.
It's
It really
not.
is.
It's really
It
not.
is. I said whenever you get a job, don't the job ask you like about your skills and your qualifications before you're
Yes, they
hired?
want me to list some skills and qualifications as to why I'll be decent for this job. What qualifications do I have
My point
for a
exactly.
job?
It's the
For
same
a
thing when it
job.
A
comes to
relationship is a
relationships.
job. What are you
Okay.
saying?
All
You
right.
gotta
Y'all
have
got
certain
it.
How do you not
skills
get
and
to
certain
analogy? I think
I do
like
get the
I
I'm not
don't be
gonna
analogy.
Wait,
lie,
liking to
you
this
use
I
say
the
happened
do
on
age
get
the
the
thing, but that
analogy.
junk crazy. How do you missing the
I
whole entire
do
point?
get the
That was the
analogy. I
most
don't
perfect thing
like,
somebody could have just said today, right now. That was a perfect
oh my
analogy she
God.
used.
there's an
I
18
get
year
her
age difference
analogy.
between all
I
of us
never
with her.
said I didn't understand her analogy. It was actually a very basic analogy and it was really easy to comprehend. So please
It
don't
couldn't
play
have
on my
been.
intelligence.
Could have been
Don't
you
play.
drug that
I
shit
just
out.
No, I'm telling you, you're comparing a job to a
Somebody said in the
relationship.
comment, my relationship is not a job. I'm just saying that they ask for
Thank
things before they
you.
hire
Thank
you.
you. So you're telling me that the job that I go and I apply for and I go sign up for and I show up to the interview and I say, hey, I want
Relationship
to
is
be
not
a
a
part of
job,
this work
boy.
environment is
Should
the
be making
same as
sense
a
now. I'll be finding out
relationship?
more
It's
about
not.
situations. Just let people talk.
A job is
If they
not a
Relationships are
okay,
If you think
relationship.
so
if you think you gotta don't have to put no work into your relationship, just like
I
a job,
never
that's
said
a
that. I
problem.
never
You
ever
gotta
Oh,
put
said
in
that.
work in
oh
everything you do in
God,
life. You gotta
bro.
even work on
I
yourself.
never said
So
that.
every day you living is some type of job, unless you just
Oh
staying
God, bro.
stagnant and not trying to put anything in.
When did I say I wasn't gonna put nothing into my relationship?
It's not about you
So
no more,
the
hun.
fact
It
that
ain't
you
about
said a
you, bro.
relationship is not a job, that's what I'm saying. That was a perfect,
No,
like I said, no
he's
matter what Tech
comparing.
said was a perfect
Hey yo,
comparison,
Kev,
and
you open up two
they
you
didn't
missed the
boxes.
listen
whole
to that
thing.
as an interview.
I told
They
you
Kev,
didn't.
that.
open up two
I
boxes.
told you that comparison was very basic and very easy to comprehend. It wasn't
Thank you,
something that
Blazion.
was. It wasn't something that was so difficult to comprehend.
So
I'm
why
not
you
gonna
said why did you
compare.
use a job instead of a
I
relationship?
told her that. I
It
said,
was an
"Why are you
analogy.
comparing a job to a
So can
relationship?"
What,
No,
so can
how
because
I
do
ask
you
a
not?
question?
I thought that you would understand that better to understand where I was coming from about as far as
No, I
like,
got it.
Okay,
If
okay.
you
so can I
no,
ask a
you was
question? Can I ask a
contradicting
question?
yourself so bad. You say you don't get it, but then you say why
Yeah.
are you comparing it? That don't make
Yeah, I'm
sense. Do
asking
you hear
why
what
is
you
she making
saying?
that comparison?
Delusional. So can I ask a
Give
question
it a
right quick?
try.
Just a
Give
simple
it a
question.
try.
Just
Why are
It's
y'all so
fine.
just a simple
mad?
question,
Can I
right?
ask y'all a
If
simple question? Why y'all so mad?
Nobody
I'm
mad.
not mad at all.
Nobody
I'm
Because I
not
mad
mad
want
at
to
at
date
all.
all.
somebody that makes six figures?
It gets
I'm not mad at
let me
all.
see. It kind of gets
We know where
stressing
our
when you try
future
to get
generation
somebody
is
to
headed.
understand, but nobody mad. Because at the end
I'm
of the
just
day,
trying to get
Yeah,
you to
that's
understand
just
that
it.
I don't
So can I
deserve
ask a question
somebody.
though, right?
The more
Y'all
Can I ask
trying to
a,
appropriate
make me
word is
understand that I don't deserve
frustration.
somebody that makes six figures? Is that what y'all are trying to make me
Nobody
understand?
deserve anything. What do
No,
you okay? What
no,
did
no,
you
no,
do
I
to
no, no.
deserve
definitely
them?
didn't
I'm
say
Okay,
asking.
that.
what did you do to
I
deserve
didn't
a
say
man that
that.
makes six figures?
Okay,
Tell
let
me
me
that.
not say deserve. Are
No,
you
no,
guys
no. Let's
trying to
go ahead and go
say
with
that
that.
a
What did
man
you
who
do to
makes six
deserve a dude that
figures?
makes six figures?
I'll change the question. Instead of saying deserve, are you trying to say that a man, I should not have the standard of having a man who makes a certain amount? Is that what y'all are trying to
We
say? Is
don't
that
know
what's
your
got y'all so
standards,
mad?
huh? Your standards are trash.
So what?
How do
Trash.
you, did you ask me what my standards are? What are my standards, Broderick?
Behind the conversation, the standards are trash.
Tell me
But
my
let me ask you
standards.
this.
Tell
Let
me
me
my
ask you
list
this
of
question.
standards.
Your
And
list of
that's why I be
standards is
meaning. You
finding a
made that
person
a
that's
standard. That's why I be
financially
meaning.
stable.
That's where the
Your
delusion
sta-
come in. You make standards like that. This guy must make six
No,
figures
I
or
didn't say he
something.
must. I said he at least.
that's all you dated.
I didn't say he
Oh,
must.
you
I said
so
at least.
funny.
That's
It
all you
wasn't a must.
Let
dated.
me, in good words of my man's, you can't make this ish up. You know what I'm saying? I feel him.
You
You
can't
can't
make
make
it
it up.
up. But let me ask this
You
question,
can't
Why
right?
make
does
it
that
up, man.
standard bother you
Let
so
me ask you
much?
this
I'm about to
question,
throw
right?
Because
my
you
Kevin
don't.
Samuels back,
If
Does
back,
that
let
back
me
up.
standard?
ask
Can I ask
let
y'all
me
a
ask a
question?
question.
Does
Let me
that
ask a
standard
question.
bother you because you don't fit in it?
No,
No, I don't
Oh,
no,
want to
but
date
I'm
okay.
trying to
nobody
get
like
you to
you
hear
My
anyway.
what you
opinion.
saying
But
though. Nobody have to fit in it or not. Shoot, I'm happy where
no,
I'm at.
nobody
But
in
I'm
Okay,
this
just
so
saying.
box
let me
The
has to
let
thing
fit
is, I
into.
need you to hear what you saying, but you probably don't understand what you saying right now because you're just going based off what every other woman probably say or whatever, or the certain
Yeah,
women
I'm
that talk
pretty.
like that.
I deserve this. That's what it was like.
Entitlement
I'm
what?
pretty.
mentality. I'll
I'm
be talking
natural.
about.
I'm dysfunctional. And I deserve this. I do this and I make this much, so the man has to make more than me so that I can do this and I can live this lifestyle. But let me ask you a question. Let's say that you meet a guy, right?
Mhm.
And this guy is well dressed, well groomed. He has a nice
I'm
car.
just about to go to
He's
bed. Wow.
very respectful, right?
Mhm.
And you're like, okay, oh, this dude is handsome. He's nice. He fits into
Intelligent.
that
Mhm.
category of guys that you like, right? And
Okay.
then y'all go on a date.
Okay.
Y'all go on a date, right? And then y'all sitting there at the table. Now,
Mhm.
at the table, most people would say, they would spark up the question on a date, like, okay, well, what do you do for a living? Or
Absolutely. We could
uh,
talk about employment. We could talk about
employment, all this
college
type of shit. And then
careers. We could
this
talk
guy
about
tells you,
traveling.
he makes, hold on a minute. This guy tells you, you make 60,000, right? Let's say
Yes.
this guy makes $30,000 a year,
Mhm.
but he's He's nice. He's well dressed. He's respectful. He
Mm-hmm.
he has all of the shit that you see in this fucking 6-figure guy, right?
Okay.
but he ain't a six-figure guy. He's a,
So
whatever,
let me
right?
ask you this. Okay,
Yeah,
continue. No, let me let you finish. Go ahead.
yeah.
It sounds like you not
And
even
you hear
listening to
that
understand.
number
You already
come.
ready
I
to ask
heard
another question before
everything.
you answer it.
No, I
Yeah,
heard everything he
but
said.
you
I
hear
just
this
wanted to
number.
make sure
You
he was
hear this number,
finished.
right? I
I
make
wanted
I
to make
make
sure he finished.
$36,000 a year.
Mhm.
I got my own place,
Okay.
and whatever the case may be, right?
Okay. That sounds good.
How do you feel about hearing this, knowing that this bill is gonna come,
Mhm.
knowing that you have in your mind, oh, he may not be able to afford, or he
I
may
would
not be
feel.
able to
Mhm.
provide later on. How do you feel about that?
Okay, I would feel very bad about it. So if I'm on a date with a guy and, I make a certain amount and I know he makes a certain amount and the bill comes and it's
Hmm.
really high, to me, I'm thinking, damn, can this man even afford this dinner bill? And it's not out of a
Okay, he
mean
pays.
spirit. It's not out
Now
of a
he
mean
pays.
spirit. Okay, he pays and that's great, but now I'm thinking, damn, I just maybe took money out his rent. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like this mean, evil ass person that's like, so now I'm thinking, damn, like, did he have to take money out his rent, car payment? Is he gonna be behind because of this dinner date? Like, that's messed up. I don't want to put nobody behind because of a dinner date. That's not what I would do. So, we go on the date. The date is great and it's nice. But my question to this man is, on this date, I'm telling him, hey, right now in life, I'm not ready to start a family, but I'm very passionate about traveling and I really want to see the world. Is that something that
And
you
that's
can
what
do
you
with
lead
me?
with?
No, that's not what I lead with. When did I say I lead with that? It's the way y'all put
Okay.
words in
I
people's
just
mouth that's
No,
irritating
I'm not
as I
putting in
don't
your
know
mouth, but I'm
what.
Why
saying
you
like,
keep
I
saying
meant
yo? I
it's
mean,
him.
yeah,
It's him.
I'm
I should
asking a
say him.
question.
Why are you putting words in my mouth? I don't lead with
I'm
that.
not putting anything in there.
You said
I'm not
I'm on a
I'm not
dinner
I'm not
date. I'm on a dinner date with a man. I make a certain amount. He makes a certain amount. We don't live the same
okay.
lifestyles. I know in my head, I know I am a person who likes to travel. I am a person who likes nice things. I'm a person who likes to do really nice things. Is this person going to be able to do these things with me? Or am I going to be with the person who cannot do these things with me? Then they're going to feel away when I'm in Dubai and they're at home and they're going to be thinking, oh, what's she doing in Dubai? That's how I'm going to feel about it. So if our lifestyles are not the same, I'm not going to pursue it. Why is that so hard to understand? Why is that so
It's not hard.
complicated for
It's
you
not.
to
It's
get?
really not
I
hard to
I have a
understand.
question.
But
go ahead, Tony.
yeah,
I have a question. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Because this conversation, I know I came in at the butt end of this, but this seems pretty just predicated off of finance. Money. Is
facts.
is that all you look for?
No, that's all they've asked me about.
No,
That's all
no,
they've been
we never
asking me
asked you.
about.
You the one
that's all
came
she
with it.
spoke about.
So,
That's what she
no.
spoke
So
about.
I just came on here just speaking about money, money, money. Or
You
y'all been asking me questions. Be for real.
I
No,
mean,
you
Don't be
spoke about
it's
it
could
first,
have
delusional.
and then
named
you.
a
You
Didn't
want
he
me to
few
just
say
other
how I
ask
things
me
started
a
other
off?
than
Then
question?
money.
Didn't
yes,
he just ask
host,
me a question about
host,
money?
no, host. Go ahead on it
all right,
and fill this man in.
we
Fill him
was
in,
talking.
host.
Right, we was talking about. I guess she already had her way about how she felt because I guess she was hearing me mention something about Kevin Samuels or something like that, and then she was like, "Well, a
Okay.
man should never. I'm glad whatever happened, whatever, something like that." But she said a man should never worry about what another woman is doing and all this stuff. And then I was
Mm-hmm.
like, and then,
Hold up. Let's not skip past glad what happened.
"Say it again."
I said let's not skip past that. Glad what happened.
The Kevin Samuel thing was, she said in the comments, you can go back and scroll back up. The
Uh,
comment that came through was that she was happy that he's not
I
here,
didn't
but she
say I
doesn't
was.
care.
Let's
Yes,
go.
you did.
Let's go back.
Yes, you
Let's
did.
go
Well,
You
all
that's
the
didn't
way
all the
say
back.
it
way
on
far
here,
back.
but you texted.
I
You
did.
texted. And
Right,
okay,
you
so
text her.
that's a fact.
I
So
said
that's a fact.
something
So
along the lines of I
that's a
didn't
fact.
agree
So
with what he said, something, something, but
no,
I
you
can't
didn't.
No, you
No,
didn't.
remember.
Don't
that's
try to butter it up.
What did
But
I
no, you
basically,
say?
I
didn't.
was
I
getting
don't
to
know what
the
I
pretty
said.
privilege thing.
It,
I
You
was
it,
just
know
it
saying,
what?
doesn't
I
Can
was
I
matter.
saying
say
that.
But
something? Can I say
but then she jumped
something?
in here.
When we
She jumped
when
in
we say
here and she
something,
started talking about she only dates people that make six
I said
figures.
that in the
And then
comments.
our question was, okay, well, how much do you make then? If you
Mhm.
date six figures, most women get on here and they talk about how they make six figures and
Mm.
how, but then when
Mhm.
you make 60,000, but you
Mm-hmm.
only date. So we know we know where
Mm.
that's gonna go, right? But
And
we
she was
backed off
saying
of it,
six figures
and
was
then
sexy to the pocket, and she was comparing
Yes,
us the way if we found out if a woman was
exactly.
attractive
Then
to
the
us or something like
BBLs
that.
came in. Then I'm pro woman. So it's
yes.
like, okay, cool. And if a woman wants to get a BBL that we know that'll have complications,
I'm
oh yeah, go
pro-choice.
ahead and do it because she
Absolutely.
can't convince people to jump in the pocket. But then it got switched to us because men want women that asses don't match their thighs.
I
Well,
didn't care about
unfortunately,
what men
huh?
wanted. I never
But
said
that was your
anything
whole
about what y'all
spiel, man.
wanted.
That was your whole fucking spiel
Baby,
this
I
whole
never
time is
cared. This whole
men want
time,
what the men
I
like.
never talked about what y'all wanted because I never cared. You asked me
Oh
if a
my God.
woman wants to do something with her body,
Host
are you
Kevin,
going to try to
Kevin,
convince her not to
Kevin.
do it?
Have I told a lie yet? Have I told a lie
No.
yet about
So
this
basically, you got a
conversation?
little hunch about it, Tony, man. So what's the
So
what's
Yeah,
so
that
what
part.
I'm
Yeah,
hearing pretty much
can I say
is
something, Kevin?
what you got,
hold on
Tiz?
one sec.
Yeah, so I understand what the man that just spoke right now, what he was saying, and I get it.
Broderick.
The point is this, Broderick, is like
Yeah.
this is a collective effort to try to understand where we come from. And this is my humble opinion. Take it or leave it. So
Mhm.
even the new generation, the disconnection, we want to try to guide them.
Tony, you got next though.
And,
She just
and
been
by
eating.
and by having this dialogue like this, there's no teaching or learning from for her because I've been young and believe me, I've been messed up by society, but whatever. I'm no longer there. But somebody took the time to say, honey, I, I don't know who teach you this, but please read this book. It's that when I make the connection to the people that call me delusional, and I ran away from that kind of pain. That was the same pain that I was raised with. So understand that if we want to help, we need to really love them even when they're kicking and screaming with this kind of attention. Do you understand what I'm
And
trying to
I do.
say?
I do.
Okay.
I
And
understand
that's
and
all I want to say.
I respect what you
Right.
just said just then. And I'm not upset behind, the thought process of anything. But what I said was a trigger word, and if I offended anybody by saying that, I'll apologize for that. But you have to tell the truth when the truth needs to be said. And my whole thing behind it is this conversation started off delusional as fuck.
Okay,
And
Broderick,
All right.
please
Hold
tell
on.
me.
Hold
I'm not
on.
gonna
Hold on.
back up off of
Hold
You
that.
on.
don't have
Hold
to.
on.
Just tell
Hold
me what
on.
I said that was
Hold on.
delusional.
Hold on. Hold on. 'Cause I'm still trying to get like I really want to get like through this whole conversation. So I want everything to be said right before I just, dive into this. Because
Yes,
I
sir.
understand, obviously she has her preferences. I can't, I'm not gonna say, oh, your
It's a
preferences are
generational
this
gap.
or that. I mean, obviously, you know, everyone has their preferences. Whether they can, get them is up to them. If they don't
Mm.
compliment, the person, then obviously, their standards are just what it is, and that's just
Yeah,
they're just probably gonna be alone or whatever. I don't know.
yeah.
But I just want to get the full scope of this because I
So
did come in on, the last part of this.
yeah, okay. So basically, I mean, other stuff was kind of irrelevant. So the main thing we kind of arguing now, because she came in the comments with well, six figures ain't really much for real, and I was like, what?
In this
So
economy, it's
so she
not.
said, heard that real quick. I'm just
That's what
trying
I
to tell him the
said.
whole story real quick. Let me
Oh,
just
hold
tell him.
on, hold on.
So, like I said, she came in the comments was like, six figures ain't enough. I mean, six figures ain't that much, and I'm like, what? Basically, whatever. So the argument is like, you saying six figures ain't enough, and I'm like, so what do you do? Basically, I'm asking her like, so what do you have? What you got to basically bring to the table? Or I don't know, they don't like that word, but what do you have for him to feel like you deserve a man with six figures or something like that? Since that ain't enough, because I was letting her know that that's rare. You know what I'm saying? It's rare. That's less than. It's like I even looked up 200K. That's only 6% of America. You know what I'm saying? 6% of the U.S.
Yeah, and most of those are families, not single people or a singular person. Um, if I'm not mistaken, I think the full 6% is actually all families or
Mm.
corporations or etc. Um, do you make the six figures that you say is not enough?
I said that in this economy, it's not that much. I never said it's not enough. I said in this economy, six figures is not, it's not that much. It's really
Then how
not
we
in
So
this
living now?
economy.
what
It's
would be
livable and stuff.
in
Don't get me
your
wrong.
It's more
hold
than
on.
livable.
So
Yeah.
in your opinion or your scope, your
hmm
view, what is enough?
I mean, I would never put a cap on what enough is. I'm not saying, oh, you make a million and that's all
Bruh.
you should aim
Wait,
for. The
you
sky's the limit.
hold on. So wait, you can say it's not enough, but you can't put a cap on it,
And
It's
I
not
or
answer
enough for the
enough
or
for
you
lifestyle
don't
what?
that I
It's
know.
not
live.
enough for what?
It's not enough for the lifestyle that I live and I like to live.
Oh my
But you
God.
Bruh.
live it
Wait,
already.
hold on. So do you make enough to sustain the lifestyle that
Yes,
you
I
live?
do. And I live
Hell
With
almost
no.
Is
60K.
it
60K and I'm
so
pretty decent in
is
my
it six
lifestyle.
figure?
But no, I don't. But I would love to make that and I would
So
love to
how
make
is that
more.
not enough?
It's enough.
You
It's
see what
still
I'm getting
okay.
to? This junk is hurting my head.
So have
Bro.
y'all ever heard of hypergamy?
Six figures not enough,
I
but I
mean,
make
It
yeah,
don't
but
60K.
matter about
you're
hypergamy,
saying
hun.
we
It
didn't
does
Hypergamy,
even
though.
bring
That's what I'm
guys into it.
it
saying.
I'm just
I
don't.
make
speaking in
60K
general.
and six figures is not enough.
You
Please
dealing
make
you
this make
dealing
sense.
you dealing with sugar daddies.
What?
You dealing with an age gap different
Somebody
No,
said
I'm
it. This is
not.
delusional. Somebody else seeing it.
Okay,
you
that's
dealing with an
fine.
age gap different
So
than what we can.
can I ask
No,
y'all a question?
Go ahead. Let him. Tony.
hold on, because I don't want to devolve the conversation. Because I
man,
mean,
fuck,
I had the certain
fuck
questions. I
this
mean, honestly,
conversation.
and yeah, of course, we know what hypergamy is, but that wasn't, we weren't talking about in dating. We were just talking about just finances strictly. Because
I
if
was
we
talking
want to
about
go
dating.
to just
Dating up,
I never
Yes,
heard guys. All I heard was just finances. So that's what I was talking about.
dating
But
up, bro.
that's
so
what I was
I
Take
mean,
talking
of
dating,
about.
course,
take dating up.
we understand that women do that. We understand that,
Thank
most
you.
women are hypergamous. I mean, this is just their nature, right?
Right.
Right.
But when it comes down to it, just like that's how how we always talk about this. Do you compliment that person
I
to
personally
be
feel
able
like
to
if
get
I'm
that?
not, or do
I
you what?
said, do you compliment that person to get that? Like, as in other words,
Mm,
do
right.
Hell yeah.
your values and whatnot match up to the person
Me
that would be,
personally,
making six figures?
I don't think that I would even be in the same, like, eligible to go on a date with a person that I wasn't like complimentary to, right? If the person is making this much, I don't even think going on a date would be possible to do that with them if there wasn't something complimentary there. Do you understand what I'm saying by that?
Dating and marriage is two different.
Okay, so
Right.
I'm
And
gonna
I've
tell
never
you how
been
these
married.
types
He
of
keeps
guys
saying
work.
that. I've never been
Oh,
married.
So all right,
I'm
hey,
trying to
Kevin,
tell
hey,
you a
Can
Kevin,
I
basketball
say
player will sleep with
something?
you.
Can I
hey,
say
Kevin,
something?
hold on, y'all,
Kevin,
hold on,
Kevin,
y'all.
Kevin,
So Terry,
Kevin. I'm
do
out,
you
man.
sound
I'm out.
All right, brother.
Good.
I'm out. Cause
you have
y'all
you have
keep
enough?
we keep entertaining this bullshit.
Yeah, I mean,
I'ma
Yeah.
tell you right now.
we've got it to a head. I just wanted to,
I'm just
let you know how that sounds, because these men will still date you.
Absolutely. Are
They'll
you
still
married?
date you.